Yo, what is up, everybody? Andrew Mahone here with Trainer Chip. How you doing, Chip?
I'm doing so good, Andrew. I'm excited for this weekend. Astral Radiance just released yesterday officially, and we have the very first tournament weekend with this set. I'm really excited to see what kind of impact it's going to have on the game.
Man, we have got a full house, over 140 players for today's Astral Radiance Legal Standard event. We've got a ton of really cool new cards that we're going to get to see. Palkia VSTAR,
Yes.
Samurott VSTAR, new Radiant Pokemon. What do you think that players are going to gravitate towards today, Chip?
I think we'll see a lot of, the big bads from last format, Arceus and Mew, but we will definitely see plenty of players mixing it up with Palkia VSTAR. Very strong card from the new set. Kind of just like a boosted Suicune V, which was already a pretty solid card, so I'm excited to see it. I'm really looking forward to seeing the new Radiant Pokemon in action. I expect to see plenty of Radiant Greninja today.
Yes, Radiant Greninja, Radiant Hawlucha, personal favorite of mine, boosts the damage you deal to Pokemon VMAX. I really think that this set is going to mix up the format quite a bit. We were seeing a ton of Arceus VSTAR in the previous format. Between Arceus VSTAR and Mew VMAX, which one of these two kind of mega archetypes do you expect to weather the new format best?
I think that they both will be solid still, but Arceus VSTAR is just such a versatile card. It can fit with anything. Being colorless, being able to use that Trinity Nova attack with any type of energy cards makes it just fit so well into whatever other possible matchup you could be going up against. So I think that will be strong. I do think we will still see Mew VMAX being strong. It does get some cool new tricks from the new set. The Silene supporter card is kind of spicy. We were talking about that earlier. A way to recover Fusion Strike energy, which is a card that was really hard to get back previously. And you can just draw into whatever you put on top with Fusion Strike system. So both of these decks will still remain strong. I think the bigger story is going to be how do the two big new archetypes in the Samurott and the Palkia, how do they stand up to these existing Titans?
Well, speaking of Samurott and Palkia, our players are getting ready for round one. We have got Aaron Tarbell, a multiple-time regional champion.
I believe so, yes.
Versus Michael Zele. And we're going to get to see Samurott VSTAR versus Palkia VSTAR in our very first round. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back with the first round of the Full Grip Games 6K doubleheader weekend right after this. Players are getting geared up for the first round here at the Full Grip Games 6K doubleheader weekend. We have got $3,500 up for grabs during today's standard event, with $1,500 cash going to today's winner. Tomorrow, we have got another $2,500 cash on the line for the Gym Leader Challenge event. So we have got an absolutely action-packed weekend of Pokemon TCG content ahead, and the stakes could not be higher, Chip.
Absolutely. Really excited to see how this matchup is going to play out. Two of the new decks from the new set, and two great players playing them. What better round one could we ask for? On the left, Michael Zele is going to be playing the brand new Palkia VSTAR, and over on the right, Aaron Tarbell going to be rocking the Hisuian Samurott VSTAR, which is a really solid card from the new set. Not quite as hyped up as Palkia is, but I think that Hisuian Samurott definitely is going to be a pretty solid card, especially if people move away from VMAXs and focus more on VSTARs, since Hisuian Samurott can take reasonably one-hit KOs on opposing V-Stars.
Yeah, Samurott V-Star's a really neat card. Its Merciless Blade attack does 110 damage plus 110 more damage if the defending Pokemon already has any damage counters on it. So it pairs really well with already popular cards like Galarian Zigzagoon with its Headbutt Tantrum ability, or Inteleon with its Quick Shooting ability. But then, of course, Samurott V-Star also has its Moon Cleave Star V-Star power, which places 4 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon. So, spreading damage counters and taking pointed knockouts is the name of the game with Hisuian Samurott V-Star.
Yeah, Aaron's actually not playing the Intellion engine, which is pretty interesting. I feel like that's a popular pair with the Hisuian Samurott these days, right now at the start of the format, but Aaron's kind of taking things a little bit slower of a route. He's got the Bidoof and Bibarel for the support line, and he's also rocking a 3/3 Galarian Weezing with that neutralizing gas ability, which turns off the abilities of all of your opponent's Pokemon. A really solid card in a meta that is totally run over by things like Mew VMAX with Genesect V's, Fusion Strike system, and then, of course, Shady Dealings on opposing Drizzles. You can totally shut both of those strategies down with Weezing.
Yeah, that is wild. Wow, that's a really unique build, and that's something that I really love about these release weekend tournaments. You get to see players bring their creative deck building skills to the table, and players who can innovate and envision how these new decks get built the best are going to be the players that rise to the top of today's event.
And on the left side of the table, Michael, of course, playing that Origin Form Palkia VSTAR, the Subspace Swell attack for 2 water energy, deals a base damage of 60, and then 20 more damage for each benched Pokemon, both yours and your opponents. So that's something Aaron will definitely be mindful of throughout this game, how many Pokemon he puts onto the bench, because every single time you put another Pokemon down, that's just fueling the Origin Form Palkia on Michael's side.
Origin Form Palkia can hit up to 260 damage for just 2 water energy if both players have a full bench, and its V-Star power Star Portal allows you to accelerate up to 3 water energy from your discard pile to your water-type Pokemon. You can use that V-Star power to power up, of course, Origin Form Palkia V-Star, or the new Radiant Greninja is a card I really expect to see a lot of today.
It's one of the cards I'm most excited for from this new set. A brand new game mechanic, a brand new rarity of card, really similar to the Gold Star mechanic. If you were playing back then and during the EX era, you can only have 1 Radiant Pokemon in your deck, but as such, these Pokemon are pretty powerful in their own right. Concealed cards, the ability here on the Radiant Greninja. You must discard an energy card from your hand in order to use this ability, and then once during your turn, you may draw 2 cards. Very strong, and then that Moonlight Shuriken, always a threat when your opponent can, is relying on things like Sobble usually to get set up. So you can just throw a bunch of energies onto the Radiant Greninja with the V-Star power from the Origin Form Palkia V-Star, and then snipe down 2 different Drizzles or Sobbles before your opponent can even really get fully set up.
Looks like Aaron is kicking things off, eyeing up a potential Bibarel or a Crobat with this Ultra Ball out of the opening hand. And it's got the new Absol in the active. This is a really interesting card from Astral Radiance. Yeah, I was not very high on Absol when I first read it, but it looks like Aaron is playing quite a few of them.
Yeah, he's got the Absol in here. Like we kind of talked about, is just taking a little bit slower of an approach, willing to just chill behind the Absol, use Swirling Disaster, and spread a bunch of damage onto the opponent's side of the field. And it's going to work out very nicely in this matchup where Michael really wants to have a bunch of Sobbles in play.
I agree. Putting the damage counters onto the Sobbles early as the first turn of the game is going to help to fix some math potentially for Aaron's Samurott, which will just guaranteed be able to swing for 220 damage if he's able to get 2 energy on it, if he can put damage counters on all of Zele's Pokemon.
This is a really solid turn here for Aaron. Played the hand out all the way, pal padded some supporters back in, benches a Bidoof, and then uses Dark Asset to draw up to 6 cards with the Crobat V, but I don't know that he found a Hisuian Samurott V off of these 6 cards, and that is really unfortunate. It does have a quick ball to get one out, it looks like, okay, but did just attach the Hiding Darkness energy to the active Absol.
Actually not opting to use the quick ball to go get a Samurott. So that's a really interesting decision from Aaron. What do you think's going through his mind?
Yeah, here? I think he is just willing to play the long game. He wants to use this quick ball potentially to go get a Coughing on the next turn, put an energy on it, Ascension up into Galarian Weezing, and you just know Michael's deck is so reliant on abilities. So Aaron is totally fine playing things a bit slower, does not really feel concerned with threatening a turn to attack with Hisuian Samurott.
Something I love about Zele's deck. Did you catch that research art that he's got there?
I did. The Professor Willow from the Pokemon Go. It was like a promo card, I think, right? From the Pokemon Center. Very, very cool. Not an artwork we see all that often.
Almost never, actually. But I know that Zele loves the swag in his deck. So you can see that's Professor Willow there. Gonna rock a Path and Research for 7 new cards. It's got 2 Palkia V and 2 Sobble set up. This is a great start from Zele. And a turn 1 Research going to give him a substantial dig into the deck to find a Water Energy. Water Energy is exactly what Zele wants to find so that he can threaten the turn 2 Subspace Swell with Origin Form Palkia.
And Wheezing is nice to slow your opponent down, but it doesn't do much if it's just getting 1-hit KO'd in return and you didn't even get a turn off to poison. So this is all things that Aaron's going to have to consider with how he's navigating this next turn. Does have a Quick Ball. Looks like an Ordinary Rod. No, a Scoop Up Net will be the discard choice. And this will probably just get a Coughing. I have to imagine if he didn't want to go get a Samurott last turn, he's probably leaning towards going in with Wheezing here and trying to, stop Zele as much as he can.
That's the thing about Palkia VSTAR, though, is it's such a low-maintenance attacker. With a Water Energy already on the active, Zele's threatening a substantial amount of damage next turn, even without Aaron filling up this bench. There's going to be a good option for Zele to be able to 1-hit KO a Wheezing.
And here is a blast from the past. Dark Patch reprinted here in Astral Radiance. One of the most powerful cards over the last 10 years of the Pokemon TCG. You just get to put a Darkness Energy from your discard pile onto one of your benched Darkness Pokemon. Aaron's able to utilize that very well. Gets the energy onto the Galarian Wheezing and uses Ascension, on the Coughing to go straight up into the Wheezing. And now if Michael just does not have energy plus evolution, he is not going to be able to attack. But with Capacious Bucket and an Ultra Ball in hand, I feel like this Wheezing is going to be short in this game.
Oh, he's got it, yes. So the Ultra Ball comes down. Zele going to check the deck, finds the Origin Form Palkia V-Star, use the other energy. He's got the nice Generations energy. I told you. He loves the swag.
He likes the subtle swag, I feel like. Not like the blinged, the gold. He likes the cards that people don't even realize really exist.
yes. The unique swag.
Yes.
I'm about it. Yes. The Origin, not the Origin, the Generations energy. Not energy that we see very often. Melanie, perfect card for accelerating that discarded Water Energy to the bench Palkia. And you can see Zele has not even used an ability.
Nope.
And
no
it
ability.
Doesn't matter.
No abilities. No problem. Goodbye to Wheezing. Subspace Swell taking the first prize. And that was a just totally ineffective turn from Aaron pretty much. And Aaron has just a terrible hand here, it looks like. Really not much to work with. I think the top deck was a V-Star. He has a Scoop Up Net in hand, a Choice Belt. It's actually the Hisuian Samurott V. And then a Dark Patch, I think, as that last card. So it looks like we'll just see the Absol going in, swinging for 10 damage everywhere. This will set up both of the Palkias so that you're hitting for boosted damage later, but it's a big opening for Michael. He's got access to abilities. We could see a Boss's Orders KO on the Samurott this turn.
Absolutely, and that would race Zele to just 3 prizes remaining. Fortunately, these players are competing in a best of 3 and have 50 minutes to determine the winner. So even if game 1 is not going too hot for Aaron, he still has an opportunity to come back in games 2 and 3. But at this point, the game's not been going on very long, so it's possible that Aaron wants to take a little time and kind of see what Zele has in his deck, maybe get a few more clues as to what he might be up against before he scoops and goes to the next round.
Yeah, Michael's already got it set up for the knockout. Got the extra Pokemon needed. Shady Dealings finds the Boss's Orders. That can bring up this Hisuian Samurott. And he's hitting for 220 damage right now. And Hisuian Samurott V does have exactly 220 hit points. I imagine Aaron also still feels like he maybe has a chance in this game. It's getting out of hand a little bit, though. He's going to need to find something very soon. Needs a top deck. And I don't know that Galarian Zigzagoon is going to do it.
Yeah, this is seeming like a pretty tough situation for Aaron. Zele has got just 3 prizes remaining. There's a Crobat over there on the bench, gives up 2 prizes.
Yep.
And with a board full of Intellions, you know that Drizzile can just use its Shady Dealings ability to go grab another boss's orders to continue to bring targets into the active spots. Dark Patch can power up the Absol.
Okay, could be going in here with the second attack. The Claw Rend dealing 50 damage, but if your opponent's active Pokemon has any damage counters on it, it deals 70 more damage. So hitting for 120, throws a Choice Belt on there to boost the damage even more. So hitting for 150, not too bad on a 1-prize Pokemon. And actually, I think he's just going to go in for the turn with Swirling Disaster and try to set up for a next turn attack with the Claw Rend.
A little bit of a missed opportunity there. Aaron could have played the Zigzagoon down from hand and retreated into it, and then scoop up netted the Zigzagoon
Yeah, get a
in
little
order
extra
to
damage.
get a little 10 extra damage into play. But at this point, I think that Aaron's kind of spinning his wheels and doesn't have a very developed board. Never was able to find a research, and it looks like Aaron will just see the writing on the wall.
Oh, no, that was just Michael taking a KO, yeah.
Okay.
And then now Aaron
All
sees
right.
the writing on the wall. Let's pick the cards up. Let's go to game number 2. I've gotten the information I need. That one was over in about 9 minutes, so there's plenty of time here for another couple games. Aaron looking at the deck. How much longer was I going to have to wait? Unfortunate there for Aaron. Michael just really kind of blew him out of the water.
Yeah, that was a tough match for Aaron. Gearing up for game 2. What do you think you want to see from Aaron to be a little bit better off in this match? Obviously, a draw supporter would be nice.
Yeah, he had a pretty great turn 1. Got the Crobat for the full 6 cards. Going first. You can't play a supporter on your first turn, obviously. So it was as good as it could get, but just the 6 cards from Dark Asset were not good. He didn't really get that much set up, that much going. Got the Bidoof down, couldn't find it out to Bibarel. Really unfortunate. We didn't really get to see Aaron's deck work the way it's meant to.
No, we didn't. So Aaron gonna shuffle up. I mean, if he can go first and get the turn 2 Merciless Blade, I think that is gonna be the key to Aaron's victory. If he can turn 2 Merciless Blade, potentially knock out an opposing Palkia, I'm not sure that the whole Wheezing strategy is really gonna do a lot if Zele can just find Palkias and put energies onto them.
Yeah, that is the problem with the Wheezing. Also, like, Aaron got no value out of the Wheezing because he was using Ascension on Coughing, right? Didn't get to use the Severe Poison attack. If you use Severe Poison, even if your Wheezing goes down right away, you're at least starting to build up damage and making it easier for Hisuian Samurott to get a KO. So I think ideally he would love to get 2 Wheezings in play so you can go between the 2 of them, you know, get the first one set up and maybe get a poison off, something like that, because if you can just threaten that poison, that damage really starts to stack up quickly. Michael just happened to have everything he needed in hand, but that's not a guarantee at all for these decks that rely so heavily on Shady Dealings.
Looks like these guys are ready, Aaron, with a mulligan to give Zele an extra card off the top of the deck as game 2 begins.
Not something you ever love doing, especially being down a game, giving your opponent just an extra piece to work with.
Always kind of a situation, it's like, oh, great, you know, just insult to injury. But it looks like Aaron does find a Coughing to start the game.
Which is nice because now he can evolve a Wheezing from hand, doesn't have to use Ascension, and he can start going in with a Severe Poison on turn number 2.
It's true. And it's possible if Zele has a very, I was going to say, Drizzile-oriented start, or a very Sobble-oriented start, that the Wheezings can just stop Zele from being able to do anything. But it looks like, I mean, with 2 Palkia V out and a Capacious Bucket, that's all you really need to get going.
Yeah, not too bad. Has the Palkia in the active and on the bench. Capacious Bucket getting 2 waters out, can now use Rule of the Region potentially if he wants to search out any of those key stadium cards. I'm not sure if Michael is playing both the Path to the Peak. He is, okay, playing 2 Path and the 1 Temple of Sinnoh. And Temple of Sinnoh actually could be a relevant stadium in this matchup. Aaron, as we saw in Game 1, does play the Hiding Darkness energy. So if that sticks around for a little bit, that could be annoying. But Michael just has the Path to the Peak in hand, which also could slow Aaron down if he's having to rely on a Crobat or something.
And I think that Zele actually decides to just pass without using Rule the Region.
Sure.
Rule the Region allows you to go search your deck for, what, 2 stadium cards?
That's right, yeah.
A single stadium card.
Yeah.
So with the Paths of the Peak down, probably just doesn't want to thin more stadiums out of his deck. Wants to just keep those there in case he needs to research or something of the sort. Aaron is going to play Marnie to set Zele to just 4 cards and finds the Galarian Weezing, actually a pair of them. And it is time to severe poison.
Really solid from Aaron. This is so much better of a start for him. He's got the Hisuian Samurott V on the bench. Michael's setup is much worse. Had no Sobbles down. They can't even evolve into Drizziles in the coming turns anyway because of neutralizing gas. So Michael is really going to be relying on having a supporter off of just 4 cards. And if there's no water energy in the discard pile, which I don't believe there is, Melanie doesn't even work, really is going to have to find either research or the Marnies here on his side. And those are much harder to find when you're usually relying on Drizzile to get them.
Yeah, let's see. Zele needs something good.
Double
Finds
Palkia.
Another Palkia and a research.
Wow.
This is huge. What a fantastic draw off that Marnie with no safety net. Able to find one of those research in his deck to discard his hand and see 7 new cards. If Zele can find an Origin Form Palkia VSTAR, he can evolve out of the poison and stop that increment damage between turns, which is really going to set Aaron back.
Yeah, what a good draw off of the Marnie for Michael. Has the research, can just get out of this. Playing the scoop up net, because why not?
What a guy, honestly.
Wanted to get the perfect research for 7. I respect it.
Wanted to get the extra game action in. Who can
so
blame him?
let's see if he finds the evolution. He does, but no energy cards in hand. So I don't think he's going to actually be able to pull off an attack here. You can evolve the V-Star to heal the poison potentially, but then your V-Star is just going to get poisoned on the next turn, and you can't heal out of that. So yeah, Michael does choose to evolve on the bench here. Whiffing the energy is huge, though.
Definitely tough. The Origin Form Palkia doesn't play a ton. I think there's about 8 energy in.
He's actually got 7.
7 energy in Michael's list.
Yeah, it looks like there was some last-second edits here right before the tournament. Cut an energy card to add a Tech Empoleon V. Michael actually, I spoke to him a little bit before the tournament, said he was scared of Miltank. So wanted the Empoleon V in there as the tech.
If you're trying to win the event, you may have to consider Miltank, but I think that energy cut might be coming back to bite him right here.
It definitely could. 1 less energy in the deck, so less likely to draw into one off of the research. Aaron's going to play Escape Rope and goes into the other Weezing. Michael just pushes the Sobble, and that is... Hey, that's what I love to see right there. The perfect research for 7. A high 5. Love the sportsmanship between these players. And Aaron is really executing his game plan, I think, exactly how he wants to. He is fine playing this slower game. He is not worried about how quick or how long these things take. He wants to just chill, poison, slow things down.
And I think that Aaron is probably relieved that he's playing supporters this game.
Yes.
This is great. He's played 2 now.
We're getting to see a little bit more of what Aaron's deck is trying to do.
And with Zele missing that last energy attachment, I think Aaron's got to be pretty pleased with his disruption strategy at this point.
Ooh, Boss's Orders brings up the Bidoof, and now neutralizing gas is no longer active. It only works while Weezing is in the active spot. So now Michael can evolve and use the first Shady Dealings of Game 2.
And I'm thinking that he probably wants either a draw supporter or
maybe a bucket.
A capacious bucket to go get some energy. Unfortunately, that path to the peak is actually going to hold Michael back because he can't draw cards with the Radiant Greninja.
Can't draw cards with the Radiant Greninja, can't accelerate energies with the Palkia V-Star even. And so Michael's just going to have to get a research, and that is just going to have to be a supporter for next turn. It always feels so bad to, play a supporter just to get another supporter for the next turn. It really makes your turn feel so weak.
Right, and I think that it's okay here, though, because Zele is saying, all right, you're playing a slower game. I can play a little bit more of a methodical game as well. This is fine. We still have 6 whole prizes to take, and neither of us have taken one yet.
Right.
So we've got a long match ahead. I can afford to just get the research, ditch this hand, which is proven to be relatively useless right now, and see 7 new cards next turn.
Bibarel comes down on Aaron's side. Those industrious incisors can aid his side of the field, give him some extra card draw, some extra draw power. Aaron will play an Ultra Ball, it looks like, discarding a Hisuian Samurott V and a Crobat. And this is going great for Aaron. I think that the long game favors Aaron's deck quite a bit, so this is what he wants to get to, slowing things down. He knows that Michael just had to use a boss to get a research in hand, so his hand is not super strong. So he can definitely play to that, and it looks like he'll just take an opportunity to set up a second Bidoof.
This is a really cool strategy, I have to say. Very unique style of play from Aaron right now, because most decks are just trying to set up as fast as possible, trying to get the turn 2 knockout, trying to get the turn 2 attack with your big V-Star Pokemon. And Aaron is really taking the road less traveled. I think, this is turn 3 or 4, and we're finally seeing an energy drop onto the Hisuian Samurott V-Star.
Yeah, he's very fine playing the long game. I'm interested to see how he plays this out. Looks like the Bidoof grab was just to thin it out of the deck with a Quick Ball, and that last card in hand is Boss's Orders. He could Boss and bring up a Palkia, start to poison that again, but right now he is missing a retreat option. Needs to move this big Bibarel out of the active spot. So I wonder if he'll Industrious Incisors for 4 and then leave himself the option, or do you just go ahead in with the Boss's Orders and draw that extra card off the Incisors?
You leave the Boss in hand every time here, because Boss's Orders is one of the most valuable cards that you can have in your deck. Aaron is able to find the Air Balloon and now can choose his path forward. He can either Boss or he can Marnie. And knowing that Michael just grabbed a Professor's Research with the Drizzile last turn, he's going to put that research onto the bottom of his deck and potentially go in for another severe poison.
I actually think it is impossible for Michael to play Research this turn, because one is in the discard pile and the other is on the bottom of the deck. So Aaron, if he knows what these Palkia V-Star lists have been looking like, the ones that have been posted online so far early on in the format, he should know that it's unlikely Michael can really do much this turn, and that, looking at this hand, looks like it will be the case.
Yeah, and the Drizzile is going to take another 40 damage, putting it to 80 total. If Michael cannot find a way to move this Drizzile, it will get KO'd, going back into Aaron's turn.
When you're using a poison deck, that's exactly what you want to set up. You want to take extra prize cards going back into your turn.
Yeah, Michael asked me last night, do you have an Empoleon V? Not a card that you usually have sitting around in your playables box.
No, that probably got bulked out shortly after Battle Styles came out. It was a card that was played a little bit, but its ability ignores the abilities of your opponent's basic Pokemon that don't have a rule box.
Yes, Emperor's Eyes. So conveniently turns off Miltank's ability.
Kind of a cool tech for this tournament, but obviously not super useful in this instance, which is why we saw it hit the discard pile. And it looks like Michael just has to pass.
That is exactly what Aaron wants to see. The first prize of Game 2 has been drawn, with Aaron's severe poison strategy really starting to work wonders.
Now, Aaron could go in for a KO here. The Hisuian Samurott is set up to attack. There's enough damage on the active Palkia, but I think that Michael would probably be fine with that. So I almost expect Aaron to just chill and play the slower game once again.
This is wild. And you know what's really neat? I didn't really think about this because it's the first time I've seen a Galarian Wheezing Samurott deck in action. But with Samurott V-Star's Mooncleave Star ability, you can actually force the damage to work out in your favor so that a Pokemon gets KO'd coming back into your turn.
Yeah, that is very cool. Definitely something Aaron could set up. There's 160 damage sitting on that Palkia V right now. I believe it has 220, right? So can set things up. I actually think it is fine right now. It goes up to 200, so it will be KO'd coming back into Aaron's turn. Now, if Michael does not find an evolution, there is an Ultra Ball in hand, but do you want to lose a Palkia V-Star? Because you know that if you evolve, Aaron's probably just going to start poisoning it again.
Right, and at this point, Aaron knows that Michael doesn't have any outs to draw in the hand. He knows that the lock is sticking. Michael, really starting to pay for the lack of water energy in his deck right now.
Yeah, the only energy in play is the one we saw attached on turn 1. He has not been able to find another energy since then.
Yeah, and I don't know that there's any in the discard pile to even power up Melanie. So what are Michael's draw options really looking like?
There's not many options available. That is for sure. Michael does choose to evolve the active, heals the poison, so now Aaron will have to severe poison once again. But yeah, he's very fine with that. Just keeps stacking this damage up. Aaron can't use that V-Star power just yet because of Path to the Peak can play on Michael's side, but I think Michael is realizing, hey, I can't do anything. This Weezing is too strong against me in this spot. I got to pack it up, and we're going to a game 3 here, Andrew, in round number 1.
Game 3. That is awesome. I'm so stoked that we got to see Aaron's deck set up and do what it set out to do with the Weezing's ability, complete neutralizing gas, completely neutralizing Michael's strategy, unable to use Shady Dealings. Shady Dealings is one of the most powerful engines that the Pokemon TCG has ever seen, and there are only a couple of ways to really slow it down in this format, neutralizing gas being one of them, but not one that we've seen terribly often recently.
Yeah, this Weezing was pretty popular in like the Evolving Skies and the Fusion Strike format for a little bit, but it fell out of favor pretty shortly after Brilliant Stars came out because it's just not that good into Arceus V-Star, because Arceus doesn't need that much to just KO the Weezing, and then it just is kind of become a wasted commitment to get an evolution, get an energy on it. You just didn't get that much out of it because Arceus can deal with it so effectively. But Palkia, if it doesn't draw into the necessary energy right away, I feel like Palkia is quite a bit more reliant on Shady Dealings than even Arceus is, because Arceus can just function so much better on its own.
Arceus, the thing with Arceus is that it plays a lot more energy than the Palkia deck does. I mean, Michael cut to 7. Yeah, that is very low. And Arceus decks will usually play an exorbitant amount of energy because you do not want to miss an attachment turn 1.
Yeah.
Additionally, all it takes is for an Arceus to find 1 double turbo, and then your board is full of energy.
Exactly.
Whereas if Aaron can shut down the Palkia strategy before that energy gets flowing, he's going to be in a really commanding position.
So these opening turns are going to be really key for Michael. Gets an energy attachment onto Palkia, exactly what he wants to do. And then now on turn 2, even if Aaron does Ascension up into Weezing, he could try to threaten a turn 2 knockout with the Origin Form Palkia. V-Star needs to find both an energy and the V-Star evolution to do that.
Looks like Aaron is eyeing up this quick ball, and we'll probably go for another Weezing. I'm thinking that you might lean into this double Weezing strategy. We'll have to see. Hisuian Samurott V-Star, obviously very strong, but maybe Aaron also wants to draw more cards, eyeing up the Crobat.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what he's got here in the hand. So
we'll most assuredly go for the turn 1 Ascension with the Coughing to get the Weezing lockup, but Ascension, though powerful, does not actually start poisoning yet. So Aaron will not be able to inflict any damage this turn. And again, if Michael's able to find the water energy in the Palkia V-Star, that commitment of the stage 1 Pokemon, the energy attachment, is all pretty much for naught.
I think we're going to see the perfect Crobat for 6 here. Ultra Ball thins the hand out quite a bit more from Aaron. Grabs the Hisuian Samurott V. I believe a Darkness Energy is chilling there in the hand. And part of the reason that Weezing is so solid is because of this Coughing, just being able to search the Weezing out of the deck.
That is a wonderful start from Aaron with the Hisuian Samurott V on the bench, Bidoof on the bench, and Crobat for 6. Darkness Energy gonna allow that Coughing to ascend into Weezing.
Could still play a supporter as well. I don't think he drew into one, though. A Marnie here would have been pretty solid, limiting Michael's hand. But Michael actually, I don't think, has a great hand here. Looks like he was going to be pretty reliant on Shady Dealings, and that's now something he doesn't have access to. Top deck's a supporter, but it's Melanie, and there's no water energy in the discard pile.
This is brutal. Absolutely brutal. Michael setting up, fine on turn 1, but this turn 2 is incredibly ability reliant. but the escape rope.
Ooh, okay, that is huge from Michael. Can push the Weezing out of the active spot. Aaron's just going to have to send up the coughing, and now abilities are live again. He can use Shady Dealings.
Wow. The one of escape rope, exactly where you want to see it. That is an insane play to push the Weezing. And next turn, the escape rope might have been too late. If Aaron was able to evolve a second Weezing into play, could have promoted the second Weezing and prevented the abilities altogether. But Zele able to thread the needle here and find that space to use Drizzyle's Shady Dealings, potentially to find a research and just get moving through this deck for 7 new cards.
It looks like Zele has a Marnie in hand, so he'll opt for an Evolution Incense. And then off of Marnie is really looking for an energy card and a scoop up net, a way to get this Drizzile out of the active spot and start attacking. I would imagine that's what he wants to do here. Start putting on the pressure, and then even if Aaron comes up and poisons you for 40, you're already set up to start taking out that Weezing.
Yes, I think that the biggest thing that Zele needs to find is just a second water energy for this Palkia, right? As soon as you get 2 water energy into play, you can even have Melanie be a live card if one of Palkia starts to get knocked out or anything like that, or you can retreat to Palkia, to Melanie, to just continue driving through the deck. But with just 1 energy, you're really not doing anything.
Well, and it's just going to have to be the 1 energy because Michael did not draw 1 off of the Marnie. Does he play the Crobat, though?
Yes, he does.
Okay, so that is a way he can dig and try to hit this energy card.
Crobat's Dark Asset ability, nice in a pinch to try and get you some much needed cards. Gonna Ultra Ball, look for the Crobat. There it is, not prized.
Yep.
Now,
I've never been
the new Crobat, I think. From is this a new print of the Crobat?
It came out in the Trainer's Toolkit that came out last year. But yeah, it is the promo. Once again, Michael's showing off that he likes the unique artworks, right? So Crobat will be put into the hand here. I've never been that big of a fan of Crobat in Inteleon decks specifically, but I think that it makes a lot of sense in Palkia. You know, when you're playing Arceus VSTAR, you don't really need the Crobat because you just have Starbirth to go get whatever pieces you might need. But having that little extra dig as an option, really strong in a deck like Palkia. Whenever you're really needing to find that energy attachment, let's see if Michael can find it. There we go. Does have the energy and the Capacious Bucket for extra if he needs it. Can even go in. We could see our first concealed cards here.
We could, finally, with only 7 water energy in the deck, concealed cards. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to activate, but I actually think that it will behoove Michael to get a water energy into the discard pile so that Melanie is an active draw card for the rest of the game.
Now, I see you using your SAT words out here. Behoove.
Behoove. Now, we might actually see, I like this play, a retreat and a, working on my ability names here, Star Portal from Palkia V-Star, our first Star Portal of the tournament. And this is a play that I love with this deck. It makes it so much more reliable, moving the Drizzyles in and out of the active. You don't always have to use Scoop Up Net to move the Drizzile. You can keep it a Drizzile and just retreat and then put the energy back into play with Origin Form Palkia V-Star's incredible Star Portal ability.
And then that also will allow you to threaten a Inteleon potentially on the next turn. And I think Michael is very fine just using all of these abilities here because he knows Aaron's going to lock him out of using them on the next turn.
Really like this play from Zele. We could see how explosive this Crobat, just a one-of inclusion in the deck, has allowed Michael's deck to be so much more aggressive on these key turns. And since Palkia is a deck that really wants to jam the bench anyway, it's not going to be a problem having an extra bench sitter sitting around because it just increases the damage he's dealing. Now this is a spicy play. Is it greedy?
It could be, but you're targeting down. I think Michael has kind of identified a weakness in Aaron's deck here. Aaron is super reliant on Bibarel to draw cards, does not have Inteleon. So he wants to take 2 prizes here, target down the Bidoof, and he is still threatening an attack on the next turn with the Palkia, has the Melanie in hand, and he'll be able to retreat the Greninja out of the poison. I actually think this is not greedy. I think this is the correct line from Michael. He's identified what he needs to do. Yeah,
I really love this line of play. Radiant, Greninja's Moonlight, Shuriken attack. It's basically a G-Max Rapid Flow Light. It's incredible. It does cost 2 water in a colorless, but that's one of the things that Palkia VSTAR really brings to the table. It's one of the only meta decks that can consistently power up Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken attack, and with the ability to completely remove 2 of those Pokemon from Aaron's board. Aaron is now in a much more difficult position because doesn't have that Bibarel to rely on for draw, and I don't actually see a draw supporter in his hand.
Aaron's going to try to slow things down still if he can, but I think Michael's got the response ready. Has the Melanie, has an energy in the hand to retreat this active out of the attack. Aaron's just going to have to go get another Bidoof here, I think, and hope to find a Bibarel on the next turn.
Yeah, that is a tough spot to be in with the Crobat V already on Aaron's bench. Aaron can't use the Quick Ball to search out another Crobat V. Only has 1 in the deck. So Aaron gonna hope that maybe this Gust and Poison strategy can help buy him an extra turn, or the Rope and Poison strategy can help buy him an extra turn to potentially top deck out of something.
So Michael has Scoop Up Net as an option to just heal the damage off of this Drizzile, reset the Sobble if he wants to. Could also just attach and retreat because we know the Melanie is in hand. So he's got a couple of different options. Also has another Palkia to put into play, and Scoop Up Net will be the choice. I like this because now you can put an energy onto one of these Palkias as opposed to attaching and retreating your active.
And you set up
wow. Had Boss's Orders as an option as well, and with the Choice Belt, I believe this is going to be enough for a KO, taking 2 prize cards, and Aaron is just left with not much here. Looking at the top deck, was it helpful? It doesn't look like it. Just going to be another severe poison. Michael is running away with this game.
Yeah, this is really tough for Aaron. Michael gusting around the Weezing, saying, I don't care. I don't care about the ability lock. I'm set up. I've got my energy in play. I'm doing everything that I need to do. Absolutely cooking with a Melanie now to accelerate more water energy into play. And we're seeing the absolute brutality of this Origin form, Palkia VSTAR. Able to, I mean, Aaron doesn't even have a very full bench, but that Gust knockout with the Choice Belt, it was very easy to come by. And it's easy to see how Palkia is such a...
Aaron needs a miracle.
Such a powerful card in this new set.
Draws a card, has Ultra Ball in hand. I believe that card means...
Research.
He could Ultra Ball for Bibarel or just play the Research. I think he'll Ultra Ball for Bibarel and hope to find a different supporter. Maybe realizing Michael has a big hand and he needs to limit that a little bit with a Marnie or something like that. But what attacker could Aaron even go in with here? You can attack with Crobat, I guess, with a Dark Patch. That's not super good.
Not great. And with 6 whole prizes left to take, is there really an out to slowing down this 2 energy Palkia? It's got 200 hit points remaining. Marnie, all we've got is a Marnie and a Dream. I mean, we're going to put Michael's big hand onto the bottom of the deck, but these 5 cards would need to be miraculous, and I don't think I see it.
Yeah, it's not looking great here for Aaron. Maybe if he could have powered up a Hisuian Samurott V, gone in with the second attack. It does 200 damage for 3 energy. But
180.
180. Okay, I'm thinking of the Palkia's attack. It does 200. But yeah, it does 180, so that would have been okay. But he would have had to draw literally the perfect combo of cards off the Marnie. Does not get there. Offers up the fist bump, and Michael Zele is going to win the game and move to 1-0 here at the Full Grip Games 6K Astral Radiance weekend.
Great game by both players. Really nice to see Aaron back on the stream table. Like I said, a multiple-time regional champion. Very cool to see his unique deck building skills at work with this very creative Galarian Weezing Hisuian Samurott VSTAR deck. But Michael Zele taking the win with Origin Form Palkia VSTAR. We'll be right back with Michael Zele in just a moment. I'm here with your round 1 winner, Michael Zele. How you doing, Michael?
Pretty good. Off to a nervous start this morning, but made it through it. Going well.
Now, we were taking a look at the list. You decided to cut to 7 water energy. Did you feel like you were a little tight on energy at anywhere in the best of 3? Were you feeling that a little bit in game 2?
Potentially after research, maybe. Yeah, I was talking to JW this morning, and he was telling me that he went down to 7 because he put in an ordinary rod, and I felt like that was fine because I wanted a rod in there to begin with.
Sure.
And then, like you saw in game 3, I was able to Star Portal.
Yes.
For the 3 water energy back. So in like situations like that, I didn't feel like it would be too bad. But after that one research, I definitely was like, dang, JW really lied to me, huh? But
JW really doing me dirty out here.
Other than that, it felt fine. The capacious buckets, with 2 of them, you really just have access to any of your waters. Just go grab them.
Exactly. And then I think like once you were able to get them into play, then you have access to them throughout the game.
Then you have the Melanies when they go in the discard. You have all access to them. The Wheezing was very frustrating to play against, though. I'm sure you could tell after game 2.
Yes. Were you the one of escape rope in?
Yeah, saved my life.
Whew.
Yeah, and then able to pull off the Greninja too. That was so sick.
That was so sick. Yeah, we were loving that. Now, what drew you to the Palkia VSTAR? I mean, this is like the first tournament with the new Astral Radiance cards. You're going to the North American International Championships, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
So this is going to be our first look at NAIC format. What made you want to give this new deck a spin in today's tournament?
I've been playing forever, and Palkia has historically never had a very good card.
This is true.
So I played all the way back when Dialga G level X was a thing, and then everybody tried to make Palkia G work. It just didn't work. So I felt like it was my obligation to have Palkia shine for a bit. I also like the way the deck plays, because I like Suicune, but with the Suicune deck, you have to get the Ludicolo's out to do like any substantial damage, and it's a little rough. But the Palkia is really cool. It takes 2 water energy. You're able to play Temple of Sinnoh. It works very well with the Inteleon engine.
Yeah.
It just feels very smooth.
It really does. And at 280 hit points, unlike Suicune, it's not really getting knocked out very easily.
Not at all.
Kind of a monster in there. And then the spicy plays with the Greninja. There's a Starmie we didn't get to see in that game, but Starmie V, also a very cool option for the deck. Tell us about your inclusion of the Empoleon V. Do you think that you'll use it effectively at all today?
Probably not. But there were some murmurs of some Miltank running around, so I just wanted to have another leg up in that race and have an answer to that. The Empoleon V from Battle Styles, its ability, it cancels all basic Pokemon abilities that your opponent has that are not a rule box Pokemon. So it's very easy to, it turns off Miltank and they just one-shot it with the Empoleon.
It's pretty much the only thing that the Empoleon's good for. Yep, is just the Cow Slayer.
It is very cheeky. I guess it could be kind of cheeky against like Galarian Zigzagoon in like the Hisuian Samurott deck, because you can't do the damage, which is really nice.
Yeah. Well, awesome stuff, Zele. Congrats on your round 1 win. Look forward to seeing how the Palkia deck performs for you today. Is there any deck that you're worried about facing, any matchup that you think might be a little bit tough for Palkia today?
No, I played a lot of games with it this week. Once the set came out on Tuesday, I was able to get the cards and just throw some games, and I felt very confident in all the games I played. Like, there's the ability lock decks, obviously rough, but I wasn't expecting too much of those today, so I'm hoping that might be just like a one-off thing. Like Mew, you have all the, I put in a second path in there, so like Mew I feel fine with. like you have the Temple against Arceus. It has answers for a lot of things, which I enjoy.
Really does, and there's not a lot of really, well, I don't want to speak too soon, but there hasn't been any really prevalent lightning type decks to worry about up until this point. Whether or not there'll be any spicy lightning decks out there today is yet to be seen. Well, anyways, Zele, good luck in the next round. And thank you so much for joining us here at the Full Grip Games 6K. We'll be right back with round 2 momentarily. Round 2 is about to go up, but wanted to take a moment to shout out our wonderful sponsors for today's event. Obviously, Full Grip Games for hosting. Thank you, Chip.
There we go.
Full Grip Games, obviously, thank you so much for hosting today's tournament. We've got a great selection of singles online as well as a buy list. We're always buying bulk and singles here at the shop, and supporting the shop. Full Grip Games directly supports the content that we create here on Tricky Gym. We've also got a case of Dragon Shields for each of the weekend's winners, as well as some other goodies. Each winner is going to receive a set of Dragon Shields coasters, which Chip and I are actually using right now.
Awesome coasters.
In addition to a Dragon Shield Magic Carpet XL. And these are quickly becoming one of my favorite items to use for storing Pokemon cards. As you can see, they've got the little Velcro band there, and then a magnetic flap. We've got Dragon Shield masks. You've got Dragon Shield Perfect Fits in here, as well as the newest Dragon Shield dual sleeves. So each winner is going to be getting a ton of Dragon Shield product. And we'd also like to thank our sponsor, Metafy, for contributing $500 additional to each of the weekend's winners. So an additional $1,000 cash worth of prizes. We've got round 2 going up right now, so hang tight and we'll be right back with some more Pokemon TCG action. Players are getting ready for round 2 here at the Full Grip Games 6K doubleheader. We've got Kevin Baxter on the right versus Mike Gibbs on the left. Gibbs is going to be showing us that Palkia VSTAR deck. And we see a Battle VIP pass in the opening hand. So
always a welcome sight.
Strong opening from Mike. And Kevin has got a very spicy Hisuian Samurott VSTAR deck.
Yeah, so it's the same matchup we saw in round number 1, but these decks are quite different, as we can already see. And that's what I love about these tournaments, is that there's not a defined go-to list for these archetypes. Players are still figuring it out, trying to determine what works the best, what is the most consistent, what gives you the best matchup spread. And these tournaments, these early meta tournaments, always help kind of shape the future of what the Astral Radiance format or what any given format will look like. So Mike's going to be rocking the Palkia and Kevin the Hisuian Samurott. Now, you were telling me that you and Kevin actually kind of put this deck together last night, and there's a little bit of spice in here. Why don't you key us in on exactly what makes Kevin's deck so spicy?
Yeah, last night, I lent out 2 Palkia VSTAR decks, and then Kevin came to me, and Kevin said, I need a deck. And I was like, well, friend, I have got no more Palkias. But I do have my good friend Samuel. Let me tell you about Samurott VSTAR. Samurott VSTAR is very powerful. Its Merciless Blade can do 220 damage. Its Mooncleave Star places 4 damage counters. But Kevin loves some spice. So he opted to add a Galarian Obstagoon.
Obstagoon, not Zigzagoon. Obstagoon.
And a single rare candy so that you can get its additional 3 damage counters to help fix Hisuian Samurott's math. Really cool card, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it works.
Looks like the game is underway, and Mike Gibbs gets it started off exactly how any deck would love to start a game off. Battle VIP Pass getting 2 cards to the bench, 2 Pokemon to the bench. I was talking recently on one of the regional streams about how, like, Battle VIP Pass, if it didn't have the first turn clause, would just be one of the best cards ever. Everyone just wants the consistency of getting extra basic Pokemon into play. But since you can only use it on the first turn, it's not a card that really makes sense in a lot of decks. Decks like Mew can utilize it very well because you're constantly thinning and getting rid of cards. You can draw so many cards on turn 1 with Fusion Strike system, and then you can, of course, discard them later on in the game with things like Cramomatic and Ultra Ball. It doesn't make quite as much sense in decks that can't see a bunch of cards on turn 1, but Mike's got a lot of good uses for it. It has the Iridia in the deck, so you can use that supporter on turn 1 going second to go get the VIP pass. So he's got some combos here. Definitely seems like a cool card to include.
I think How many Battle VIP Pass are in the deck? Is it just one?
It is 2.
I was going to say, what a sack.
What a sack indeed.
Just lucking into the one of it's actually a 2 of.
Still pretty lucky.
And then how many Iridia are in the list?
It is 2 copies of Iridia.
So that's essentially 4 outs going second to a Battle VIP Pass and 2 going first. But a very explosive start from Mike. And Mike is definitely a player to look out for at these Full Grip Games doubleheader weekends. He is a Gym Leader Challenge champion, was able to win the Fusion Strike Gym Leader Challenge 1K with his grass deck, and then also continues to make deep runs at the events and the standard events. He did just come off, I think, a day 2 finish at the Indianapolis Regional Championships as well, piloting an Urshifu deck, and is someone that I consider to be kind of a rising star, rising player to look out for from the Midwest. I believe he's from the Michigan area.
Yeah, Mike's a super solid player. I've enjoyed watching a lot of his games. He went 8-1 at Indianapolis.
Yes.
Went into day 2 at 8-1. He didn't have a great day 2 though. I think he had some bad matchups. Had some really close games against great players. So his day 2 didn't go that well. Did not finish in the top 8. I believe still got a top 32 finish though, which is an accomplishment in and of itself because that tournament was absolutely massive. Over 1,000 players participating, and if you're making top 32 out of 1,000, you've got to be pretty good at Pokemon.
I agree. And then, of course, on the right, we have got Kevin Baxter, who is kicking this game off with a strong Research for 7 and 2 Sobble. Kevin Baxter is one of those players who I consider to be one of the best players that's never won a regional championship. 2 regionals finals appearances, 3 years in a row finished in the top 16 of North America. One of the greats of the Pokemon TCG, and definitely one of the strongest players in the Ohio area. Looks like he is got a Dark Energy for his bench to Hisuian Samurott, and has got the rare candy in his hand. Unfortunately, no Inteleon or anything like that, and I actually don't see a Drizzile out in that hand either. So gonna want a little extra something off the top to help him draw out of this next turn.
Now, this is an opening for Mike to potentially chase down a Samurott and take a 2-prize KO. It would be pretty tough to pull it off in this hand. I'm not sure exactly what he's got available. The fact that Capacious Bucket is grabbing a couple water energies, though, the Drizzile getting the Capacious Bucket, means we could be seeing a concealed cards to increase the hand size a little bit. Plenty of time for Mike to still make a bunch of unique plays here. And you can power up that Origin Form Palkia VSTAR in just 1 turn thanks to its VSTAR power.
And this is only turn 2, but Mike has already gotten +4 cards to the hand with Radiant Greninja's Concealed Cards ability. It really is an incredibly strong card for these Palkia decks, and one of the reasons that the Palkia decks are so well positioned heading into this new metagame. Taking a look at the hands, though, what does Mike have an option? Yes, we're going to scoop up Net and use Drizzile's Shady Dealings potentially to go find a Palkia. I don't think I saw a Palkia V-Star. Ultra Ball getting moved to the top of the deck. I think we're going to see an Ultra Ball for a Palkia V-Star, and since there are no energy in play, it might be time to use Palkia V-Star Star Portal to just explode all of these energy that Mike has been using to draw cards via Greninja into play with that Star Portal ability.
And getting rid of 2 water energies with the Ultra Ball means you can get the full value from this. Can set up the Origin for Palkia V-Star with this, I would imagine. Has a 1 on the bench as well. Mike, it would have been really solid for him if he could have powered up the Radiant Greninja here and Moonlight Shuriken to the 2 Sobbles, but he actually doesn't play any switch cards in his deck. He has no way to move Palkia out of the active spot, so it really wasn't an option for him. Would have been great if he started maybe like a Sobble or even the Greninja itself, so you could pull those plays off.
Luminion V.
Oh, is he getting this KO here?
Oh, yes, he is. Luminion V gonna drag up the Samurott V, grabbing Boss's orders with that Luminous Sign ability. Luminous Sign. Yep. I say that wrong all the time. Luminous Sign is so luminous. And there's the V-Star power. Star Portal accelerating 3 water energy into play, and this Origin form Palkia is taking a huge turn to KO. This is the strength of going first in the Pokemon TCG right now.
And Kevin benched that second Samurott here, and if he had not done that, Mike would have only been hitting for 200. So that's just 20 extra damage, and that really does make all the difference. Kevin does send up Sobble here, really looking for some help.
Found the level ball off the top. Yep, it's always the next card.
So Kevin's going to need to find some Dark Patch plays to get energies onto this Samurott. He could take a knockout on this Origin form Palkia VSTAR.
With Raihan. It could be a Raihan
Okay,
move.
that works as well, yeah.
Because I think level ball, it could be like a level ball for Drizzile and Drizzile for scoop up nets, something like that.
I think
we're still
is that
a
net
little
there in
short.
hand?
If the net's already in hand, then it's level ball for Raihan, right? And then you have to Raihan, but then you have to grab the energy, you scoop up net, get the choice belt, and then it's a knockout. Don't bench anything else and hope that you don't get return KO'd somehow.
Mm-hmm.
I think that could be the move, but it doesn't leave Kevin with a great hand. But, you know, you're taking 2 prizes. Kevin maybe seeing that, you know, eyeing up Dark Patch, gets the Drizzile. Drizzile will use Shady Dealings, and what are we going to grab? The Dark Patch is tough. You could scoop up net and research. Maybe that's what he wants to do.
Maybe the Raihan's not in the deck,
Could
potentially.
be.
Yeah,
Yes.
and it could be scoop up net for research. That would work pretty nicely. And that gets him a lot more cards, makes his hand potentially better for the next turn. So that actually is probably the line that he's setting up, even if Raihan was in the deck there.
Definitely. So we get another Shady Dealings, back-to-back Shady Dealings. That is something that is very familiar in the Pokemon trading card game right now, and it's looking like another research getting eyed up.
Does have Quick Ball in hand as well, so this could grab a Zigzagoon to add damage counters to the active. Could even prep damage on the bench, potentially, if you're digging for the Choice Belt play here.
And the rare candy hitting the bin.
R.I.P.
We were joking before the event, you know, the rare candy could create some spicy Intellion plays as well. You never know. No one sees the rare candy coming out of left field. But unfortunately getting discarded in favor of a powerful draw with research, setting up a backup Samurott. Now, one of the concessions in fitting in the Obstagoon to this list was having to cut the Galarian Moltres. I do think that the Galarian Moltres is a cool card, and that it gives you... Did we find darkness?
No energy.
Oh my gosh. That is brutal. Oh no. The energy whiff here is devastating. And with both Drizzile being used before the research, I mean, honestly, it's like this is such a tempo whiff that it's going to be really hard to claw back from.
And Mike could reach for a KO this turn. He's got Echoing Horn in his list, can bring that Sobble back to boost up to do 270 with a Choice Belt potentially. Could also get a Quick Shooting Intellion. So this whiff could be game losing for Kevin if Mike can find the pieces on the next turn. And it is just going to be a pass.
Yeah, Kevin eyeing up the quick balls and level balls. He's got 2 Galarian Zigzagoon in the deck. Could have gone double headbutt tantrum, you know, and then use the V-Star power Mooncleave Star to take a knockout on a Sobble, but like you don't really want to extend like that.
Yeah, then how are we knocking out a Palkia, you know?
Right, you're definitely just going to have a bad time if that's your move. So the energy whiff here will probably prove to be devastating as Mike just continues to have access to his deck. Is that a Leon I see?
It is a Leon, so doesn't even need the Echoing Horn. Can just throw this Choice Belt down, play the Leon, and we'll be doing 280 damage, more than enough to KO this Hisuian Samurott V-Star. Really cool tech. You can find it at the exact right time, thanks to Shady Dealings, of course. That's really just what this draw engine enables. And Kevin sees the Leon and is like, yep, can't win. Let's go to game 2.
I'm cool on that, actually. As soon as my opponent throws down the Leon for the turn 3, you know, up 4 prizes on the 3rd turn of the game, you gotta cut your losses and try to get something going first. And that is something that is really important in this VSTAR, VMAX metagame, being able to be the first player to get those extremely powerful Pokemon VSTAR or Pokemon VMAX into play and take knockouts on your opponent's Pokemon V is going to set you ahead a significant amount, to a point where it can be difficult to mount a comeback. I do think that Kevin's deck has got a lot of power. There's definitely the ability for Kevin to take big one-hit KOs on these Palkia V-Stars, but the question is, does Kevin have to put too many Pokemon into play to just kind of serve up the KOs in return to Mike?
Yeah, Kevin's deck is just a little bit higher maintenance than Mike's, right? They're both kind of trying to do the same thing. Get your V-Star in play, get 2 energy cards on it, and start swinging. But that's all Mike has to do. Just get the energy in the Palkia, and then, you know, you get to use your Drizzles to get other stuff like Choice Belt, Boss's Orders. You can do all of those things to get more set up. Kevin, on the other hand, needs a bit more. He needs to find Galarian Zigzagoon to get some damage in play. Needs to try to get up to that quick shooting Inteleon to start doing more and more damage. So it just takes a little bit longer for him to get there. Mike's deck just operates at a little bit lower maintenance.
And low maintenance is really good in the Pokemon TCG. Kevin not able to find a Samurott on this turn 1. Does have a research and some darkness energy in the hand, so you know, Kevin looking at an opening hand with 3 darkness energy has got to feel pretty bad right about now, considering that he researched for 7 and missed them.
That's where they are. They were in game 2.
They were in game 2. Yes, all of these darkness energy. Nice of you guys to show up, Yeah, not a great feeling. But, you know, it will allow Kevin to play into this next turn just fine. Getting a couple of darkness energy into the discard pile is no problem either, because of the Dark Patch card, which will allow Kevin to accelerate those energy back into play.
Will attach to Sobble, just passes it over to Mike. This creates a pivot for Kevin next turn, can either just retreat, and we're seeing the turn 1 Irida here going to search out a water Pokemon and an item card, and I have a feeling we know which item card Mike's going to be eyeing up. That Battle VIP Pass.
This is a cool way to build this deck. You know, I can't say that, I don't know, how often do you get the turn 1 Irida, you know? How often you get the turn 1 Battle VIP Pass? But I guess when it works,
listen,
it is really, really strong.
Listen, I've seen 2 games from Mike, and I've seen 2 turn 1 Battle VIP passes. That looks like 100% to me.
Yes, 100% success rates. This is all you want going first as the Palkia deck. You want to flood your board with Pokemon, get your Sobbles out, get your Greninja out, and start churning through the deck. And with the Irida allows you to go get a water Pokemon and an item card. So you're basically getting 3 Pokemon from the deck. And wow, Mike also playing Bibarel.
Yeah, has a 1/1 line in here. This is something we've seen pop up in Arceus decks here and there over the last format. So Mike kind of just taking that and applying it to the new, you know, big bad of this set in the Origin form, Palkia V-Star. Industrious Incisors is just a really solid consistency option. A 1/1 line's a little inconsistent, hard to set up, but inconsistent to set up, but once you set it up, it adds to your consistency, which I know sounds a little counterintuitive, but it works out very nicely.
Yeah, and Mike is just absolutely cruising on these turn 1s. I mean, this has got to feel pretty bad to be Kevin. Kevin not finding a turn 1 Samurott. Mike with another Battle VIP Pass. Does not feel good to see your opponent just kind of teeing off across the table from you like that. But the ball is back in Kevin's court, and Kevin does have a Drizzile as well as an Evolution Incense and a Research, so plenty of options to craft his path forward.
Yeah, we could see something like Quick Ball, get rid of a Darkness Energy, Evolution Incense, get another Drizzile, and then get a Dark Patch, go ahead and get 2 energies on a Samurott, try to get that ready. Something I really hope Kevin does, though, is be super mindful of how many Pokemon he puts in play here. You want to try to avoid the same thing that happened in Game 1, where Mike is just able to be aggressive with boss's orders and take a 2-prize KO on his second turn.
Yeah, and that's what makes the Palkia deck so good. That damage ramps up incredibly quickly.
Yeah,
it is really really possible for the Palkia deck to take knockouts so you wouldn't expect it with only like 2 bench Pokemon, 3 bench Pokemon. You're not even filling your bench, and the Pokemon V are just getting gobbled up by that subspace swell attack.
Yeah, Choice Belt really just boosting that damage super significantly, allowing, even if your opponent only has 1 or 2 Pokemon, you can still hit for really big numbers.
Evolution Incense, potentially going double Drizzile before the research.
Yeah.
Could get 2 Samurotts. 2 Samurotts does maybe open the door for one to get KO'd, but if you have 2 and one does get KO'd, then at least you have a backup.
Yeah, yeah, he's got a friend at least.
Which I think is probably good.
So Kevin will go this route, puts 2 in play. That's going to make it very easy for Mike to take a 2-prize KO this next turn, though.
It is. So in order for Kevin to be able to keep up, Kevin's going to need Mike to miss a beat somewhere along the line. Kevin was unable to get that aggressive start with a potential turn 2 gust knockout, anything like that. You know, those were just not the cards he had available in his hand. So now he has to go in and just research and set up 2 Samurotts for this upcoming turn. And what I don't like is that by benching the Manaphy, right, you prevent any sort of Radiant Greninja shenanigans, but then you also boost the Palkia's damage output. It's like a lose-lose.
It's not a great situation, that is for sure. Kevin definitely put in a little bit of an awkward spot, is just going to pass over to Mike, who top decks the Radiant Greninja, one of the best cards in the deck, so I'm sure he loves to see it. Has a Water Energy in hand to get rid of. Already has Evolution Incense as well. This can get either Drizzile or Palkia, or honestly even Bibarel. Also has Ultra Ball, I think, in this hand. Mike has just really got so much to work with.
Yeah, it feels like he's got the whole deck in his hands right now. And just cards like Evolution Incense, Level Ball, the Intelligent Engine just springs the whole deck to life. And Mike opting to draw more cards off of Bibarel's Industrious Incisor's ability. I like this decision because once you set up Bibarel, you can't dead draw anymore. You know, I mean,
yep.
You could technically get a jam hand full of unplayables, but
sure.
The likelihood of you know, slowing down after Bibarel hits the board is pretty unlikely.
Yeah, and Mike is saying, I'm hitting this.
Well, he's got the Ultra Ball.
Yeah,
he's already got it.
So likely. Yeah, well, needed one more piece here. Needs to find a way to move the active. Well, I guess he can always just do that with Subspace Swell, man. I forget how good this deck is.
I'm telling you, bro.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. Yeah, it's like I would say that Palkia is probably like a 5 out of 5.
It's up there.
Yeah, I would definitely give it 5 stars.
At least a 4 for sure.
Out of 5. If I were to rate Palkia VSTAR, I think I'd give it a, you know.
So Mike, with the Ultra Ball in hand, can grab that Palkia from the deck. Has a Drizzile as well, that shiny, shady dealings to add to whatever other piece he wants. Actually, he's just going to opt for another shady dealings here. I think he's maybe wanting to get to quick shooting Intellion kind of quickly. Maybe just have the out to shady dealings Intellion potentially even. Unless that was not a shady dealings he had in his hand. I thought I saw it, but maybe not.
There we go. Scoop up net, Drizzile, shady dealings. Go get the Evolution Incense. Go get the Palkia VSTAR.
Yeah.
And this is the absolute insanity that is the Palkia deck. This is what Arceus has a tough time doing, honestly. Arceus decks having to piece together the Choice Belt, the Zigzagoon, all of that nonsense to get a turn 2 220 damage. When Palkia just does it very easily. 2 water energy. You don't even need a double turbo. It is a very low maintenance deck. If you give yourself enough draw power, you'll find the pieces necessary to take these big knockouts.
Kevin needs a response here. He needs to get a one-hit knockout on this Palkia from Mike's side, or else Mike could just run away with this game. So he needs to find Raihan, Dark Patch, something like that, some way to get extra energy. Does get the Zigzagoon, which is helpful. Of course, he's got that VSTAR power available to put 4 damage counters on the active. Then he'd be hitting for 220. So he just needs to find Choice Belt in addition to those things.
Yeah, Drizzile, Shady Dealings. Kevin's got options. He's got options. Now, the Bibarel in Mike's deck is really tough because one of the best strategies against these Inteleon decks is to throw Roxanne at him. But the Bibarel is like that anti-Roxanne sauce.
Mike came really prepared. I'm really a big fan of the way he's built this deck. I'm not too sure about the Iridas and the Battle VIP pass necessarily, but it's worked out very well for him so far. I do like the inclusion of Bibarel because that is really what Kevin would love to set up here. Go for this one-hit knockout. Mike comes up, takes a knockout, and then Kevin can Roxanne to a low hand and then try to respond with another KO.
Exactly. But the Bibarel, like I said, just the anti-brick card. Going to really help. It looks like Kevin's got a Marnie. All 3 Drizziles on the board. And he's got that Hisuian Samurott ready to roll. It is fully powered. He does need maybe a quick shooting Inteleon in combination with the VSTAR power in order to take the knockout. He's going to need a little bit extra. Choice Belt, something.
Yeah, 1 more damage modifier. Has 5 cards to find it. Does get the Evolution Instance, and there's the quick shooting right there as well. So you should be able to get there here. Moon, Cleave Star, placing 4 damage counters. Quick shooting, placing 2 more. That's 6. And then Hisuian Samurott hits for 220. That's 280. That's called math, and that's called goodbye Palkia VSTAR.
Now, the big question for Kevin is, do you set up your 3rd Samurott? Is this what we're doing? Are we committing to Samurott number 3? Does it affect the math at all? With the Palkia VSTAR, does Kevin have to worry about there being any consequences if he does this?
I think he has to, especially since he saw Leon from Mike in game 1. He knows that Mike has that boosting damage option available to just much more easily get to 270 to take a knockout on the Samurott.
Yes, that is really tough. With the Leon, it's like you can't even adequately plan around. I mean, how low do you have to keep your bench, right? You can't possibly, especially an Inteleon deck, you can't possibly keep it any lower. It looks like Kevin might try to scoop up net this Inteleon, right? And then Shady Dealings again and really pare his bench down to see if he can't weather some of this, which might help. But at 270 hit points, Hisuian Samurott is one of the squishier V-Stars.
Which is kind of ridiculous to say, right?
I hate it, but yes, it is. Cool. So Kevin has got quick shooting and a scoop up nets. He doesn't have to use the scoop up nets because he could just retreat the active Inteleon. But he is going to opt to do that. I like that because you remove a bench Pokemon. And with the Choice Belts, you're hitting 250 damage after a damage modifier. So you can actually quick shoot. You could quick shoot the guy on the bench.
Yeah.
And then you could use your Moon Cleave Star. So Kevin does flip that V-Star counter and might not bench another Samurott. Now, I like that. I think in order to win this game, Kevin has to survive.
Yeah. Samurott has to hang on here. Kevin knows it, so he's just going to play to that out. Hey, Mike, you don't have the KO here. And Mike definitely could make it happen. He's got no energy in play right now, so the fact that he could make this happen is just absolutely ridiculous and just proves how solid this deck is.
Right. I mean, obviously, there's a Star Portal. The Bibarel's in play.
Yep.
We've got options on Mike's side of the board. The Leon is in the hand, but actually...
He might be relying on the concealed cards here.
I think he is. It's concealed cards. There's not actually an outs to Drizzile or Inteleon.
Yeah, I think he would have loved to have concealed some of those cards that Kevin put on the bottom with the Marnie last turn. So,
but you're looking at it like, okay, I can't even, with the Battle VIP pass clogging the hand, he can't even use Industrious Incisors.
That's right. So would love to. I mean, Ultra Ball here would be a great grab off of the Radiant Greninja because you can use Inteleon. There's Tool Scrapper and the Palkia V-Star. Okay, so Mike can power up the attacker at least.
But I don't think he's got KO necessarily.
I don't think so. No, we see.
Yes, because the Tool Scrapper coming down, Mike realizing he does not have it yet. He would need to draw into something. He could pull it off of the Bibarel, though. He's got to draw 4.
So he's dealing 60 base, and then because of Kevin's bench, that's up to 100. Because of his own bench, that's up to 200. With the Leon, we're at a total of 230. With the Samurott, or with
the quick shooting, does he
shooting,
get there with?
He's at 250 right now, so he needs.
What about choice?
Echoing Horn or the Choice Belt. Those are the two cards he needs.
He finds it.
And he didn't get there off of the Industrious Incisors. It doesn't look like.
That's like a slammer, like a windmill slam.
Yeah.
If it's the Drizzile, you're like, here it is.
There was plenty of cards he could have drawn to get there, and he just does not quite find it. And he now has locked his bench, does not have space for a replacement Palkia if this active one goes down.
Yeah, so this was the wager that Kevin needed to make. And by not putting down a backup Samurott, he's saying, okay, I'm wagering that you're not going to get this knockout off the Marnie. I mean, Mike had a very substantial board setup with Bibarel and the Greninja. So able to draw a ton of cards and a Sobble and a Drizzile. Basically every outs to draw that you could possibly want in the Pokemon TCG, Mike has it. But unable to piece together the one-hit KO. And is going to have to use the Star Portal ability to accelerate energy and not take a KO. And with no backup Palkia, this means that Kevin could be in a good position.
And Mike is just going to attach an energy to the Inteleon on the bench. Just maybe going to have to go in with a Waterfall. It deals 70 damage for 2 energy at some point. That might be what he's having to eye up. He's still hitting for 250 here, right?
Yes.
After the quick shooting. So he can quick shooting on the next turn to still get this KO. But the question is going to be, where does he go from here?
Exactly. It's tough because now, okay, Kevin is like, cool, I can bench my backup Samurott now. You know, now is the time.
He feels very safe to do that.
In fact, it's almost like bench out time. Like, it just doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
You needed to prevent this one KO, this one turn, and now Kevin needs to find a way to scrape together these final prizes. He does have a quick shooter in play. This could be, you know, some fancy math situation, but with Kevin, I think potentially able to go down to just 2 prizes remaining, it's going to be a situation where if Mike puts down another Palkia V, Kevin can gust it for game.
So Kevin's put himself in a great spot here. Mike just kind of missing that one extra piece he needed on the last turn. That Battle VIP Pass, such a strong card on turn 1, and then just clogging the hand up here on this last turn really limited Mike's draw.
Now, Kevin does have 1 boss's orders in the discard pile. I think the list runs 2, and I think that potentially Kevin may have cut the pal pad. So I do see that second boss in the deck, which is extremely valuable because that could be the game-winning card if Mike has to put down a Palkia to try and take the game. But Mike could also be eyeing up never mind. I was going to say maybe a Radiant Greninja play, but the V-Star power has already been used. It's not really feasible to power up Radiant Greninja after the V-Star power goes.
Yeah, and Kevin, I think if that Greninja had gotten an energy or 2 last turn, he definitely would have been mindful of how many Sobbles he was putting down.
I agree.
To try to play around that potential for Mike to just take a couple prizes. Will quick shooting the active now has the choice belt, the boosted damage necessary to take this KO.
I like the double energy on the Samurott, just setting that up completely, saying, okay, if you Roxanne or something like that, I've got a pretty solid board state just ready to go. And it's looking like Kevin pretty much has his deck in his hands. Like, he is able to just play out of whatever situation he needs to. And this is a huge swing for Kevin, going to just 2 prizes remaining in game 2.
Let's see what Mike Gibbs can make happen.
Has to bench the Palkia.
Yeah, absolutely. Is happy to finally quick ball away this Battle VIP Pass, get that out of my hand. We know that he's got access to quick shooting at any point this turn to take 2 prizes on the active Samurott V-Star. So what else does he do this turn is the question.
May decide to use Industrious Incisors first because you want a low hand size, and then you draw, and he is going to Roxanne first. Yes. That is going to set Kevin to 2. Now, this could go, poorly.
Yeah, this is one of the most talked about cards out of this set. Roxanne. You can only play it when your opponent has 3 prize cards or less remaining. And then both players shuffle their hand into their deck. You get to draw 6, and your opponent only gets 2 cards. And this is exactly why it's good, because Kevin gets a Samurott VSTAR and a Zigzagoon, and not much else to work with. So he's just playing with what he's drawn off these cards, does not have Drizziles or any way to keep searching through the deck to find specific combo pieces.
That being said, yes, this is so crazy, because Kevin is in a situation where if he just top decks it out to Drizzile or a Scoop Up Net, then he wins, because he's got Zigzagoon and he's got the V-Star in his hand.
Yeah.
So he's got everything he needs to do 220 damage to that bench Palkia V. This game could not be any closer. It is all going to come down to what Kevin gets off the top of his deck right here.
Mike Gibbs uses Shady Dealings, evolving that benched Sobble into Drizzile. Capacious Bucket can get a couple energies out. And I guess we're going to probably see Waterfall just take the KO. And then Mike is setting up to just have to take any one prize KO on the next turn.
Yeah, so it is do or die time for Kevin. This is an extremely well-timed Roxanne. This is why the Bibarel is going into the Inteleon deck, to protect specifically against Roxanne.
So Mike actually attaches an energy to the benched Palkia, not worried about taking this one prize KO, and kind of just going, okay, I will knock out Samurott next turn. What is this top deck for Kevin?
A research.
So cannot win the game this turn, but the Roxanne does not stick. Now the question becomes, can you afford to bench this Zigzagoon? There's already a choice belt on the Palkia, so Mike's already hitting for a bunch of damage here.
I think it's really tough. Kevin's got 2 prizes left. The Leon is already down.
Yeah.
Right? So it's a really tough position for Kevin to be in. I think Kevin has to knock out the quick shooter. I mean, you're decreasing the damage dealt by 20, just by 40 by doing that, right?
Because you're taking away quick shooting and you're taking away a Pokemon in play from Mike. So Mike can still get there on the Samurott. There's already a choice belt. Kevin's got 3 Pokemon on the bench. Mike has 5 right now. So that's up to, 220 damage, plus the choice belt is 250. So
I feel like
if
I want
Mike
to see a Scoop Up Net from Kevin.
Yeah. If he can, to limit the bench just that one extra spot, that would be really, really good at this point.
Right. And it's like you almost have to Scoop Up Net and limit your bench, take the knockout on the active. You're decreasing the amount of damage that Mike is doing, and then saying, like, I don't know, maybe set my hand up so that if I have boss next turn to take a single prize. It's really tough situation. I mean, this game could not get tighter.
Yeah, this one's going to be really close, and it's only game 2. This game has taken quite a bit of time, so if Kevin does find a way to win this one, we're going to be really limited on time for game number 3. He's going to try everything he can to make it happen, though. Level Ball does find the Drizzile and is shuffling the deck, so not planning to go back in right here.
Well, sometimes you just shuffle to think.
Shuffle to think?
Yes, I definitely. Yep. Sometimes you're just thinking, and it's like you got to keep making game actions, and you're just like, you're processing. You're like, okay, what am I doing? This Samurott already did have the 2 energy on it, so he can retreat.
Yep.
So maybe not going back into the deck, but maybe saving the Drizzile. It might be the last Drizzile on his deck. There might not be a Scoop Up Net. So maybe it's a situation where Kevin is saving the Drizzile in hand to go get the boss's orders next turn, and doesn't want to play it preemptively, saying, all right, if you Marnie me, that's, 5 more cards I get to see deep into my deck. I could just find the boss's orders.
Kevin might think that Mike can't get the KO, right? Because he's limited his bench. There's only 3 Pokemon. There's a choice belt already. He's already played Leon.
Yes.
But Kevin doesn't know. Mike also has Echoing Horn. He might just pass.
He might just pass and force the boss, right?
Yeah, for sure. And then just set up the damage.
But then Kevin's saying, I have to one-hit KO Yes, saying I have to one-hit KO a two-packer.
And there's the Echoing Horn on the top deck. Mike top decks Echoing Horn, and if he finds Boss's orders, which he has Drizzile, I think, in hand, he can make that happen. Yeah, Echoing Horn brings back the Samurott. He doesn't even need... Yeah, he can just boss the Samurott. Doesn't even need to boss the V-Star, and he's got
Game over. Wow. Oh, my gosh. And, you know, some really heads-up play from Kevin, but... absolutely a incredible line from Mike with the Echoing Horn, bringing back the weak Pokemon V and allowing that Palkia to take the game-winning knockout. That was a tough game for Kevin. I mean, but Mike
much
really
closer. Yeah, very close.
Pulling out all of the stops, able to win both game 1 and game 2. Really felt like that Palkia deck had an answer for everything. What do you think, Chip?
Yeah, normally when I'm building decks at the start of a format, I really just try to focus on consistency, making the deck very straightforward, making the deck work to the best of its potential. And then as a meta develops, you start to add techs. You add different things for certain scenarios. Mike has kind of come with a bunch of different techs, right? With the Leon, with the Echoing Horn, these things working out very nicely. Yeah, the Tool Scrapper as well.
There's a lot of flair.
Yeah, so he's kind of prepared for different things he may expect. The damage boosting options between the Leon and Echoing Horn, right? Because that's really what Echoing Horn does. It boosts your damage as Palkia, are both options I really like in this deck. And we saw both of them get utilized there in that second game.
I think that, you know, Kevin, a top-notch player, was playing around the Palkia's damage output to the best of his ability. Obviously was able to steal that turn in the middle of the match where his Samurott did not get knocked out, but we're seeing how tough it is to play around that Palkia's insane damage output with the Echoing Horn, with the Leon. Is there really anything stopping the Palkia from taking those knockouts when it wants it?
Very strong. 2 energy as well. You can just power it up out of nowhere with that Star Portal VSTAR power. I'm excited to see what Mike is thinking after that game. It was definitely really close. Love to hear his thoughts on kind of how that played out, especially in game 2, because there were some really unique scenarios that kind of came up in that one. So we'll get Mike back here for an interview, and we'll be right back.
I am here with Mike Gibbs 2-0 here at the Astral Radiance Standard event at Fulgurt Games. How you doing, Mike?
Doing good.
So,
fun.
2-0, playing the Palkia deck.
Yeah.
You've got a really unique build, I think. What inspired you? Did you get in the lab? Have you been brewing this Palkia deck, or did you take inspiration from anywhere?
Yeah, me and Andrew Martin have played so many games of this deck. We might have played like 50 hours. There's just no life in this deck, and like this is like the list. This is like the list we found that like, you know, like I found that Palkia wants to just like boss every turn or use Leon, like basically past turn 2. So my list is optimized to be able to do that strategy as much as possible, and yeah. So so I only play like one draw supporter, which is Melanie, and I guess Roxanne's draw supporter too. That's like later game.
So it's just the Aritas.
Yeah, you just Luminion for like if you go second. Sometimes going second can be rough, so you can go like Quick Ball for Luminion, for Arita, for VIP Pass. So you basically can go Lele for Bridget in this deck.
Yes.
Which it's really good against a lot of decks. Get all the bench guys down. Because I found that getting a lot of the bench guys down early could be kind of hard if you don't like just going with like Bridget basically.
That is so sick. So that's a really creative take on building the decks. I haven't played the game for like a decade. It usually like it pains me to not play draw supporters, like actual like.
It's a weird time.
It's a really weird time with the Intellion engine and the Beeberl engine. Though, do you really need it? Once you get your guys set up, all you need is cards that help you set up.
Yeah, I got Luminion to just grab my supporter card. You know, past that it's just boss every turn.
Yeah, boss every turn, Leon every turn. So I really like the inclusion of the Beeberl in the deck. Is that kind of there is like to Roxanne proof your deck?
So it was first to because Jolteon saw a lot of play. Like Grant got 10th with it. With Jolteon, and then Gyarados got second with Jolteon. The baby Jolteon was Memory Capsule. So we originally tested as an out for that. Then we just like, oh, this card's good because often we just play boss. So you know, you can draw a few cards every turn, and since we don't play any draw support, it's basically just how we fill up our hand every turn. It ended up being really, really good, and I get it whenever it's not prized, pretty much. Game 1 it was prized, but in Game 2 I got it out, and it was really good. It drove me out of that Marnie.
Now, is there anything?
Yeah, it's also good against Roxanne.
Yes, good against Roxanne. Is there anything that you feel like is a tough matchup for Palkia? You said you have put like 50 hours into this deck, like a work week into this deck, and it's definitely showing off. What kind of matchups do you think could be tough for Palkia to deal with?
Mew can be hard if they draw well. So if Mew draws well and like if they draw better than me, it's hard. But that's a lot of games in Pokemon. So I mean like a straight lightning deck, I guess like that's like not V would be pretty hard.
Like
they gotta be like overly tech for the matchup and like not tech for the other like good decks. So
Right.
I'm not too concerned about any like possibility. I think that Ice Rider could be slightly unfavored, but I haven't played the matchup enough. So I don't know. I think it feels really good.
I think it's a great call for today. Because I don't think that people really understood the true power of this deck.
Yeah, for the first tournament of a format, if you think a deck is underrated or people are underestimating it, definitely play the deck because people probably won't tech for it as much in the first one if they're, it wasn't underrated. People knew the card was good, but I think that people were
believing in some ways,
Yeah, they haven't seen me go out there and bridge it and like boss every turn. It's really fun.
It's ridiculous. And then I think the Leon is really enlightening as well because you basically said with the Echoing Horn and the Leon, you almost can't play around me, right?
Yeah.
Like you can't. It's very difficult for you to play around the math. And with the quick shooting, it's like, yeah, you miss the knockout the one turn, I'll get it the next turn. It's fine.
Yeah.
And the options for the deck are just so plentiful. One last question before we go: do you think it's the new best deck in format?
I would believe so until people Arceus builds around trying to beat this deck. Like right now, the way Arceus is built, I don't think it can beat this very well. So I think right now, yes. But Arceus always finds his way to make sure it's up there. So right now, yes, but Arceus can find its way.
Yes, to be continued. Well, thanks again, Mike, and congratulations on the 2-0 record. Good luck in the rest of your rounds, man.
Yeah.
We're gearing up for round 3 here at Full Grip Games. And Chip, we have got some raffles going on in the hall. I got to take a quick peek at some of the stuff they're raffling away. We've got a lot of collection boxes from Full Grip Games. We've got some Dragon Shield sleeves being raffled away. A box of pearls put out there. The pearl sleeves are Gen Con exclusives from a few years ago, which is...
that's a highly desirable item there.
Yes, yeah. They are rare, extremely rare Dragon Shield sleeves. And then also an entire case of Perfect Fits. We're raffling off a lot of raffles here for round 3. It's tradition, hence the round 3 events. I don't know if you guys caught that at Indianapolis. They actually, AJ Schumacher has been raffling things away at round 3 since I've been playing the games for like over 10 years.
Round 3 is raffle time, right?
It's raffle time. Yeah, if you've ever been to an AJ event, it's always lots of fanfare. AJ is not here today, but we do have Corey Scott of round 3 events in the building, who is head judging the events. Looks like these players are actually kicked off, so we're gonna head down to the table and get into round 3 here at the Full Grip Games 6K doubleheader.
And this is an exciting match. We've got 2 great players sitting at 2-0 on the left. Ethan Hegyi, one of the Pokemon TCG commentators, someone I've worked with a bunch, rocking an Arceus Malamar VMAX deck, which got popularized over the last couple of regionals. Piper's been playing it a good bit at EUIC. She did really well at Indy with it. And Grant Manley, who is our opposing player, actually is coming off of a top 16 finish at the New Jersey Regional Championships. And he's decided to mix things up for this event. He's actually just playing good old classic Mew VMAX.
He is playing Mew VMAX. And what's funny is that Grant actually top 16'd with the deck that Ethan is playing.
That's right.
Yeah, so kind of funny to see the, situations swapped here. with Ethan getting to pilot the deck that Grant was able to take to, I think, the best finish for, potentially one of the best finishes for a Malamar VMAX deck. I'm pretty sure that Piper...
Yeah, Piper's gotten a couple of top 32s under her belt. I don't think it's broken into the top 16 just yet.
But one was at, I think, the International Championship.
Which is maybe, you could argue, a little bit bigger of a deal than a regional championships for sure. So Piper definitely kind of... I would say she's the player who really put this deck on the map. And Grant, had a really solid finish with it last week. Grant and Ethan are actually staying together this weekend. So no doubt there's been some conversations about, the list, the specifics you want to play and stuff like that. I do know that as the Mew player for Grant, he does not love having to play this matchup.
No, and how could you? It seems a little bit sketchy. Grant's going to take a look at his opening hand, and the opening hand can really make or break the Mew deck. We do see a stellar opening, though, with at least a Quick Ball and a Battle VIP pass, so Grant's going to have plenty of options to get these basic Pokemon out of his deck, taking a quick scan through, checking his prizes. We did see Ethan maybe jotting down a couple of notes during his prize search.
It's pretty awkward. Grant's got 2 Fusion Strike energy in his opening hand, which always makes your Alessa Sparkle turn 1 feel pretty awkward if you're trying to go for that Meloetta KO. And with a quick fan through of his deck, I didn't notice the 4th Fusion Strike energy. I saw the 3rd one in there. He may have prized one this game, though, and that means starting with 2 in your opening hand means you're not going to be able to get a turn 1 Melodious Echo.
Actually has... 3 energy in the opening hand. I mean, that is like a lot of energy to have to deal with. And talking to Grant before the event, I asked, you got anything spicy in this Mew deck? Anything new from Astral Radiance? Maybe the shoes. Are we playing Mew shoes? He said, no, I'm playing the most boring Mew deck you've ever seen, which is surprising from Grant, because Grant usually likes to mix it up with something a little bit spicy. But I am excited to see someone as experienced and accomplished as Grant Manley really take the wheel with this potentially powerful Mew VMAX deck.
Pretty awkward hand here. It looks like Grant has a Fusion Strike energy, and I think that's 2 Boss's Orders in his hand. He draws for turn. It looks like it's a Mew VMAX, so he'll have some options on the next turn. But all he could do was rope. Ethan pushed up this Bidoof, and now Grant's just going to retreat to Genesect and pass. That is not the ideal turn 1 as a Mew VMAX player.
That's not the turn 1 you want when you're trying to, pop off and really establish your board before this, potential path situation comes into play. This Malamar deck plays a lot of path. It can also hit you for weakness. If Ethan's able to power up some Malamar VMAX, then Grant's going to have a really tough time navigating this matchup.
Yeah, Grant's played this deck a lot, the deck that Ethan's playing, so he knows the ins and outs, the ways that he can win this matchup. And Grant actually did lose to 2 Mew VMAXs in New Jersey. He was really upset about it because it is such a good matchup for him. But we've talked about this a few times, how, even if it's a 70-30 or a 80-20 matchup, sometimes your opponent can roll that 30 or 20% 2 times. Sometimes it will happen.
Can. And we see there is a new addition from Astral Radiance with the Dark Patch in this Arceus Malamar VMAX deck. Dark Patch can definitely help the deck draw, or help the deck accelerate energy, where you're not entirely reliant on the Arceus to accelerate energy to your Malamar VMAX. You can actually be a little bit more self-sufficient with the Malamars by themselves, which is really cool. Ethan's going to flip that VSTAR marker, as I don't think he found the air balloon that he needed to move this Bibarel. Did find the double turbo energy, and may want to also set up a Malamar VMAX, which I do see a Malamar V in that hand.
Definitely what he wants to get established here. And Grant's going to try to be aggressive after this Malamar, I would expect. His hand is a little awkward to do that, and he's losing... Well, he might not be losing one of his Fusion Strike Pokemon in play. I actually don't think Ethan is playing any damage modifiers. No Galarian Zigzagoon, and no Choice Belt or anything like that. So it's just going to be 180 damage onto this Genesect, but that Malamar is going to be an ever-looming threat there on the bench.
Right. This is just such a good start from Ethan. How many Paths to the Peak are in this deck? Is it just a couple?
It's 2 copies,
Two copies. So not opting for the early path, just saying, you seem like you're kind of drawing poorly on your own, actually. So I think that you might be able to assume that there's no stadium in this hand, or else Grant probably would have played it down to draw more cards.
Right.
But still a very solid setup from Ethan, and definitely taking the wheel in this match.
Yeah, Grant's got 2 different artworks of Boss's Orders in his hand, which I have to say is honestly disgusting. 2 different artworks. What are we doing here, Grant? I expected more.
2 different art. Well, it depends. Which ones has he got?
Well, there's a Lysander bringing up the Malamar. I think that Giovanni is still in hand. It does draw a Pokemon as well, so now can draw 1 more with the Fusion Strike system. There's a Rose Tower. A couple quick balls can thin the hand down a bit. He did go ahead and play Boss, meaning now he just needs to find a switch, potentially. And, well, actually he's going to need a bunch of power tablets, actually, to get this KO. So he might just be having to hit into this Malamar and try to, like, go for a 2-hit knockout.
Could be something that we see from Grant. And it's always awkward, from Grant. It's always awkward using the Boss before the switch out when you're playing the Mew deck, because you have to find switch, not rope, right?
Right.
If you're trying to hit the intended target. So even though escape rope is a switch out, it's not going to be the one that he's looking for if he wants to hit into this Malamar V that he gusts up.
And he might just be content bringing this up and forcing it to the active spot. Ethan's deck does not play many switching cards. In fact, he's just got the Air Balloon as the only way to move Pokemon, and he's already got one of the 2 copies he plays in play. So maybe Grant is saying, hey, I'll bring this up, and then I might just have to pass it over to Ethan, and Ethan's not going to really be able to do anything, and then I can build. Ethan can, like, hit and knock out my Genesect, and then I can build to a 4 Fusion Strike energy in play type of turn.
Grant does find the switch, so he's got the option to swing into the Malamar if he wants it. But we'll see what he decides, because are you going to give up a choice-belted Meloetta with 2 Fusion Strike energy on it? I mean, you definitely can.
Yeah. And this is where Grant can take advantage of list knowledge, because Ethan is playing a version of Grant's deck. I'm sure they worked on it together.
Right.
And Grant did not play any Boss's Orders in New Jersey. So looking through this list as well, Ethan does not have any copies of Boss's Orders. So Grant can just chill, let this Genesect go down, and then bring up Meloetta as a big 1-prize attacker.
Right, because there's so much stuff in this Arceus Malamar deck, right? There's the Bibarel line, there's the Malamar VMAXs, there's the Jolteons, there's the Memory Capsules, there's the Path to the Peak, and there's even the new card Dark Patch, right? From Astral Radiance.
Yep.
There are so many cards that you have to fit. And without playing Boss, it's kind of just like, the lock is strong enough. We can just weather the game by establishing the lock and making it so that my opponent doesn't have good options.
So Grant is 1 damage modifier short here. Hits for 200 damage with Melodious Echo. Not quite enough to KO this Malamar VMAX, but he's brought up the threat, the big issue for his deck, and he is trying to deal with it before it becomes too much more of a problem.
Dark Patch, accelerating energy. Got a new Malamar V that we're gassing up. Bibarel's Industrious Incisors helping to fill the hands. And Ethan eyeing up a Capture Energy and a Darkness Energy.
Capture Energy makes sense. You can get a Pokemon out of the deck. Maybe establish that second Bidoof would be pretty nice. If you can get 2 Bibarel in play, it feels really nice with this deck. Start just filling the board up, filling your hand up multiple different times a turn. And he's got Research in hand, so he can discard that Darkness Energy that's in hand and prep it for a Dark Patch in a future turn.
We could see a Brain Shake here. That's all that he really needs to take a knockout.
That's true.
Right?
That's true. And then you're not putting a 3-prize Pokemon in play.
Do you really want to offer up 3 prizes?
Not particularly.
Seems unnecessary, right? And there's not really any way for Grant to super punish this, I think.
Yeah, if he did that, I guess Grant could just Boss's Orders the benched Malamar, potentially, and go after that and then leave the damage in play. But either way, it's like this Malamar is going to go down. There's nothing Ethan can do about it. It's going to get KO'd at some point. You just got to determine, is it going to be a 3-prize KO or a 2-prize KO?
Right. I think that leaving it, well, there's a Malamar VMAX. but I would be surprised to see Ethan offer it up, especially without a path or something.
Yeah.
To say, like, at least I'm going to remove your stadium out to make sure that you can't continue drawing cards under path, but I don't think that I see a path necessarily, just the Malamar VMAX, so I don't really expect the Malamar VMAX to come down, though, yeah, we certainly could. Looks like Ethan is thinning this hand down, so maybe, I thought Industrious Insider just got used earlier, but maybe not.
Yeah, I didn't notice or not if it had been used yet. Great decision from Ethan, though. Has 2 quick balls in hand, so he uses the first one to go get Eevee out of the deck, which, while Eevee's cool and all, it's not super good in this matchup. He doesn't want to put it in play. Jolteon really isn't doing much, so he goes and gets the Eevee with the quick ball, and then quick balls away the Eevee so that he just thins that useless piece out of the deck, and now he can draw one more card with the Incisors. Looks like it was a Capture Energy that was drawn.
Yep. So I do like this. Just Brain Shake from the Malamar V is going to put Ethan to 4 prizes and
5 prizes.
5 prizes, knocking out the Meloetta. Yes, good catch. And that also makes it so that Grant is on a 3 knockout game plan instead of a 2 knockout game plan. That's something you always want to keep in mind when you're playing the Pokemon TCG. You want to make it as difficult as possible for your opponent to take the win. So evolving this Malamar V into Malamar VMAX actually makes it easier for Grant to achieve victory.
So I'm kind of interested what Grant will do here. He actually could Glistening Droplets with Oricorio, which would be kind of cute. You put 1 damage counter on the active and then 5 on the bench. But yeah, so what Grant can do is he could potentially Boss's Orders the bench Malamar. We talked about that a little bit. Try to take that knockout, and then Ethan either has to evolve this active in order to knock out Mew VMAX, or leave it as a 2-prizer and not get a KO. So then that would put Grant in a little bit easier of a position, potentially. So, like a path where Grant could just go knock out Malamar V on the bench. This active becomes a VMAX. That's 5 prize, and then you can just boss the Bibarel for the game, potentially. But Grant might be running a little low on boss. He's already played 1, and I think he's got 1 in hand.
Yeah, and I know I did see Ethan kind of eyeing up the power tablet situation.
Yeah, always something to keep track of.
Grant as well. There are at least, I think, a couple in the discard pile, and with the 2 fusion energy getting knocked off the board this last turn, you're saying, okay, there's not going to be any sort of Meloetta for 280 situation happening. If a clean Malamar VMAX does hit the board, I think it's safe to say it's not going to be getting knocked out.
I wonder if Grant could go for like a stalling play, maybe. If you bring up the Malamar V on the bench, you can Glistening Droplets, and then Ethan can't Dark Patch to a Pokemon that's in the active spot, potentially. It would slow him down. He's just going to choose the Glistening Droplets here.
Places
1 damage on
on the Arceus.
And then 1 more on this other Arceus as well. Setting up some math with Power Tablets and Fusion Strike, or Cross Fusion Strike is the attack, right? So that with the damage reduction from Double Turbo Energy, he can still pick up these KOs. Ethan here really wants to find Dark Patch. If he can get Dark Patch and an Energy and power up an Malamar VMAX, and then maybe throw a Path to the Peak in play, that could be all but game winning for Ethan.
Yeah, that would be huge. And I love the addition of Dark Patch to this deck. It gives you so many cool options, being able to make some explosive plays, capture energy, taking another look at the deck, making sure, is there anything that I want to thin out? How many Dark Patch do I actually have in here? What are the odds that I rip this thing? I think I just see the 1, but we'll take a closer look.
He does just play 2 copies, and he's already played 1, so should just be 1 more left in the deck there.
But it is in there.
Yeah.
So Malamar VMAX in the hand. Seems like it's going to be the time to play it.
Yeah, evolve that Malamar. At minimum, even if you don't get to attack with it this turn, you protect it so that it's not going to be KO'd quite as easily. Quick Ball can ditch Double Turbo. You've already gotten all your value out of Double Turbo pretty much that you would need, so no problem getting rid of that. And looks like it is just an Arceus VSTAR.
Arceus
V, yes.
Getting thinned out of the deck. Ethan preparing for a draw with Industrious Incisors. Got some things that he wants to hit for sure. The Dark Patch would certainly be one. A Path to the Peak could also be huge. He's got Marnie, I think.
Yeah, it looks like that is a
Yes,
Marnie.
Marnie, the promo Marnie. So Not using Industrious Incisors yet, saying, you know what, I'm going to put these cards on the bottom of my deck first, and then we're going to see 5 new ones.
Is there a dark patch? Not quite yet, but
Nothing
can still
yet.
thin and try to use Industrious Incisors. Has Quick Ball in hand, but I guess it thins your hand down, but you know that that Arceus V is on the bottom of the deck, right?
And Ethan made a good play by, quick balling for the Arceus V. Didn't want to put it into play. Put it on the bottom of the deck to Marnie to dig a little bit further. He's got Crobat. So Crobat V is an option if he decides he wants to go in and dig deep to try and make this play. If he wants to stretch and go for it. This is a really big turn. Hitting into this Mew VMAX for 160 damage with a damaged Arceus V that is in range of Mew VMAX is not great.
Ethan chose not to grab the Crobat, which is a little curious to me. Is going to just Industrious Incisors for 1 extra card, so it gets 3 total here. Ultra Ball can go get the Crobat again, so it all works out. And he gets to discard a couple of Pokemon that he doesn't really want around anyway.
Yeah, so this turn is not over, but...
Is he not wanting to put Crobat in play here, potentially? That could be the situation.
Is this just going to be a pass?
No, he's got Memory Caps on the active. He's going to drag off the Genesect. Super cheeky play. Can bring up that Genesect using Malamar V's drag off attack. Since you can use the attacks of previous evolutions with the Memory Capsule. What a play. We saw Grant make some cool drag-off plays in New Jersey in his stream match with the Memory Capsule. It's a surprisingly useful situational attack.
It is. That is a really cool play because it's going to set Ethan to just 3 prizes remaining, and Grant does not have a way to knock out this Malamar VMAX. That Memory Capsule hit was actually big off the Marnie. It was like Memory Capsule or Dark Patch. Either one of those would have been a really solid grab. But this actually sets up Ethan to be able to take the win if he can knock out a Mew VMAX. So Grant's in a weird position because if he attacks with Mew VMAX or leaves it active, then he's basically forfeiting the game if Ethan can just find a Darkness Energy.
Grant plays the Echoing Horn. This will put an Arceus V onto the bench from the discard pile. And Grant is always a heads-up player. He's always checking for alternate win conditions, eyeing up maybe if Ethan's discarded too many energy cards, if that other air balloon hit the discard pile or something like that. Maybe there's a chance that he could stall something active. Also, because he knows he can't go in with a Mew VMAX here because he's not getting a one-hit knockout, and Ethan just needs an energy card.
Yep. So maybe like Psychic Leap has to be the route. Soften up the Malamar first. Prepare it for a Techno Blast.
Or it's like Boss plus Glistening Droplets, maybe.
Yeah, something.
It's whatever it is, it's not an ideal play.
It's not great, but Grant's going to play for the outs.
Yeah, for sure.
Got about 30 minutes left in the round, so he's got some time to be able to finish the series off if this game doesn't go well. I have to say that, Grant's not in a great position here, but not totally out of it.
Yeah, Grant's someone who really hates conceding games that he thinks he has a reasonable chance to win. We've talked about that a lot over the last few regional championships and stuff, conceding when you know that it's really unlikely you're going to win a game, just to save time, because 50 minutes is not enough time for 3 games of Pokemon.
No.
And Grant really hates conceding games that he feels like there's a reasonable enough chance he could win. Even if it's a slim win condition, he loves to play to those, few percent chances that he can win a game.
He's got Boss's Orders in the hand, but cannot Psychic Leap.
No.
Because there's no Mew V in play, so he's going to use Elisa Sparkle. Might actually retreat and use Glistening Droplets with the Oricorio.
This is his line, and this is Grant taking advantage of the fact that he knows Ethan does not have Boss. Ethan cannot Boss a Mew to win the game on the next turn. So Oricorio is going to be hanging around. Glistening Droplets, dropping 5 damage counters however Grant wants them over on Ethan's side of the field, and that can make it much easier to KO this Malamar VMAX on the next turn. And all of Ethan's eggs are pretty much in the Malamar VMAX basket right now.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Because I think you said that the only switch card in this deck is the one Air Balloon.
Yeah, 2 Air Balloon.
2 Air Balloon,
yeah.
Sure. So there's 2 Air Balloon. That Malamar VMAX has already got a Memory Capsule on it.
Right.
There's no proper switch cards. So pivoting into the Arceus to attack is not really realistic.
No.
So it's going to be Malamar VMAX hours out here. Fortunately for Ethan, Grant still has 4 prize cards to take, so it's not a game-losing situation. If Ethan does take... Well, okay, because it's tough, because if Ethan loses the Malamar VMAX, then Ethan doesn't have boss's orders in the deck. So can't just finish off, a Genesect or something like that with boss.
Exactly. So Grant's really not in too bad of a position. Ethan's looking like he might attach to the active, go with the Max Jammer, and this will give him hand knowledge on Grant's side. He can put a card back onto the bottom of Grant's deck. Ultra Ball will grab any Pokemon out, does establish the second Bibarel. Very good, very consistent. Those big Industrious Incisors can just give you those extra cards throughout the game. Ethan's got plenty of stuff left in the deck, but is it enough for him to close this game out? He's definitely ahead right now. He's still got to close it out, though.
Yes, I feel like this situation, if you find the path and you use Max Jammer, that should be the best thing you can do. And we're seeing another Marnie. So Ethan's going to get to dig 5 cards deeper into the deck with 2 Bibarel already in play. That is a lot of draw with Industrious Incisors. Actually, just not seeing the path.
No.
I'm wondering if they're prized.
There's a chance. He's got double Ultra Ball so he can thin the handout.
Whoa.
Ooh, okay, and he's actually going to retreat here. Oh, I think he drew Ordinary Rod.
Patch.
No, he drew Ordinary Rod.
And
Oh,
Dark
or Dark
Patch.
Patch. Okay.
So he drew the Dark Patch. This has given him some sort of flexibility to be able to retreat the Malamar, because he can just Dark Patch back to it and get it ready to go on the following turn. By offering up the Arceus, he could potentially use Rod to put some energy back into the deck if he finds it.
It wasn't a Rod. It was that Evolution Incense.
And then he could use the Trinity Nova attack to charge more energy onto the Malamar.
So Grant probably making note of all the energy usage to this point. Does Ethan have any... he might not even have any basic energy left in the deck. I know we saw a couple double turbos. He just draws one there off the first Industrious Incisors. So he might just have to put a double turbo on this Malamar in order to attack with it next turn.
And Ethan, I do not see a path in there. I don't see a path in the deck. And it seems like Ethan is just not using Industrious Incisors because, and there it is, off the prizes, right? Is not using Industrious Incisors because his deck is dangerously low on cards.
Yeah.
So does not want to create a deck out situation for himself.
There's a heads on the Cramomatic. That means Grant can get any card out of his deck that he wants. And I think for Grant to win this game, he probably has to boss and KO the Malamar this turn.
And with no path down, that's, the Max Jammer wouldn't have really mattered without path. Ethan knew this.
Yeah.
So he is saying, all right, I can't really hand lock this turn, so I'm going to retreat. Makes sense. Go in with Arceus. I do think that Grant has to really thread the needle.
I think Grant is debating Cramomatic and grabbing Battle VIP Pass because he has another Cramomatic in his hand and he just wants to burn more cards out of his hand so he can draw cards. He doesn't have any other items in his hand.
That would be sick.
That would be a ridiculous play. But he's thinking about it. It also brings a boss to the front of the deck as an option to grab.
I love in the Pokemon Catcher list when you see Cramomatic for Pokemon Catcher.
Yeah. We saw something crazy on stream where we had a Cramomatic for a Crushing Hammer.
That's sick.
And then a Starbirth for another Crushing Hammer.
That's awesome.
It was insane.
So Grant's making a selection, I think grabbing the boss.
Yeah, and it's just so tough because he gets to play this card, but he's only drawing 2 cards off of Genesect, which is just really not that much. That's really why he was debating on getting an item card to discard with the Cramomatic. But if he draws an item now off of a Genesect, he's got that Cram as an out to, potentially get another combo piece.
Right, and I think he probably determined there are...
Wait, did he just
No, don't do that.
Yeah,
all right, very good.
He realized. Yeah, he did not play a Rotom Phone.
No, that card goes into the hand. Very good. Gonna play the boss.
Yeah,
and then draw.
Yeah, and Grant knows this is his only win condition. He's got to bring up this Malamar, and he's got to hit for a 1-hit knockout here. He needs Choice Belt, and I think the rest of his power tablets. There's one.
And he's got Cram.
1 card to come, though.
And here we go.
He hits heads. Plays the power tablet.
Wow. This is all of the buffs in his deck, only a couple of cards to draw off of Fusion Strike system, and he nails it.
This knockout is brought to you by Cram-O-Matic. What a play from Grant Manley, setting it up with the glistening droplets. And now all of a sudden, Grant has one prize card remaining.
This is crazy with Ethan not having any more Malamar in the deck. He's out of a way to one-hit KO this Mew VMAX. There's no Gust, and this has been a really long game one. I mean, we're talking over half of the time in the round has been soaked into this one game with both players not giving up their ground on the match, saying, I think I can win this one. Let's play it out. We're going to take it another turn, I'm not going to lie. I thought Grant was out of this a few turns ago.
And now Ethan, I think, is out of it. I don't think Ethan has a path to win the game here.
Ethan has to, go to game two.
He can attack with Arceus and then just hope Grant doesn't have a boss or a switch. Grant is out of a lot of resources. He has a very thin deck, so Path to the Peak is also a decent option. So Ethan can go up and hit with Arceus VSTAR here. He's got it and just is going to hope that Grant does not have the response. Ethan also playing a Marnie is going to put a bunch of cards from Grant's hand on the bottom of the deck. Grant's only going to have 4 cards to work with, and did just lose one of his stadiums to the Path to the Peak.
But when when your deck is 8 cards,
yeah.
How bad is it really?
Grant does draw the boss, but he does need to switch.
A stadium.
He needs to switch this Mew though. He need that, and I don't know if he has a switch card left.
He's got another double turbo.
Okay. Well,
so
he can retreat to the other Mew. Yeah.
All he needs is to draw into the other double turbo, and he has the boss's orders in his hand, so he's eyeing up, making sure that he's aware. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, he's got
double turbo in hand,
but can't do enough damage to win the game just yet.
Does he not just have 1 prize left?
Oh, does he just have 1 prize left? Oh, he needs boss though. Does he have boss?
Does Grant have? Grant might have 2 prizes left.
Brings up
might be 2. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Okay, just maybe.
Oh no, just slow rolling. Okay, great. Yes.
Thinking through things as we move into game 2 with about 30 minutes off the clock here for game 1.
Yeah, that was a really grindy first match. Some really back and forth action though, with both players having a really valid claim to a win condition.
Yeah. Super heads up from Grant. I mean, I talked about this in that game. He just made super good use of list knowledge. He knew what Ethan had access to and what he didn't have access to. And he totally abused that. He knew there was no boss's orders.
Oh, yeah.
So he was able to play in a way that he put his Mew on the bench. He utilized Oricorio's glistening droplets, set up damage so that he could much more easily hit a one-hit knockout. Had to get a little lucky, had to hit 2 heads on Cram-O-Matics. But that's just Mew VMAX doing Mew VMAX things.
Yeah, I mean, when your opponent doesn't have boss's orders, you can create some really gnarly win conditions with Mew because of the free retreat. You can easily pivot in and out of the active spots, kind of throw up threats that your opponent doesn't want to deal with. The single prizers, Meloetta, we saw the Oricorio really getting its chance to shine. I think for Ethan here, Ethan wants to go first, really squash this game 2 quickly, and hopefully get himself into a situation where at least game 3 starts before time is called, because then he could get himself maybe into a tie situation or maybe a quick path donk situation for game 3.
Ethan has a Bidoof as the starter. I believe had that Crobat V in the hand as well. Also has a quick ball to go get an Arceus V down, which is all you want to do as an Arceus V-Star player. Get a turn 1 Arceus V, and ideally a turn 1 energy, which Ethan can dig for with Crobat V.
And turn 1 Arceus V, turn 1 energy. That is the dream as an Arceus V-Star deck. You'd be surprised how often the play eludes you.
Yeah.
Can tell you. Yeah,
those energy, Andrew, from experience, are you speaking? Or?
The energy sometimes just are elusive. Can be really tough. Ethan taking a quick scan through the deck. I think that Ethan is at the point in the round where checking prizes is, you know what? just take knockouts and draw, bro.
You gotta check one or two things maybe real quick, but then you really just the time is of the essence at this point.
You got a motor. It's almost like a don't check prizes situation, because if you go for something and it's prized, you probably have just lost. So you need to motor. I mean, you're 30 minutes in to the series, you're down a game. You got to just play on instincts at this point, for the most part, because realistically going through and figuring out all 6 of your prizes is just, that's not something that's going to happen.
So Ethan's put a capture energy on the Malamar V here. Normally you want to get that attachment to Arceus on turn 1, but I wonder if Ethan is going to try and set up for a turn 2 Max Jammer, made possible now because of Dark Patch.
I really like this line. It's greedy. It feels good. I think maybe Ethan just wanted to see that there were some Dark Patches in the deck. With Arceus VSTAR's Starbirth ability, you can go search out the combo pieces that you need to start attacking with Malamar VMAX as early as the second turn of the game. You can search out the path to the peak, and we're seeing an entirely different strategy from Ethan this game with a Crobat for 6. This is just a very aggressive draw on the first turn.
And there's the Dark Patch and an energy.
This hand looks terrible, though.
He does not even have an Arceus V-Star. There's a bunch of Arceus V, a Malamar V-Max, a couple of energy cards, and that Dark Patch.
Yeah.
It's actually the Malamar V. It's not even the V-Max.
No, that hand is a real stinker, actually. Yeah. That's like we need an Ultra Ball off the top stat,
And Grant has what every Mew VMAX player would love to see in their opening hand, a Battle VIP Pass, and also a Lessa Sparkle.
That is the dream. And if Grant can knock out this Bibarel, that's taking one more draw out off the top of Ethan's deck, saying even if you top deck, taking out the Bidoof, right? Even if you top deck Bibarel, you will not be able to use its Industrious Incisor's ability to draw any cards. So a very strong look from Grant on this first turn.
And the way Ethan's board is set up as well, if Grant can pull off a turn 1 Melodious Echo and an Escape Rope, he's guaranteed to get 2 prize cards, because everything on Ethan's bench is a basic Pokemon V, which gives up 2 prize cards. So that would be a huge jump ahead for Grant.
Yes, and you got to think that probably is going to be, if you do use Rope, probably an Arceus V you throw up, at least force a buff to take the knockout, right? Yeah. And maybe they whiff the knockouts because there is no buff. It's definitely all gravy here for Grant, because Mew VMAX turns, as we know, can take a significant amount of time.
Yes.
There's a lot of deck searching.
Yep.
There's a lot of drawing. There's a lot of game actions that need to occur. Actually, but Grant's I think the train may have pulled into the station here. There's nothing else to do.
Yeah, he can't even use Fusion Strike System. Just has to go in with Meloetta and take a KO. And this would be normally really scary. What is Ethan top deck? It was a Memory Capsule. It doesn't even have any evolution Pokemon in play to make use of a Memory Capsule. He does at least get this, can use the Trinity Charge. But Grant's got a Power Tablet in play. Ethan did not deal with this Meloetta.
No, and Trinity Charge is thinning the deck. It does get some Malamar set up, but this is not what Ethan wanted. With the turn 1 energy attachment to Malamar, he was trying to motor. He was trying to get into the deck and draw a lot of cards, but now with the Trinity Charge, Grant is going to get to go 3 for 1 with this Meloetta, potentially taking another 2 prizes.
Yeah, and he took a Mew V off the prizes and top-decked a Genesect V for turn, which is just so good. Exactly what he wanted to do, and now, I mean, he even has boss's orders, potentially, to bring up a Malamar V and take a knockout on that.
Yeah, Mew's filthy, man. It's just a filthy deck.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
And then he can even save Power Tablets now. He doesn't have to use the Power Tablet.
Because Malamar has 210 hit points.
Exactly.
Yeah, that is perfect math for Meloetta to take the KO. Looks like Grant is going to play the Rotom Phone, stack a card from the top 5 on top of his deck. And this is just smooth sailing for Grant. Ethan still out of a draw option, needs an Arceus V-Star off the top to have any hope in this game. At this point, your dreams of going to a game 3 are completely dashed. You are only trying to see if you can't cheese out a potential win con in this game 2 to maybe force the tie. is Ethan, because with just 15 minutes left on the clock, we see Ethan's wearing a watch. He knows there is not a lot of hope here to push this to a game 3. So now Ethan's playing in defense mode. He needs to scrape out this win and, really kind of spend his time, his remaining 15 minutes, trying to figure out how to piece together the win and take all 6 prizes.
So Grant put a quick ball on top of the deck with the Rotom Phone. Is going to actually just discard Cramomatic, probably just get another Genesect here and keep drawing a few more cards. Could also go with a different one prizer, like a second Meloetta or a Choreo if he wanted to. It's always really nice as the Mew player if you can keep Meloetta on the bench and then be using Melodious Echo with a Mew VMAX, because you're protecting those Fusion Strike energies a lot more because Mew VMAX has so much more HP. I guess in this matchup, though, that does become a little bit of an issue whenever your Mew VMAX is in a little bit more danger.
Yeah, this is the dream for sure from Grant. He's got everything that he needs right now with the Oricorio, 2 Genesect set up, 3 Fusion Strike energy in play, taking 2 more prizes up game 1. A long, drawn-out game 1.
He needs a lot of help. Does get the Arceus VSTAR as the top deck.
That's a huge top deck. If Ethan was going to have any out in this game, it was going to come at the hands of Arceus VSTAR.
So now the V-Star marker gets flipped. Starbirth can grab any 2 cards from the deck, and Path to the Peak and Marnie seem like good ones. Ethan's just throwing them on the table. I don't even care if you know that I'm getting these, bro. It's happening, and Grant has to have been anticipating this. Ethan won't be able to get off the Max Jammer here, which is what he would love to have done normally. Does put the memory capsule on the Malamar. It's the best place for it in this matchup because Dragoff it's actually like a pretty solid attack in this matchup.
Well, you don't have Gust, so it's the closest thing.
Yes, it's budget Gust at home.
Yes.
So Path gets played, Marnie gets played as well. Both players will shuffle their hands, put them on the bottom of their decks. Grant only gets 4 cards, Ethan getting the 5.
Grant does find that Rose Tower, though, so he's going to have an out and the 4th Fusion Strike energy. So he has got some options coming up next turn. Quick ball for Ethan, potentially discarding the capture energy. Needs to figure it out quick, though. He had kind of had that spurt of energy when he top decked the Arceus, but at this point, it is definitely game time. Got to keep moving. There's still 3 prizes left to take. That's a potential, 2 knockout game from Grant if you don't put a Malamar VMAX into play. So there's still some life left in this match. Even if you don't get the lock this turn, you may be able to get it in a future turn with a potential Malamar VMAX. Ethan on the board, though, with the first prize take. Got to accelerate some Darkness energy into play. I do see another path, so even after this one goes down, there is still some potential in his deck to lock this game up.
So Grant is really in a pretty solid spot here, getting the stadium off of the Marnie, and Ethan chose to bench a Bidoof. So Grant's got a pretty clear path to victory here. Boss's orders KO a 2-prizer on the bench, either the Malamar or the Crobat if you can't quite reach for the knockout on the Malamar. And then Boss's orders on the next turn to KO the Bidoof.
Good old boss game.
Yep.
Now,
tale as old as time right there.
With the Malamar V not being a VMAX, it is pretty low-hanging fruit for the Mew deck to be able to knock out this turn. And
much easier to deal with.
And a serious target, considering that it's got 3 energy on it.
Yeah, and Grant's got it. He draws the boss's orders right away off of the Fusion Strike system. Ultra Ball goes and grabs the VMAX undoubtedly. And he can evolve this benched Mew V safely. Boss's orders the Malamar, and he knows that there's no way that his Mew VMAX is getting KO'd. This game is all but won for Grant.
Yes, Grant is just cruising. He's having a good time. Unfortunate those couple of early turns from Ethan where his deck stalled out and he wasn't able to find that Arceus V-Star to get things kicked off. Really are coming back to bite him, with Grant able to churn through his deck at a super high velocity. Fusion Strike system filling the hand over and over again. And this is going to be a big knockout. Honestly, what a long, drawn-out game 1. Now, game 2 looks like it is kind of like racing to the finish line.
Yeah, Ethan just kind of didn't get his strategy executed this game. Things didn't quite go as well. Grant had a really solid turn 1 and turn 2 and was able to just be really aggressive after Ethan's basic Pokemon. Ethan just drew, 6 bricks off the Crobat, right? That's really kind of the biggest thing here. Ethan with his hands on his head, kind of just seeing the writing on the wall, I feel like. This Malamar getting bossed means there's very, very limited chances for Ethan to win this one.
Yeah, I mean, the routes we're looking at this point... Cool. Malamar is going down. Grant's got 1 prize left. It's going to have to be Marnie Path Dreams again, but you've got 2 Fusion Energy on the bench Mew, so it's a possibility that maybe Grant does not find another Mew VMAX or a switch, right? So that's the route you're looking at. You have to hope that Grant is not able to piece together another meaningful attack and that the path sticks forever. That there's no path counter coming down after this.
Yeah.
That's basically it. But Ethan going to go through the motions and make sure that all of his outs are explored. And Ultra Balling for another Malamar. If Ethan's able to find an Ordinary Rod, could use Trinity Charge to put more energy back onto this Malamar and get it ready to attack. So this is how the game could pick up steam. 8 minutes left in the match. Not a ton of time. But Ethan thinning, grabbing the Eevee, saying, okay, I don't really mind the liabilities at this point.
Yeah.
If you are drawing anything, it means I'm losing.
Exactly. Yeah, Grant just needing a boss here. Grant wisely last turn actually chose to evolve the active Mew VMAX so that the benched Mew V can boss his orders and use Psychic Leap to KO the Bidoof. Obviously, Ethan did evolve it, but now Ethan has benched the Eevee. So that's a pretty easy target for Grant. He doesn't even need the VMAX here to close the game out.
Yes, Ethan going for research, so no way to disrupt Grant's hand. Grant's hand is pretty sizable.
I don't even think he got the path.
Handful of cards in it. I'm not seeing path. If there's no path, it's feeling like, yeah, this game is all but wrapped up. We do see Arceus making its way to the active spot for a last shot Trinity Nova. Grant's going to show off that boss, and here we go.
Psychic Leap will KO the Eevee on the bench. Grant Manley winning 2-0 over his own Malamar VMAX deck. Really got a feel for Ethan there. It was a close game 1. Grant played super well in that game 1, but then Grant just kind of ran Ethan over in this second game.
I really feel like the bulk of that series was decided in that first game. I mean, Grant was down, but still had a narrow out, and he found it. And that's one of the things that makes him such a great player. Even in that deck knowledge, like you said too, having the knowledge that your opponent's not playing boss, you would never assume that against a random opponent. Literally never.
Nope.
But having that deck knowledge in that they like room together and travel together, so they kind of know what to expect. So it's really cool to see that match played out between friends and between 2 high caliber players.
Yeah, really great play. That game 1, Grant played super, super well, found the route, was able to navigate it. Ethan just off that Crobat in game number 2, drew into a bunch of Pokemon and energy cards. If he had top decked something that turn, he was still kind of chilling. If he gets an Arceus VSTAR there, he knocks out the Meloetta, takes a prize, takes 2 Fusion Strike energy out of play, and then Grant's going to be kind of scrambling to catch up. But that didn't happen, and because of that, Grant just kind of was able to run him over.
Definitely. Well, great game by both players. We're going to get Grant back here to talk about his decision to play the most vanilla Mew deck that he could conceive for the Astral Radiance release weekend event. We'll be right back. I am here with your round 3 winner, Grant Manley. How you doing, Grant?
Doing good. That was a crazy one.
It was. Tell us a little bit about what was going through your mind game 1. There was a point where I was thinking, man, this game's taking a long time. Does he need to scoop this? Did you feel, were you kind of wrestling with that in your mind, or did you know that the route was there the whole time that you were going to hit it?
Okay, that's a really good question. So I realized it was taking a long time because we did have a clock. that we could see, but there were 2 win cons that I had in that game, and I was considering scooping, but as long as I had a reasonable win con, I was still gonna play it out, because that matchup's like really not that great. You kind of have to get lucky to win. So the first thing is what I actually did is I did the Oricorio attack. I know Ethan doesn't play boss. Ethan's playing pretty much my deck from New Jersey. He's my buddy, so we were like working on the deck and stuff. So I know he doesn't play boss, and so I'm like, okay, I just go attack with Oricorio, put the Malamar in range of all the rest of my modifiers. Unfortunately, I think Oricorio was 10 short on requiring 2 modifiers, so I had to get all 3 of them. So I was like, okay, I can do that, or I can actually boss stall, because he was out of energy except for 2 double turbos. So I was like, maybe I could boss stall, and if he prized 1 double turbo and only had 1 left, I had a guaranteed win. If that is, that's how it was, because he only had 2 double turbos left again if 1's prized, and uses 1 to retreat the Arceus that I Echoing Horned, then that is also a win con. But I decided to go with the way that requires hitting all 3 modifiers on the Malamar. I got a little bit lucky there. It was kind of weird. The deck was really thin at the end, but I didn't have any more Pokemon, so I can only Genesect up to 5. It was like a really awkward situation. I got very lucky to hit that.
Yeah, you only had like a couple of draws, and it was just like, here's one, here's another, just back to back to back. So
yeah.
that was really sick to see and really well navigated. I think Ethan might have prized both of his paths.
He said he prized both paths. Yeah, very lucky, very lucky.
That is tough, but we definitely take those.
Yeah.
And super credit to you for finding that route, because I was scratching my head in the middle thinking like, is there one? But as I realized that Ethan was not actually playing boss, then I was like, oh well, yeah, there definitely is, which makes things a lot easier.
I forced him to attack and do a lot of stuff, like the Genesect at the beginning. I didn't get the attack at the beginning, so I just retreated back in the Genesect. He can take a hit. It will never get knocked out. There's no belt or goon in the deck anymore.
Drag off is the only option.
That's true.
Right?
He did get me with the drag off. Yeah, that was actually pretty good.
That was pretty sick.
I was like, oh shoot, that's actually a really good play. And then I forced him to attack in the Meloetta and the Oricorio throughout the game as well.
So you played a Malamar VMAX Arceus deck to a top 16 finish?
Right, yes.
Yes.
Bubbled out of top 8, unfortunately.
Unfortunate.
Not a bad
after
run.
a really stellar day 1 start. So
Right.
Congratulations on that finish.
Thank you.
Now, what made you want to pivot to the most boring Mew VMAX list that I've ever seen for the new Astral Radiance release weekend event?
I don't know. I just wanted to play Mew. I'm like, I can't justify bringing this to a regional, but I think, I make it consistent. People are going to be trying new stuff, and people don't really respect it, and it's also kind of skillful to play against. I mean, obviously Mew can just high roll and auto win all games, which is pretty cool. I did that a little bit in this game, but the previous 2 rounds were pretty grindy. But yeah, it's just a good deck for beating a bunch of random stuff. People want to try out new stuff.
It's true.
Random Arceus variants have been popping up, and so I don't know. I didn't really know what to play, to be honest. I had no idea. I don't really have a lot of new cards, so a lot of the new stuff was kind of off the table. And then the Arceus decks feel also very luck based. I at the end of the day, I just didn't know what to play, and I'm like, okay, I'll play Mew and just
I saw you playing a couple of fog crystals as well.
Yeah, I do play fog crystals.
So what's up with the fog crystals? The psychic energy, is it a double psychic build?
That's a good question. So yeah, I do play the double psychics, and I was like, when I was playing the deck with no fog crystal, I'm like, well, I actually have no way to find these psychic energy. It's very difficult to actually find them.
You got to roll for them.
So fog crystal, yeah, exactly. You have to cram for them. So fog crystal makes you can find the psychics a lot easier in the matchups you need them, which is Whimsicott and Beedrill.
Mm-hmm.
And this is being full grip. People love their Whimsicotts and Beedrills here. So I thought I may have been wrong. I mean, they're yeah. So that's
I love Whimsicott and Beedrill.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
not necessarily.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess you're not playing in the tournament, but I just thought it would be a good meta call to play the 2 psychics, and then the fog crystal also helps with your opening hand, so you get a +1 Mew out. So I played 2 fog crystal. Yeah, it's good with the early hands. I cut down on the Rotom phones because I felt like fog crystal is better to have in your opening hand for the most part. And then they can also grab the psychics in the matchup where you need them, or if you just need an attachment. So I thought they were pretty good. The Rotom phones were I don't think they're really that good, so I just cut down on those.
That's fair. Well, congratulations on 3-0.
Thank you.
Good luck in your rounds going forward,
Appreciate
and we'll check back with you later to see how you're doing.
Awesome. Thank you.
Players are getting geared up for the 4th round. Here at the Full Grip Games 6K doubleheader weekend, we have got Charles Ligato on the left, piloting, that's right, a Lilligant VSTAR deck against Andrew Martin on the right with Palkia VSTAR. So 2 brand new cards from Astral Radiance. Chip, you're taking a look at the list. Tell us a little bit about Charles Lilligant's deck. That's 3-0.
Yeah, this is a wild one, Andrew. Definitely not a card I would have expected us to see all that much of today, but solid new grass type card out of the new set. And of course, grass type Pokemon did get a pretty nice buff with the new Gardenia's Vigor supporter card. So Hisuian Lilligant V-Star has the parallel spin attack. For 2 grass and a colorless, deals 130 damage, and then you may put an energy attached to this Pokemon into your hand. If you do, this attack does 100 more damage. So with a Choice Belt, you're hitting for 260, which is pretty solid, but Charles is also playing the Apple Drop Flapple. That Flapple with the ability that if you can put it back into the deck, and then you place 2 damage counters on your opponent's Pokemon in any way that you like. I love this card in a deck like this because that is the magic number there. It lets you hit for 280 damage on popular V-Star Pokemon like Palkia and like Arceus.
And then if we take a look at Charles's opener, the Shaman V. So we got some Revenge Blast dreams here as well. Grass getting a lot of supports with the newest Astral Radiance Pokemon TCG set. Shaman V, of course, evolves into Shaman V-Star, which does 120 damage plus 40 more damage for each prize card your opponent has taken with its Revenge Blast attack, capable of hitting those 280 magic numbers at the end of a game when things are down to the wire. Charles looking at... Oh, there are multiple Shaman in this hand.
It is a 2-2 line. Plays the V-Star, plays the basic V as well. And it is going to play a Marnie here to shuffle both players' hands, put them on the bottom of the deck. Charles will get 5, and Andrew will get 4 cards. Shaman's not really who you want to start with, I feel like, as an attacker, because, like you mentioned, Revenge Blast just gets powered up the longer the game goes on. So it's a little unfortunate that that's where Charles had to put his energy. And speaking of energy, Charles, 5 cards off of Marnie, 4 grass energy, and a Raihan. Oh, no.
These are things you do not like to see.
Come on, Andrew. Just play a Marnie, man. Come on.
3-0. You already know there's no Marnie in this list.
Oh, that's right. Andrew is playing the same list we saw in round 2 from Mike Gibbs. And I am very excited to see more of this Palkia list because Mike just played things out excellently, and that list really did pop off.
Yeah, I was really thrilled with Mike's list. He said that he and Andrew put 50 hours into this deck. I believe his exact words were that we no-lifed it for a week and built the deck. So they just went into the lab, they started cooking, and they figured out a really gnarly Palkia V-Star deck to bring to this opening weekend event at Full Grip Games. We see Andrew leading with Freda, evolving the Sobble into Drizzile, can use its Shady Dealings ability to search out a trainer card from the deck, potentially a Scoop Up Net to move the Drizzile, or maybe an Evolution Incense to go get a Palkia V-Star into play. And is that a Marnie? Is there actually a Marnie in this list?
No, I think it was a boss. I think it was a Cyrus boss.
Okay, a Cyrus boss. Yes, they both are dark and mysterious. So I see how I was able to make that confusion.
Yeah, Andrew, with the way this list is built, you really need to prioritize setting up Bibarel because you don't have draw supporters. You're using kind of more auxiliary supporters turn after turn. Now, does Andrew have the Palkia V-Star in hand? There's another energy.
And
is it just going to be a Rule of the Rain?
Rule of the Rain. Now, this is something that we didn't see from Mike when he was on stream because Mike just had the absolute stones, actually. Every single turn of the game made this deck look pretty invincible. But, Andrew, I think these are the downsides of not playing any draw supporters. Is that there is nothing to just like eject button this hand.
Yeah.
Which sometimes your hand is so bad that you have to just research it. Like, just get this hand to the discard pile. Let me see 7 new ones, because my hand is
not a good one.
Not a good
Yeah,
one, right?
yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I feel like having just like one bailout option would be pretty nice in their list. That's maybe the one thing I think it's missing, but it's doing a lot of cool things, and I'm definitely a fan. Charles does top deck Evolution Incense. Not going to really help him out too much. He can get a Shaman V, but man, it's still just looking at a bunch of grass energy in this hand.
Yeah, they don't. Neither player really doing anything terribly aggressive, especially with Charles having, I think, like 4 or 5 grass energy in the hand. I think Shaman V does have a single energy attack.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to see some flapping.
Yes, look at this. Shaman getting in there, flapping on the Palkia, dealing 30 damage. You know, definitely not irrelevant. Your attackers don't do that much damage with Charles' deck. So you're looking at a lot of 2-hit KOs or setting things up with the Flapples. So getting a little bit of damage in play is still not too bad, though. I got to say, it's probably not exactly what Charles would want to be doing.
And it's these weird grindy games where you're like, okay, I don't have a draw supporter. I can't just like Marnie and go get some stuff. I'm working with 1 Drizzile, and I can only go get an Arita. So you could get an Arita, right? Which then can get you the Palkia.
Okay.
But what else
Where
are
are
you
we going
getting?
from there?
Right, because
Yeah.
you have no Sobble. Right? So, like, what else are you getting? It's really tough. And there's some really powerful top-end potential from the way that this list is constructed, but there also is some downside to some games are going to be like this, but every deck bricks.
Yep.
So
Has slow starts.
Andrew did not get the turn 1 battle VIP pass. That's something we saw from Mike both games that he played, and I think that Andrew is definitely hurting from that lack of battle VIP pass to start the game.
So Andrew puts the Evolution Incense in his hand. I wonder if we have the Radiant Greninja potentially with like an energy to draw cards before going in, because you definitely need to get a... Ooh, actually he might not want to get a Palkia V-Star, because Palkia V-Star is actually not getting a KO, but you know what is getting a KO?
Ooh.
The basic Palkia V. It actually just deals 200 damage with Hydro Break.
That's pretty sick. I love that. And I think that he's got a scoop up net in his hand. So Andrew can take those 2 prizes and then say, you know what, next turn I've got Drizzile and Sobble. I can scoop up net and decide what to get next turn based on what Charles does. Charles has got the 1 Shaman V-Star and a whole bunch of energy, and there is Raihan. So Charles does have the option to go get whatever 1 card he wants out of his deck.
Charles is getting a KO here with the Shaman V-Star, by the way. Thanks
go.
to the 30 damage hit from the Shaman.
Flap.
Yeah, from the Flap. Now you're dealing 200 damage with Revenge Blast. That's a total of 230, more than enough to knock out this Origin Form Palkia V. This Raihan can get the energy acceleration, and then, I mean, with the way this hand is looking, you could just get a Lilligant and try to start establishing that, but I feel like it's probably time to get a supporter for the next turn.
Like, are we going potentially you don't want to go Gardenia,
No. I mean,
though
it's
you
gotta be
do
like-
have all of the grass energy in your hand. So if you
Oh, wow. Yeah, looking at this list, Charles actually plays 1 Marnie and 1 Research. And we already saw the Marnie be played, so his only option really would be the Research. So maybe you have to play to... I mean, this is like a situation where knowing what your prizes are is really nice, because since you're going to take 2 prizes here, you can maybe make plays based on what you think you could take.
Yes. So we're going to see him make this call. I didn't see the card he slid off to the side, but I'm sure we'll see it because it will definitely stand out in a handful of grass energy.
Yeah, 1 Evolution Incense. So top decked Evolution Incense 2 turns in a row here, both times not being that strong.
And let's see what he's got. It's
Choice Belt.
Choice Belt, which he doesn't need.
Maybe just trying to power up for a future turn. Maybe, I guess, could be forgetting about that 30 damage hit from the previous turn, but does deal enough with Revenge Blast here. Yeah, it's 20 plus 40, right?
Yeah, it's 20 plus 40.
Yep, so he's dealing enough, takes the 2 prizes, and takes a Hisuian Lilligant. Is that a V-Star or the V? Ooh, I think that's the V-Star. That is, I thought it was the V, and I thought that was going to be really good, but it does look like it is the V-Star.
Yeah, but I guess, all right, so here's the next level play. All right, if Charles doesn't bench any Pokemon, listen, man, then he ain't going to get knocked out.
That's true.
And
Yep.
he's got the Star Bloom. Is it bench Pokemon? It's bench grass. Dang it, dude.
Yeah, Starbloom unfortunately cannot quite heal Shaman V-Star, but I mean, we could see a play where if he's setting up like an Applin or a Flapple, what you can do is you can retreat into the Flapple, then use the V-Star power, Starbloom, heal your Shaman, and then Apple drop back into the deck. So,
dude,
those are the type of plays Charles could potentially set up.
That's sick. That's sick, bro. So you could heal itself if it's on the bench. That is certainly an option. Yes, we see the shady dealing Intellion. Andrew's cooking now. Got some options. Probably wants to go get the Bidoof, if I have to guess.
Yeah, maybe Greninja here as well.
Or Greninja, like some other draw option,
Yeah.
because Andrew is just not seeing enough cards. And I think the Bidoof is certainly a valid draw. Looks like, yes, the Palkia V-Star is set up too. So this Palkia V-Star can use its
Star Portal V-Star power.
Yes, thank you. Star Portal V-Star power, and can get tons of energy in play. 3 water energy from the discard pile accelerated to his water type Pokemon. And that is a pretty sizable hand that Andrew is working with now. So he's in a much better position than he was after that prize take.
Yeah, for not having played very many cards this game, he's got a pretty sizable hand.
There we go. Star Portal accelerating 2 water energy from the discard pile to the Palkia, 1 onto the Intellion on the bench. And with only 3 bench Pokemon in play, this is doing 150 damage, I believe. So not a ton.
Nope.
But should be enough. I think I do see the Bibarel in the hand. I mean, it is setting up for a 2-hit KO. It's pretty much never going to be a 1-hit KO. You might as well play that path to the peak now that you've used your Star Portal ability. And say, you know what, I think I'm just going to take care of the Shaman and then, see if you can't build up anything else.
Subspace Swell dealing 150 here. Charles pulling out the dice and really is going to be hoping for some help. Has the Gardenia in hand. Oh, and top decks the Hisuian Lilligant.
Okay,
so
ball.
We're living here. We are living. Gonna get to draw a couple of cards and get 2 energies accelerated to the Hisuian Lilligant. And he also took the V-Star off the prizes, so we're just a turn away from seeing Hisuian Lilligant V-Star.
Sometimes I feel like your deck gives you just the bare minimum to continue playing the game. And I feel like the Charles is definitely in that situation right now, but it's sufficient.
Sometimes the minimum is enough.
Yeah, it got 3 energy on that Lilligant on the bench now. Can soften up the Palkia. It is going to put Andrew ahead, but Charles doesn't really have any bench Pokemon, which again is playing to his advantage. He does find a research off of the Gardenia, so can dig a little bit more into the deck after the Shaman goes down. Maybe there is a Applin Flapple plays, something like that. I think I see the trekking shoes. Do I see those in this deck too?
Yeah, I think so.
That is pretty cool. So
I'm looking at the wrong deck list.
An aggressive draw engine from Charles's grass deck.
Does have 3 copies of the shoes in here, throwing the Tims on the Lilligant.
Dude, we've been here this is our 4th round, and I haven't seen a single shoe get played, so really looking forward to the first trekking shoe. I bet you we see...
can't research already.
Almost, yep. Yeah. Okay, good catch.
Yes, heads up from the judge. Andrew was on it as well.
Yes. Like, whoa there, partner. Don't look at that top deck. Yes.
Yeah. Now, Andrew will be able to attack this coming turn, and will be dealing more damage thanks to that Lilligant being in play. Charles is still hitting really hard here. Can still deal 230 damage. You kind of, we haven't seen much from Shaman V-Star in this last format, but it's a really solid and really efficient attacker.
It is. It does a lot of damage. Shaman V-Star, during like the VMAX, kind of reign, Shaman V-Star is not exactly hitting the number you need on the VMAXs, but now with Choice Belt out and with V-Stars kind of reigning supreme now, I think that Shaman V-Star is starting to come into its own as a revenge attacker, because its Revenge Blast does that perfect 280 damage with 4 prizes taken, which is a very normal place for a game to go.
Andrew's actually got the Intellion all the way powered up We could actually see him retreat the active and go in with Aqua Bullet here, but then you're leaving your Palkia with no energies on it. You are denying the prizes, though, which there is something beneficial to be said for that.
And yeah, this is a weird game. I have to. This is the weirdest game we've commented over all day.
Definitely an odd one.
This is an odd one, but this is awesome though. This is what I'm here for because it's where, you know, both players their plan A's aren't necessarily working out. Maybe not even their plan B's, but we're getting to see the real nitty-gritty of the game and getting to get into those tough decisions, those alternate routes to a win condition, and getting to see each deck at its worst and which deck is able to shine during those times where you're maybe not drawing well. And that's usually the mark of a very good deck, is when you can still craft a win condition even when things are not going as planned.
So Andrew is going to retreat the Palkia. This is denying the prizes here, making it more difficult for Charles to get a KO. Charles will be able to pretty easily deal with Inteleon, but it's really nice to utilize Inteleon as an attacker when you can. That's one of my favorite things to do with the Shady Dealings engine of decks, is try to get KOs with Inteleon where you can, because working in that one prizer is really, really strong.
The 20 damage spread from Aqua Bullet is also really relevant, because as we've seen with the Palkia deck, every 20 damage really matters. Charles has got the Lilligant VSTAR in hand and a Professor's Research. Yep. So we're going to see an explosive draw. The Lilligant VSTAR has got 3 energy on it, so it's ready to go with its parallel spin attack. See if maybe... Okay, we're going for a V-Star, actually.
Yeah, using the Star Perfume V-Star power and ability that lets you search your deck for up to 5 in any combination of grass Pokemon and grass energy cards. And that is just a ton of search. And that's what allows you to set up things like the Flapple line, which Charles is playing a 2/2 of. Could also get energy cards for future turns if you've got a Gardenia in hand. Plenty of plays here for Charles to pull out.
Now, I'd be very concerned if Charles benches out, because his Lilligant only has 240 hit points. That is really easy for Palkia to hit, especially with the choice belts. I mean, it's no problem at all. So I'm thinking, you know, is Charles just using the V-Star power, Star Perfume, to try and thin the deck so that maybe he can hit something that he needs off of this research? But if everything gets benched, I'm feeling like this is going to be an easy knockout for game from Andrew, because all he needs is a Melanie and a Water Energy, and that's a wrap.
Yeah, I mean, it's and this is what makes Palkia tough to play against, because you want to set up your, like, in decks like this, you want to set up the Flapples. You got to get the Applins in play. You got to get the damage spread. But by doing that, you're just fueling their damage output more and more.
Right. So, yeah, we are seeing all these Pokemon hit the bench. 2 Applin, and there's a potential research, the Grass Energy, Ultra Ball. Going to thin the deck maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, I can get rid of maybe a second... the Shaman, maybe, if he doesn't think Shaman's going to be useful at any point in this game.
All the Shamans are pretty much out.
Or by discarding Kricketot, you can get rid of the Kricketune if that's in the deck and just discard it. Yeah, it does look like... I think that's that Kricketune there. Has Crobat as well to draw cards. Has not played a supporter either. So Charles is digging here.
I think, you know, maybe going for a Gust play.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Yeah.
Could be what we're seeing. It, you know, seems tough. It seems like Charles is in a tough situation regardless, but just going for the aggressive routes, and we'll see how it buffs out for him.
Yeah, you know, if Charles can boss KO the Palkia on the bench here, and
does
then
not find it.
Yeah, doesn't get there.
Actually, super punished because there's double Bibarel.
Yeah, and doesn't want to discard them
with the research.
This might be what Charles was going for, was trying to set up, going boss KO on the Palkia. He's already taken 2 prizes, so he go boss KO the Palkia, and you've got 2 Applins set up, and you can apple drop or, you know, power up a Lilligant with Gardenia and try to take out that Palkia that's already heavily damaged on the bench for game.
Right. Looks like he's just going to take the knockout on the Inteleon. Now Andrew's in a situation where all he has to do is Melanie find water, and it's going to be GG's. Charles going to 3 prizes left. But does Andrew have the answer?
There's
Sobble
a
down.
Sobble.
and it's got Bibarel. Okay, so we're going to leave it up to Industrious Incisors. Ordinary Rod could throw Drizzile back into the deck, and I suspect that Drizzile is probably maybe 1 water energy, you know, one of the few cards you actually want to put back in, because off the Industrious Incisors, your win condition is Melony Water. So he wants to put the Drizzile into the deck, and he wants to put the water into the deck. Wants to definitely make sure there's still a water in that discard pile, which there is.
Yeah.
And he can find the cards he needs to use Subspace Swell for the knockout and the KO.
Yeah, we could see a max damage Subspace Swell this turn. There is the Capacious Bucket.
No Drizzile. None? Is that just a boss? I think it's just the Cyrus boss in his hand.
That's not
so
ideal.
Actually a huge whiff, and now Charles has a chance to potentially win the game. Because I don't even see... It's just a pass?
Wow.
That's it. Charles can win. That's an insane whiff from Andrew.
230 damage on the active. Yeah, Charles can't quite double apple drop KO the active. If he could do that, then we're in a situation where Andrew could just, you know, knock out anything on the bench and close out the game. But doesn't quite have all those pieces.
Yes, this is
10 damage short of that, actually.
Oh my gosh, this is such a nail biter. This is such a close situation. He's got the Bibarel, could draw more cards with Industrious Incisors. He's got a Turffield Stadium, I think, in his hands.
Okay.
Which he could potentially use to...
Yeah, we could get both Flapples here.
He is using Level Ball, so can grab the first Flapple.
Yeah, it looks like he has that Trainer Gallery artwork from the newest set.
Love that. So Flapple's Apple Drop's going to get added into the equation. You really don't want to just leave this Lilligant here in the active at all. This feels really bad. I would almost, like, I'd rather see anything else. I'd rather see this Flapple attack. You know, if there's a Gardenia to be found.
We're going with Acid Spray out here, Andrew?
I'm trying to see an Acid Spray or something. It's better than attacking with a Lilligant. At least then you force the boss play.
Sure.
But I guess Andrew does have... There's no actual draw supporters, so the boss in the hand, you know, is a card that could definitely be played. But it's really tough. Leaving this damaged Lilligant in the active is not ideal.
Yeah, if you're going to attack with the Lilligant, I'd love to see you at least try to attack with the Bench Drum. But in order to do that, you need Gardenias.
Escape Rope?
Okay. Maybe trying to slow Andrew down a little bit here. Andrew, Charles has not played a supporter yet, so Andrew has to respect the potential of a Gardenias, maybe. You know, because Charles can just send up the Flapple and then pop it back into the deck.
Right. And I like this. Yep, Escape Rope into your Flapple. The Flapple's an essentially a free retreater. Also, gets himself out of play.
Wait, okay.
So that you're taking less damage.
Charles can't win this turn.
No.
But what he can do is Apple Drop here, put 20 damage on the bench Palkia VSTAR.
Yes.
And then he has a Capture Energy in hand, so he can Capture Energy back into play the Applin, and then you can Turf Field for the Apple Drop. You can Apple Drop once again on the Palkia this turn, put it 10 HP away from being KO'd, and then on the next turn, all you need to do is Apple Drop once again.
Oh, for sure. This is definitely a route, and here comes the Applin again. It's just literally putting the ball in Andrew's court, though. If he just gets Palkia energy, it's game over.
Right. But he didn't have it last turn.
I mean...
Charles knows that Andrew did not play a supporter last turn.
Because there's like 3 in the deck. Yes. It's crazy. There's only 1 Melony in the deck.
Yeah, right. So
yeah.
Not drawing into them. There's the Industrious Incisors. Does get a quick ball. This can thin the hand out. Get rid of that Bibarel. You're not going to get another Bidoof set up this game.
And this is a grinding game 1. I mean, these players are approaching the halfway mark in the round. This game 1 is anybody's match right now. It's going to come down to whether or not Andrew is able to clinch the win with the final cards he needs for game. I mean, my goodness. That Palkia on the bench is so close. 250 damage. Here we go. Charles going to just 1 prize remaining. Can Andrew find the game-winning cards? Needs a Palkia and an Energy.
There's a Leon in hand, a Boss's Orders, Capacious Bucket.
Setting up the damaged Palkia, saying my odds of hitting Melony, you know, or maybe my odds of hitting the Palkia V-Star are actually the lowest.
Does he have the Radiant Greninja in the deck? We haven't seen that yet. It could be in the prize cards, and that's really unfortunate because that's one of your consistent ways to draw more cards every single turn.
He's got the bench space free now and can use, so this is game with Bucket and the Luminion. He could go grab the one of Melanie and take the win. So Andrew Martin finally able to craft that win con with the Palkia. And that is GG's. Andrew Martin going up game 1, a long and grindy match. Wow.
Yeah, what a game. Very close. Well played by Andrew there. That Luminion really coming in clutch in the end game. Super well played.
Yeah, GG's to both players. That was definitely a really tough game 1. I mean, we're talking a 25-minute match. So Charles is going to have to get out the gates a lot quicker this game, I think. Starting both of those Shaman Vs, not ideal. But at the end of the game, they can take some pretty gnarly KO. So maybe we'll be looking out for those at the end of the match. I think if Hisuian Lilligant can just get out quick and turn 2 parallel spin for 230 damage, knock out a Palkia. I mean, there's not really any switch cards in this deck. So if Andrew opens a Palkia, that Palkia is going to be there.
I mean, listen, that game was really close, and Charles did nothing for like 2 turns. Like, did very little, I should say, for like 2 turns.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, was attaching energy, got some damage in play, even got a KO with that Shaman V-Star initially, but was really kind of always on the back foot after that first Marnie yielded him 4 energy and a Raihan.
Yeah. Yes, it's always unfortunate when you have to wait around for your opponent to activate Raihan. That does not feel great.
My win condition, or my do anything condition, is my opponent taking a knockout on one of my Pokemon.
And this is what I'm saying. All right, so if Charles has an out to a turn 1 Lilligant, I don't know that I see it. Flapple, Cricketune, Research. Oh,
no energy on a Lilligant this turn, and that is really unfortunate because that could have been a big opening for Charles.
It could have been. Right, because Andrew opens Palkia. That's exactly what Charles wants to see. Charles just has to pass. That's exactly what Andrew wants to see. Andrew loving it, saying, all right. And we're going for the Quick Ball, for the Luminion, for the Arita, for the Battle Pass. This is exactly the route that Andrew's looking for. Is the fish in the deck. There it is. Luminion for Arita, for Battle VIP Pass. This is a really explosive way to kick off the game, and exactly what you want if you are Andrew Martin here. You're going to be able to search out. Essentially, you have 4 bench Pokemon on the first turn. You get to check and see is the Bibarel in the deck. If the Bibarel's in the deck, then the Bidoof is coming out to play.
Yep.
And we get another Palkia. This is a pretty ideal start for Andrew.
Yeah, the Luminion's really cool in this deck. It allows you to make these plays. We also saw it win the game for Andrew in the last one, finding that 1 copy of Melanie. There is a downside to it, certainly, since once it's in play, it's just kind of sitting there. It's 170 HP liability. Your opponent can usually pretty easily take 2 prizes on it, and it's 1 less bench space for something like Radiant Greninja or another Sobble. So it does eat up a bench spot, but the consistency it provides is so valuable to a deck like this where you're not playing normal traditional draw supporters.
Yeah, look at that. The board is already set up. That is it. We've got everything that we need right here. Energy onto the Palkia. Dreams do come true.
Andrew doesn't even use the Rule of the Rain attack on Palkia. Doesn't care about getting a Stadium out of the deck. Maybe has a Research in hand and doesn't want to put either of them in play quite yet.
Yeah, no,
or not a Research. Yeah. Keep forgetting there's no Researches here, man.
No, so doesn't want to clog the hand.
Yes, to draw more with Bibarel.
Yes. So we got Apple Drop. I expect the Air Balloon in Charles' hand will go to the benched Bidoof, and then we're going to see maybe an Escape Rope just to try and throw a wrench in Andrew's plans, as there's not actually any switch cards here. So it is, it's got the potential to stick something. And then Research, Charles definitely has to find some Lilligant.
Yeah, start getting powered
or something, up. Right?
Yeah, Charles's advantage of getting to go first is basically negated by the fact that he didn't get a Lilligant in play. He's actually choosing to attach to the Flapples. We could see an Acid Spray come out.
I'm telling you, dude. The Acid Spray.
Well, keep telling. We'll see what happens.
There's Ultra Ball. There's Bibarel. So we're going to see a Lilligant hit the board, which is good.
Yes, very good. What he needs to do. The question is, what does he discard? Roxanne in the hand is really valuable in the late game, especially against... well, I guess if Andrew ever does establish the Bibarel, it's not too big of a deal, so maybe that is one of the cards you have to be okay
I'm
losing.
thinking Roxanne's got to go. You're looking at the Bibarel. Like, when you see a Roxanne this early on, and this is why I really only like Roxanne in Intellion decks.
Yeah.
Because when you see a Roxanne this early on, you're asking yourself, will this card exist in this hand until the 3 prize turn? And the answer is no. Not really. There's like, what? You want to draw cards. You only have 1 Marnie in your deck. You have to put it on the bottom. Like, it's probably not going to get to live there. And if it does live in your hand until the 3 prize turn, you're probably losing.
Right.
So it's a situation where I think Charles just needs a lot of power from his deck right now and needs to be comfortable just liquidating everything to go.
Definitely needs plenty of help here. Did discard the Hisuian Lilligant VSTAR, which is not ideal, certainly. We see our first trekking shoes.
The shoes.
You get to look at the top card of your deck. You can either put it in your hand or you can discard it and draw the next card in your deck. I love turbo item cards. Trekking shoes, one of my favorites from the new set.
Definitely a cool card, and there's a lot of draw power in this deck with the Bibarel, the trekking shoes, the Gardenia's Vigor, drawing 2 more cards from the deck, a lot of additive draw, so I do like that quite a bit. Charles going to fearlessly go into the deck with another Quick Ball and grab another basic Pokemon, potentially setting up a second Lilligant. At this point, you do have to be a little bit concerned about Andrew's ability to simply knock out anything that is in the active spot. I don't know that Andrew has any water energy in the discard pile right now.
No, I don't think so. So he needs to find a way to get one down and needs to find the Melanie. Also would love to just establish Bibarel right away so you're just seeing more options to play off of every single turn.
I do like that play. That play with the Flapple was really cool. You could actually use Apple Drop to put an energy back into the deck.
Sure.
So that was kind of neat, realizing that he didn't want to waste that energy from earlier. And now getting to use Lilligant's free dance gracefully attack to fill his hand to 6 cards. But I have to feel like this Lilligant is going to get knocked out.
Yeah. Gotta imagine. Andrew's already got a full bench. Charles has 3. So if Andrew can just find the pieces, he'll be able to make it happen. Starts off right away with the Capacious Bucket. Level Ball gets another Drizzile.
Ultra Ball, go get... Bibarel, and we're cooking, right? Once the Bibarel hits the board in this list, then that's when all the magic starts to happen. You really start to see things come together. Andrew can just go for the Palkia and guarantee the knockout, say.
Yeah, and has the Evolution Incense in hand.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So playing the hand down to 0, Ultra Ball, Evo Incense, Palkia, and the Bibarel. This is probably the strategy that we've seen that has gotten to Andrew to this 3-0 mark. Not gameplay like we saw in game 1, but his ability to navigate that kind of lackluster draw is what makes him a great player and a regional winner, actually.
Yeah, that's right. Andrew did win the Greensboro Regional Championships back in 2019 with a Drampa Garbodor deck, a Trashalanche Garbodor, so strong. Andrew did find an energy. We already have the Palkia V-Star in play, so can use that V-Star power, flip that marker, get a bunch of extra energies in play, and it looks like a pretty quick 2-prize lead for Andrew Martin in this one.
There we go. Why do I keep forgetting it? Star Portal ability.
Listen, Arceus has been star birthing. Palkia's coming in here star portaling. We'll get it figured out.
There we go, yes. And... a boss's orders.
Yeah, wants to target down the Choice Belt here, which is just the boosted damage option Charles could have.
After talking to Mike about this list, Mike said that this list is built to do one thing. It is built to either boss or Leon every turn of the game.
Yeah.
Which is pretty impressive. If that's all you want your Palkia deck to do is boss or Leon, then I guess you don't really need to play too many draw supporters. You set up the Bibarel, let Bibarel do the drawing for you, and then just target down with precision exactly what you want to hit every turn, and use Leon to hit the surprise numbers that your opponent is not expecting you to hit.
So Trekking Shoes hits the Turffield Stadium. Charles could now use this to go get the Shaman V-Star potentially. Gardenia's Vigor drawing 2. Now he can accelerate 2 energies to one of his bench Pokemon and does choose to accelerate them on to the Hisuian Lilligant. And Capture Energy gets to grab another basic Pokemon out of the deck. Maybe we will see another Flapple, or an Applin, I should say, hit the bench.
Looks like Applin is the card of choice. Since there was not an Applin down last turn, Charles is not going to have the option to be able to one-hit KO the Palkia this turn. With a Choice Belt, can put it at 260, though, which would mean that a Flapple could potentially finish it off the following turn.
Yeah, which would be really good. That's the way Charles can kind of take a multi-prize turn by using Apple Drop, taking 2 prizes, and then maybe like a Boss's Orders or something to take another 2.
Industrious Incisors for 2. Looks like a pair of Quick Balls. And we may see one more Applin hit the board so that maybe we get to see some really explosive apple dropping next turn.
Yeah, absolutely love these plays. This could mean that Charles could actually KO 2 Palkia V-Star next turn. There's actually already 20 damage on the benched one that's got energy, so it would be a pretty good setup if he can make it happen. He's actually looking at maybe getting Kricketot. Kricketune has a pretty
Crobat.
solid ability, but it's actually going to be the Crobat.
Crobat V can use its Dark Asset to fill Charles' hand to 6 cards. Looking for probably the Choice Belt. You really don't want to be short
3
on
cards.
this. So we go 1, it's Grass Energy, 2, Bibarel, and do not find the Choice
No.
Belt. We're seeing that Andrew's decision to knock out the Lilligant V-Star with the Choice Belt proving to be effective, since that Hisuian Lilligant V-Star is going to be limited to just 230 damage with its parallel spin this turn, making it so that Charles will have to build up a significant attacker, even if it's just a Flapple or something, to try and poke this Palkia for knockout.
Andrew does have the Melanie in hand. That's something to work with potentially now. Actually playing the
Leon.
Leon. Very good. That is the card needed to do the boosted damage to take a knockout this turn.
That's crazy. It's so nuts that even when you're short, you don't have Choice Belts, whatever. Here it is, Leon, plus 30. And this is why Palkia is the best deck in the format, in my opinion, right now, because of the ease with which it knocks out opposing V-Stars. Palkia V-Star absolutely bodies these other V-Stars. It really is not close. You have to have Pokemon set up in order to play the game. You can't play a game realistically with one bench Pokemon, which is what would be required to make Palkia like consistently miss these knockouts.
Yeah, definitely. Gardenia's Vigor drawing 2 cards now can accelerate 2 basic grass energy from the hand to one of the benched Pokemon. Shaman V-Star seems like a good option to me. There's the first Flapple coming down. So Charles can take a Pokemon out of play here by putting the Applin back into the deck. Or the Flapple, and then drop 20 damage as well.
This is true. This is true. But can Charles stop Andrew from finding the game-winning Boss's Orders? That Crobat,
that is the
just
question.
with a lowly 180 hit points. The Shaman V-Star, a great revenge attacker at this point. That Shaman V-Star is doing a ton of damage with its Revenge Blast, hitting 280 damage.
Whew.
But it's only got 250 hit points. So it is quite easy for Andrew to knock out.
Now, Andrew did not get another Palkia in play last turn, prepping for something like a Marnie potentially from his opponent's side of the field. So I don't think Andrew had an opportunity to get one in play. So maybe Charles is having to play to that, hope that there's a chance Andrew just misses out on the Palkia, but he's already attaching energy, has the boss, can bring up the Crobat, and actually just uses Palkia's second attack, dealing 200 damage to take out Crobat V on the bench and win the game 2-0, very convincing fashion.
Hydro Break. Actually, not a bad attack.
Not at all.
No, 200 damage. Choice Belt, 230 damage. This Origin Form Palkia V can take some really significant knockouts, since almost all other Pokemon V have got less than 230 hit points. So being in that range is really impactful. Andrew Martin showing off another 2-0 win with this Origin Form Palkia V-Star deck. Palkia is an absolute menace. I think we've seen it 3 rounds on stream so far today, so Palkia is definitely here. I think that Natalie was telling me there are about 30, almost 30 Palkia VSTAR decks in the room right now of about almost 150 players. So we're saying that on release weekend, about a fifth of players were feeling confident enough to ship Origin Form Palkia VSTAR, and it seems like a significant number of those decks are doing well.
Yeah, really cool to see that. I mean, if we think back to the previous few release weekend tournaments here at Full Grip Games, you know, the very first one was during the Evolving Skies release. The big hyped up deck was Rayquaza VMAX. Obviously, that deck didn't turn out to be the best, but it really wasn't that big of a portion of the room. There was a few players that were playing the deck. It wasn't that big. Then we move forward to Fusion Strike, Mew VMAX, the new big bad.
Yeah.
There was a few players playing it, but it really, at that tournament, was not that big. Brilliant Stars, there was a bit more Arceus running around.
Arceus showed up and won.
It did end up ultimately winning, but it really wasn't like a dominant force in the field. There was a lot more Mew, it felt like, for sure. But then now we look ahead to this release weekend, the Astral Radiance, and Palkia is absolutely dominating.
Yes. Well, I think that there's a couple of key differences now. First of all, we've been playing paper cards for a lot longer. We took 2 years off, right? So now players are more invested into their paper collections. They're more willing to try these cards out, especially this is going to be the North American International Championships format. So getting your hands on these cards early, getting to play these strategies out and see them in action firsthand, I think is a really big deal and something that a lot of players are really invested to for this week. So I'm really hyped to see these new decks on the table, and Palkia VSTAR definitely seems like the deck to beat today.
Well, I'm looking forward to hearing what Andrew is thinking after that win. We got to hear from Mike earlier. These guys tested together, no-lifed it together for a whole week, figured out what the best list was, and this one's looking pretty impressive so far. We'll be right back with a winner's interview with Andrew Martin.
I am here with Andrew Martin, now 4-0 at the Full Grip Games 6K Astral Radiance weekend. How you doing, Andrew?
It's going really good. I feel like I'm getting like the full grip experience because I'm playing like the new cards and I'm playing some GLC tomorrow. So
sick.
You really can't get much more than this, right?
Yes. This is what the hype is all about. I'm very excited to see you here, a regional champion and someone I played against before. So really cool to see you now 4-0. Mike was saying you guys tested together on this list?
A lot.
Okay, so yeah, a lot. He said you guys no-lifed it.
A lot more than I thought we were going to. It ended up working out really well. We initially were off Palkia. Like, we tried it like a few weeks ago, and honestly, we probably just had a bad list because we're like, okay, this deck sucks. And then, I don't know, it stuck in my head for a little bit. I was like, okay, maybe some VIP passes. Let's just get like a bunch of the guys out. And it ended up working out really well.
Yeah.
We started with 4, cut down to 2. Because really just that Arita going second.
Yes.
It's like the big thing. Because going first, you just see if you get the V out. You're chilling. You can just put on a lot of pressure with boss the next turn.
Yes,
but going second, especially against Mew, you need a lot to go on. So
you need a full bench.
Yeah,
you need a full bench.
All the party needs to be there.
Yeah.
You need to be getting into Drizzile, getting into the barrel. Like the Luminion Arita combo fixed a lot of issues we were having.
Yeah, we saw you game 1 when you're not able to find the Beaverell or the Battle VIP pass.
It's lonely. It's sad.
It's tough when there's not a proper draw supporter in the deck, and you're like with one Drizzile, you're like, huh.
It's like that meme with like the dog sitting there's like the fires. Like, this is fine.
This is fine. Yes. So you're able to grind your way out of that one though. So that was really cool to see. The Palkia deck definitely seems like a force to be reckoned with. We've seen it on stream 3 times. We saw Mike earlier, now you with a similar list. We saw Michael Zele on round 1. Every Palkia deck has won its series that we've seen so far. It definitely seems like it's one of the best decks. Is there anything that you're worried about that you've seen kind of being out in the tournament hall so far that seems like it could be tough? Or have you put any thought into the Palkia mirror yet, which is inevitably something you'll end up playing?
I hit Michael Zele last round.
Oh,
so
okay.
I had a little bit of testing with the mirror, but yeah, the mirror is interesting. I'm still figuring out how exactly it works because you don't want to like overextend and get knocked out, but you don't want to have like, no board. So that's still tricky. Yeah, I'm really curious to see how the meta adapts to Palkia because like right now I've not seen a whole lot that I'm like, okay, nope, dodge. Maybe some of the Miltank
Blissey stuff can be kind of annoying. I mean,
Miltank Blissey, I heard some whisperings. Is there some Miltank out there?
I heard of at least 2. So,
least
you
2,
know, we're
alright.
figuring. I mean, I haven't played the matchup, so I don't know for sure. But I mean, that Miltank not being able to hit it directly through, you have limited options. So.
You do have options, though.
Yeah,
Yes.
which is better than no options.
It is
right?
better than
Not
no
like playing against
options.
Duraludon, you're like, well, I have all special energies. So.
Yes, there are definitely options.
Lightning decks can be kind of tricky. I'm curious to see like if there's like an Arceus build out there that maybe can like, you know, work its way through the different meta matchups. Because you can't like tech for everything right now. I always say that, but you
Yes.
know, Arceus finds ways to do that.
It tries. Yes,
yeah.
it certainly tries.
So we'll see some lightning stuff. I did face a flying Pikachu round 2 and was able to win that one.
Was that Josh marking? by
Yeah.
chance? Yeah. We saw
Yeah,
Sneaky
this
in
type
the
was
house.
really cool.
That is sick.
And that ended up being fine. I mean, as long as you have like the tempo and you're able to just deal with the threat early, kind of like how Mew's just like, oh, that's a cool Hoopa. All right, good.
I'll just trade with it. Right.
Right.
And that's the thing that's the crazy thing. Unlike Mew, Palkia V-Star only gives up 2 prizes.
Exactly.
So like
yeah.
if you do get a Palkia V-Star knocked out by a Raikou V, you're like, cool, I'll just knock that out.
We're just trading knockouts at that point.
And it's just like, you know, my deck is more consistent. That's like,
Mhm.
you know, and I'm probably taking the first knockout. So even
Mhm.
if you trade Raikou Vs with me 2 for 2 throughout the game, I'll just win.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And that's kind of where we landed on the decks. We're like, that's probably a good play. You know, we can navigate those rough matchups with just like boss.
Yeah, so that's what Mike was on here saying. He said,
Yeah.
all I want to do with this deck is just boss or Leon every
Yeah,
turn.
absolutely, absolutely.
How many times have you used Leon so far today?
A couple, because sometimes the math gets a little bit weird. You don't quite have enough of those. Like, you don't have enough bench spots
Yeah.
to like get to that number. Also, when your opponent has the math figured out, and they're like, okay, I'm safe here at like, you know, they're gonna max maybe do like 270 with the
Yeah.
bell. Then you drop the Leon, and they're like, oh no.
Didn't see that coming.
So it's
Right.
been pretty useful. We were like kind of like unsure of it. Shout out to Connor Lavelle for giving us faith back in it, because we brought it in last night because he was like,
Nice.
this guy's great. So like, all right, well we'll keep it in there.
Good stuff, Andrew. Well, congrats on 4-0 so
Thank you.
far. I look forward to seeing how you do for the rest of the event.
Appreciate it.
Keep up the good work, man.
All right, thank you.
Players are getting ready for the 5th round at the Full Grip Games 6K doubleheader standard event featuring new cards from Astral Radiance. We've got Solomon Shurge on the left with a very cool Arceus V-Star Rayquaza VMAX deck, sitting pretty at 3-0-1 against Nolan Freda with, I think, what will be a fan favorite, the Regi deck. I don't know what you want to call it. Regi Gigas and friends, Regi pals.
Yeah, Regi pals. I like that one a lot. This is a really cool deck that was really made possible by all of the new Regi cards in Astral Radiance. And Andrew, I know you did a video on this deck. So for the uninformed, could you please initiate us on what exactly Regi Gigas is meant to do? Because this is a deck that is not necessarily something a lot of people have been talking about.
No, it's not. It does see some play in Japan, but not in huge numbers. And it's a deck that has some potential. And it's all because of Regigigas's Ancient Wisdom ability. This is kind of the cornerstone of the deck. Regigigas has this ability, which reads once during your turn if you have Regirock, Regice, Registeel, Regieleki, and Regidrago in play, you may attach up to 3 energy cards from your discard pile to one of your Pokemon. So it allows you to accelerate up to 3 special energy or energy cards, whatever kind of energy you want, from your discard pile to your Pokemon. So what this allows you to do is basically hit for various types of weakness. You can hit for fighting weakness with your Regirock using its Giga Impact attack. You could hit for lightning weakness using Regieleki with its Terra Spark attack. And I mean, if you were playing against a fire deck, you could hit for water weakness, right? But all of these different Regis have different attacks they can use. And the Regigigas has this crazy Gigaton Break attack, which costs 5 energy, and it does 150 damage plus 150 more if your opponent's active Pokemon is a Pokemon VMAX. So you could take clean one-hit knockouts on Pokemon VMAX if you accelerate some powerful colorless energy or use any sort of damage modifiers like Choice Belt or something like that. But You know, the gimmick of the deck, the whole deal is that you have to have all of these Regis in play. So that is going to be what Nolan's trying to do here on the first turn of the game. We see this is actually a fantastic opening with some trekking shoes, research. Usually would hate to discard those special energy. Nolan is happy to send those to the discard pile.
That's where he wants them to be, in the discard pile, so that Ancient Wisdom can throw them back into play. And yeah, Regigigas, really cool attacker in this matchup specifically. Solomon is playing that Rayquaza VMAX. And one of the benefits of Rayquaza VMAX is that it has a ton of hit points. You can take big knockouts with its attack, discarding a bunch of lightning or fire energies, and then take a hit, usually move back to the bench and then get reloaded and go back in. But Regigigas can get a one-hit knockout with one of those damage modifiers you mentioned, either a Choice Belt or potentially a powerful colorless energy.
And this is just a really substantial single prize deck because it's self-sufficient. It accelerates energy from the discard pile. You know, we see Solomon taking a good look at the
I mean, Nolan's got the setup here.
This is turn 1.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There it is. All the Pokemon are in play.
Yeah, crazy. And Nolan could actually get off an attack here. That Regidrago in the active spot does deal 160 damage, which is not a small amount by any means. Drawing one more card here, not too bad either.
Right, the Regidrago has that Dragon's Horde ability, which you can only use if it's in the active, allows you to fill your hand to 4.
And Nolan will use Ancient Wisdom. Let's see if he goes in with the Regidrago here, or will he want to power up?
Missing the third energy.
Doesn't have the necessary energy, yeah.
Yeah, so he's only got 1 Aurora, so just going to power up the Regieleki, and getting that energy kind of flooded onto the board is really good. I mean, since Nolan is playing a single prize deck, it doesn't really matter if if he misses an attack here and there, because he can make up for it later with the prize trade.
Solomon's going to throw that hand away with a Professor's Research, drawing a new one. Does get an Arceus VSTAR on the active, but did miss the energy attachment on his first turn. So I don't think that we're going to be able to see an attack this turn. Now, Solomon is, of course, playing Flaffies, to accelerate energies with that Dynamotor ability, but was unable to bench a Mareep last turn. So there's no option to pull off some attack this turn, it doesn't seem like.
No, I mean, really, the only option would be to maybe, if you Starbirth and get a Switch Out and an Arceus with a double turbo, maybe you can Trinity Charge, something like that, but no damage going to be coming down from Solomon. And I have to say, this definitely seems like the kind of matchup Nolan wants to see. If you're playing this single prize deck, you want to see a deck that's got plenty of multiple prize Pokemon with you to trade, that you can trade favorably against, and you want to see no sort of spread shenanigans. Yeah, no way for you to, kind of sweeten the prize trade by taking 2 knockouts at the same time, anything like that. I think Nolan's got to be pretty confident with this situation. Powering up the Regieleki early on is going to make it so that he can use Terra Spark and soften up 2 other targets to potentially finish off later. So I really like this Regieleki with the Terra Spark attack in this deck.
Yeah, dealing a solid amount of damage to the active and then setting things up on the bench, like you mentioned. 40 damage to 2 of your opponent's benched Pokemon is pretty good. One thing I'll never be able to get over, though, is like these Regieleki cards that they've been printing.
The 2 retreat.
Yeah, and this guy's the fastest Pokemon, man.
Ever.
He is the fastest Pokemon ever. And he's got, all of them have 2 retreat. I think the one in this set has 3 retreat.
The one in this set does have 3 retreat. It's absurd.
It makes no sense.
It makes no sense. No sense at all.
It's pure energy. He should move as freely as possible.
Just like light, like literally. But, yeah, well, it will remain a mystery.
Solomon does get a Rangaroo here, that Primate Wisdom Rangaroo, a solid basic Pokemon that can help you conserve resources, which is really nice for a deck like this one that loves to churn through the deck with the Azure Pulse ability on Rayquaza VMAX.
Now, the Starbirth ability was used to go get this combo, and I'm thinking that we're going to see this is Trinity Charge from the Double Turbo Arceus V to accelerate some energy into play. If Nolan can switch into Regi Rock could take a clean one-hit knockouts on this Arceus V. I'm not sure that there's any Dunsparce action going on here. Take a look at the list.
I don't think so, no.
I don't think that there are any Dunsparce in Solomon's deck. So this could be a really strong opportunity for Nolan to take a knockouts and take advantage of the Arceus and its fighting weakness.
Solomon correctly identifying here that Arceus is still probably the best attacker. I mean, it can go down in one hit pretty easily to the Regirock, but it feels so bad to load up a bunch of energies on a Rayquaza VMAX and then discard 3 of them to take 1 prize card.
Yeah, it's not great. Nolan getting 2 cards
off that Speed Lightning. One of my favorite energy cards because you get to attach 1 energy card per turn. And so if you're getting that extra energy attachment, it might as well be to do something great like drawing extra cards.
Of course. And there's a Zinnia's Resolve, which is really good for this deck because not only does it allow you to draw cards, but it also helps to pitch those special energy to the discard pile.
Ooh, and the Hisuian Heavy Ball, a really cool new card from the most recent set. You get to look at all of your face-down prize cards, and you can take a basic Pokemon you find there, reveal it, and put it into your hand. And then you shuffle this Hisuian Pokeball into your prizes to take that card's place that you took out of the prizes.
I think that this is a really cool new card. I love it. It's giving me, kind of town map vibes, which is
kind of like Time Walk Azelf almost.
But it's different, right? It's different in a way. And I've been playing the game for a long time. We've seen town map, we've seen Time Walk Azelf, we've seen Gladian, Peonia. This is just a different way of accessing the prize cards, and I really like it. I think it's a unique card, and will definitely find its place in certain decks.
Big fan for sure. Nolan does get the Scoop Up Net to pick up the Regidrago, does bench it once again, and Terra Spark. You have to discard all lightning energy from this Pokemon, and it deals 120 damage. And then you get to do 40 damage to 2 of your opponent's benched Pokemon. Now, something interesting here, Nolan has 3 special lightning energies. It does say you have to discard all lightning energy from this Pokemon. So could it be said that the Aurora, how does it work with the Aurora? Does it still have to be discarded?
Oh yeah, it's a lightning energy.
Yeah, it's all energy, but only one at a time, right?
Yes,
I guess
so it is. It is always lightning. It is always fire.
Yeah,
it is,
sure.
Yes, so it always has to go. Yeah, it does not get to in that moment act as the energy of your choice.
Sure.
Yeah. So that's 120 damage, and then softening up the Rayquaza, saying, "All right, those are both in Gigas range now, right? Even if they evolve, there's going to be nothing that's out of reach for me." And Solomon has to decide, how am I going to go about trying to take down this Regieleki? If you use Power Edge with the Arceus V, you're only looking at 110 damage. And I can tell you, there's almost nothing more painful than 2-hit KOing a single prize Pokemon in the Pokemon TCG with your multi-prize Pokemon. You do not like to do that. You're already trading extremely questionably.
And Solomon does utilize Rose to discard his hand and then put 2 energy from the discard pile onto one of his Pokemon VMAX, which is what he's done to load up the Rayquaza. And I actually misspoke earlier. Solomon is not playing any Flaffies. No Flaffies, no Dynamotors, anything like that. It is all on Arceus and Rose to get those energies back.
That's cool. I mean, this is a pretty neat strategy for today's event because it doesn't require a lot of bench setup. Your Pokemon have a lot of HP, Rayquaza, and they're capable of one-hit KOing Palkias. So it's kind of a neat strategy that might be good against Palkia, but is probably going to be pretty tough against this Regigigas deck. Now, we haven't seen it yet, but the Regigigas can get powered up with a Twin Energy if Nolan is able to find a Twin Energy to put into the discard pile, assuming that the list does play them, yes. If Nolan can find a Twin Energy, then the Gigaton Break is really accessible, right? It does cost 5 energy, but the Ancient Wisdom ability allows you to accelerate up to 3 energy cards. So that means you could accelerate 6 energy from the discard pile if they're all 3 double or twin energies or double turbo or whatever, you know? So the Regigigas can easily get powered up in one turn. And as you see Nolan kind of correctly doing, kind of cheating these extra energies into play as you route your turns is very good, because Ancient Wisdom will accelerate 3 energy into play. Then you can attach 1 from hand for your turn. So you're actually capable of attaching 4 energy per turn to your Regis, which is a lot. We just saw Nolan play the Ordinary Rod. These decks usually play a healthy amount of Ordinary Rod because you need to keep every single Regi at the ready, or else, right?
Yeah, your deck just does not function if you can't get all 6 Regis in play. Now, Nolan attaches an Aurora energy to the bench. Already had a Capture energy on the active, so he can afford to discard the Twin energy for the cost of Aurora, and now puts 4 energy, effectively, 3 energy cards, 4 energy with the Twin, onto the active, and Gigaton Break takes 3 prizes on Solomon's Rayquaza VMAX. Boom goes the Gigas.
There it goes. Wow. Regigigas doing exactly what I want to see it do. This is crazy. That's the first big VMAX knockout I've ever seen this card take. That was really incredible. What a wild card. This Regigigas deck is no joke. I mean, it is trading really favorably with these Pokemon VMAX. It's setting up consistently. We've seen Nolan do something meaningful every turn. Definitely doesn't seem like Nolan is just kind of spinning his wheels. Like, look at how big that hand is. With back-to-back Zinnia's Resolve.
Oh, yeah.
Nolan is just sitting there swimming, in cards. I don't know about you. I haven't seen anybody cut each other's hand yet.
No, not at this tournament.
Not at this tournament.
At Salt Lake City, we had a couple people cutting hands. It was the first tournament back, It's kind of funny.
Like,
honestly, if you cut your opponent's hand off Marner, you're just a nerd.
Yeah. I'm willing to put that out there. Yeah.
I'm not. I kid.
I'm not. Yeah. Yeah. If you're cutting my Marnie hand, bro, you just wasted time. We only got 50 minutes.
Yeah, we're trying to get through these games here. So, Evolution Incense grabs the Arceus VSTAR from the deck. Can evolve that heavily damaged Arceus. The other one that doesn't have any damage on it just came into play this turn. So maybe we'll hold off on putting the other one in play. It does get the Primate Wisdom. I think drew Boss off of that, so that's something for the next turn. Did play Marnie here. And Trinity Nova takes the KO, but Nolan is just 1 Regigigas away from responding with a big Regirock knockout.
Right, and with the other Aurora energy in the discard pile, it's guaranteed.
Yeah.
All you need to do is get that other Pokemon, and this whole deck is designed just to do that.
And what do you know? There's a Quick Ball waiting there in hand. The first thing Nolan does is play that. We saw that he put back a Gigas last turn with the Ordinary Rod. So even though 1 went down, there's 1 still chilling. He does play just 2 copies of the card, so you're running things a little risky. If you prize too many of your, Regis and stuff.
There.
But yeah, you've got the heavy ball to get at least one of them out.
You go get it.
If you prize too many, though, you got 2 of a lot of these.
How many heavy balls are in the list?
Just 1.
Oh, is it just 1?
Yep.
All right. Yeah. So right with the 1 Hisuian heavy ball, it's not exactly the most searchable card, but so long as your prizes aren't too bad, you're chilling.
Sure.
Because you could just recycle the same ones that get knocked out. And it's really cool to see these turns get, kind of planned out in advance, knowing like, okay, I'm going to lose this guy probably, so I have to put this guy back into the deck. Probably I can let go of this Regi Drago because I'm not attacking with Regi Drago at all, so I don't expect to lose one, just making sure that you're just routing your turns correctly. Now, the mobility in this deck is something that you really have to think about. You want to always have the correct Regi swinging, or know when to take a tempo turn and just swing with maybe Regieleki because it's the best attacker that doesn't... If it's not heading for weakness, usually it's Regieleki or Regigigas are like the 2.
Yeah.
The 2 best ones, because Regieleki is setting up your knockouts, and Regigigas it's just like hitting for a really nice vanilla amount of damage and has 150 hit points. So it's pretty good as a single prize basic.
So Regirock gets in there with the Giga Impact, 140 damage times 2 for the weakness, 280 exactly to KO Arceus VSTAR. No Dunsparce to protect you now, Arceus. And now Nolan with a Twin Energy on the Regigigas is just 1 ability usage away from powering that up. Would need to get another Regirock in play next turn. But Solomon is sitting at 5 prizes still.
Yeah, 5. Oops. Who's running this overlay? 5 prizes still.
And I think Solomon realizes it's just not possible for me to win this game. I'm at too much of a deficit. I'm not trading favorably enough into all these 1 prizers. He's going to scoop it up and say, let's get to game number 2.
They're going to get to game 2 here in just a moment. That was a really tough showing from Solomon. I mean, Solomon's got this really cool Rayquaza VMAX deck, but it just does not trade favorably with the single prizers.
You can see the benefit of having a 1 prize deck in a format like this, where everything is multi-prizes. That's kind of what Night March used to take advantage of. I know you're a big fan of that deck back from like 2016 era, 2015, that time frame. Just being able to hit into 2 prize Pokemon as a 1 prizer. You know, if you can get those 1-hit knockouts, you usually have to work a little bit harder as the 1 prize deck to make those 1-hit knockouts happen. But if you can do it, if you get there, you're just going to be favorable for the entire game.
Right. And it seems like, honestly, like, what can Solomon do? There doesn't really seem to be anything in Solomon's deck that can appropriately answer Nolan's Regi deck. It seems like just the battle was in some ways fought while the deck list was being filled out.
Sure.
It just is a really good call from Nolan. Nolan's able to make this Regi deck pop off and work consistently, which is the toughest thing for the Regi deck to do. With new cards like the Trekking Shoes, you're able to just churn through the deck. Zinnia's Resolve again. You've got your Professor's Research. There's just a lot of discard draw in this deck, and that allows you to really thin your deck down to the core components that you need at the end of the game, and can allow you to execute that game-winning strategy that we saw last turn.
Solon has a pretty awkward-looking hand here. I think there's a bunch of Pokemon in that hand, which is less than ideal. You want to get a couple out there pretty quickly, especially when you're going first, but you need some follow-up. You need some energies to attach. You need a supporter, something like that. So we'll see what else this hand has. Does it at least have a fire energy? Yeah, look at that, Andrew. It is just all Pokemon there.
That hand's pretty sick, bro.
I mean,
look, he's got all the dudes.
Yeah, but no Arceus V, or Rayquaza V. If there was a Rayquaza V, we'd be chilling because he could just go Azure Pulse next turn, dump the hand, draw 3 more. But that is not an option for Solomon. Does get the attachment to the active, but it's just going to be a pass over to Nolan's side.
Nah, he's got that top deck. The top deck game is on lock right here.
Yeah?
You top deck Ultra Ball or Arceus VSTAR. Yeah, every time, for sure.
I don't know about that.
Well, we'll see. We'll hope for him. Now, Nolan has got Regidrago in the active, trying to figure out maybe if he can pare the hands down enough so that he could actually draw some cards with the Dragon's Horde. We do see a Quick Ball discarding the second Regidrago, and that is an awkward thing about this deck, is that you can't just bench Pokemon for like no reason. In fact, if you have a Regidrago in play and you have another one in your hand, you cannot play that. It's just like you don't even think about putting it down because you will ruin everything, actually.
Yeah, the whole strategy of your deck is built around the Regigigas, whose ability can only be used if all 6 of the different Regis are in play. Ancient Wisdom really teaching us something here. And Nolan agrees, gets that Regigigas down immediately, and I think does only have a couple cards in hand, so we can see the Regidrago draw a couple cards.
Dragon's Horde. Gonna get utilized, and I'm sure that Nolan wants to see a draw supporter if there's not already one in the hand.
He's going to just play a Scoop Up Net to thin a card
I
out.
like that, and then 2.
Has an Ordinary Rod in the hand, which is pretty awkward.
Finds Bruno.
And gets a Regieleki.
Yeah. So this is always weird. Like, you play this Bruno, or are you chilling and try to wait for a knockout? I like it. Yeah, we're playing the Bruno.
Yeah,
just
play
go for 4.
Play the Ordinary Rod as well to put that other Regidrago back into the deck. Something I guess your opponent could theoretically do if you're running low on your Ordinary Rods. If they recognize, like, ooh, there's already a bunch of this, or one other of this type of Regi in the discard pile. if they go boss chase after it and you don't get the other one set back up, if you don't find the Ordinary Rod plus the search card to get it back into play, you cannot use Ancient Wisdom.
Right, and then when the Ancient Wisdom faucet gets turned off, that's the whole deck shuts down. We see this is like another odd situation because Nolan's got a Regieleki in the hand, can't put it down, has to kind of just hang on to it. But there is a Zinnia's Resolve in the hand, which does kind of redeem the hand for next turn if Solomon does put any cards into play. He does find a bunch of energy cards, so has some options to start attaching energy. It looks like going to go for the Regidrago and just pass.
Oh, and Solomon hits the research on the top.
I told you, bro. He's chilling. Man, see, I've been playing long enough. It's always a good card on top, bro.
I mean, you've been playing long enough that you know that is just not true.
It's always the 8th card, bro. If it ain't the 8th card, sometimes it's the 9th card, man. And then sometimes it's like the 15th card. You'll just lose. Yeah.
So Solomon does find the research and the Arceus VSTAR off of the research. Now Starbirth can go get double turbo energy and throw a bunch of energies onto Rayquaza V, which is another key piece that Solomon was able to draw into off of the research. Very nice.
Starbirth and chill is what we got going on right here. Solomon can fix absolutely everything that is going on with his board with one simple trick. Starbirth can allow Solomon to go get whatever 2 cards he wants out of his deck and put them into his hand. Can only use that power once per game, as it is a V-Star power, but will definitely get utilized here to find the double turbo energy so that Trinity Nova attack can take the knockout, and we can see some more energy come into play. I am hoping that maybe Solomon just doesn't bench anymore. I'm hoping that Solomon decides to kind of just be a little conservative, just knowing that part of Nolan's draw engine is Zinnia's Resolve.
Right.
You want to be as conservative as you can with the benching and, realize your opponent's only got to knock out 3 Pokemon to win. So, you don't need to put 5 or 6 into play.
Right.
Are you really going to be able to pivot between all of those? Probably not. 4, I think, is fair. I just don't want to see any more.
Yeah, and Nolan is most of the time taking one-hit KOs on them anyway. It seems like between the weakness and then the Regigigas getting in there on to the Rayquaza. Solomon just kind of mapping things out. I believe that Incense did grab a Arceus V-Star, debating what the last card to grab is off of the Starbirth. It may have been just a supporter. It kind of looks like
double turbo and research.
Research for
are
next turn.
The 2, yeah. So we're getting the double turbo here. Research for next turn. Evolution Incense. Before the Starbirth, they grabbed that Arceus, so now we've got a couple of Arceus built up. And it's just going to be a Trinity Nova for knockout, and Solomon's going to go to 5 prizes remaining, putting the ball in Nolan's court. So if Nolan is able to find Regidrago, which he did just put back into the deck, he had lost that other Regi, rotted it back into the deck before the supporter, before the Bruno previously, and now has a Zinnia's. So has to find the Registeel and the Regidrago in order to get this thing moving.
Top deck's the powerful colorless energy, which is just fine. Go ahead and throw that in the discard pile. Is only getting 4 cards here off of Zinnia.
And one of the tough things about this deck is that you can't play Crobat. There's no Shady Dealing Intellion.
Yeah, no Bibarel.
No Bibarel. The Stormy Mountains, though, is incredibly good because it's going to allow you to go get the Regidrago, which is one of the missing pieces. It gets both the Regieleki and the Regidrago, which is why it's played in this deck.
Does Nolan have the Registeel in hand? I haven't seen it yet. Not sure if it's there or not, but that is the only missing Regi to use Ancient Wisdom this turn. And if Nolan can use Ancient Wisdom, I am pretty sure there's enough energies in the discard pile for Regirock to get in there.
I know there's at least one Aurora. Finding the Auroras is the toughest thing to do in this deck.
Oh, is there not? Oh, there's not actually enough energy.
It's the hardest thing to do because there's only 4. And you just have to draw into them. That's one of the reasons why the Trekking Shoes gets played, because you're just trying to motor through the deck. You're trying to just see as many cards as possible to increase the odds. I do see there's actually a Research and the Registeel are both in the hand. However, Nolan does not have the energy necessary to take this knockout this turn. This is going to be just a little bit short because the second Aurora energy has not been found. Pretty interesting interaction is that since the Aurora energy is coming from the discard pile, you don't actually have to fulfill the requirement to discard a card or anything like that that you would normally have to do when you're playing Aurora energy from the hand. And it looks like Nolan is actually just going to opt to use the Regigigas' ability to accelerate just the one energy from the discard pile to the Regieleki, kind of set things up and say, all right, next turn we're going in. And I really like this play from Nolan because he put the twin energy onto the Regieleki, effectively giving it free retreat, knowing like, okay, I missed the knockout this turn. It's fine. It's a 6-prize game. My opponent's only taken 1 prize. I can promote this Regieleki next turn and use the twin energy to retreat it off and go in with my Regirock. And it's how you navigate these turns where you're whiffing that really allow this deck to shine, because you're not going to hit everything that you need every turn.
No.
You don't have those support Pokemon to guarantee things in the Regi deck.
No, not at all. You're really reliant on your supporter cards super heavily for turns. So whenever all you have is Zinnia to get 4 cards, it's hard to, pull off an attack. Nolan was pretty close, though. He was pretty close.
Honestly, I think Nolan got the best case scenario, which is actually just getting a better draw supporter for next turn, which is the research. So it's like, all right, Nolan's kind of chilling because the next turn will probably be more powerful than this one. We see Solomon is continuing to do things. I mean, Solomon's sitting a lot better this game than he was last game. Last game was looking pretty brutal.
He said, get that Stormy Mountains out of here.
With the Pumpkaboo. That's pretty sick. All right, Pumpkaboo. Pumpkin Pits. Kicking the Stormy Mountains to the curb. And
yeah, he's going to fill the bench here. So
all the way just saying, all right, you guys, Zinnia's resolved. Go ahead, draw 6.
Yeah. I'm sure Nolan is fine seeing that. Solomon will get another prize here and will go ahead on the prize trade. Nolan, like you said, did prep the twin energy here, so if he can find his other Regirock and also another twin energy, he'll be able to take a big one-hit knockout. So even though he's down 2 prizes compared to how many Solomon has taken, he is still very much in a fine spot.
Yeah, he could make this comeback, I mean, just this turn. It could tie it up at 4-4 prizes and put himself in a nice spot to come back. Nolan will draw the card. Looking for an Aurora energy. That is the key piece. Scoop up net's not fantastic, though you can you like use Regigigas twice in a turn with scoop up nets?
You could, yeah, you could, because you can use 2 Regigigases theoretically.
Yes. You just want to. There's the Aurora energy, but needs the here we are. Needs the Regirock. So this is one of those weird situations where, like, if that Regirock's prized, what are you doing, man?
Seeing if you can try to dig for Heavy Ball, I guess. Yeah.
Never prized there, bro.
Here he is, Regirock, coming down into play, ready to start swinging with the Giga Impact. Take a big one-hit knockout. There's 2 Auroras in the discard pile, also 1 powerful colorless, which, of course, Giga Impact does have 1 colorless requirement, so that will work just fine.
There we go, the 2 Aurora energy. And now that the 2 Aurora energy have been found, the whole deck opens up. This is really what you're looking for playing the Regi deck. As long as you can find those Aurora energy, which are like rainbow energy, they provide all energy types, but only 1 at a time. Now they can power up this Giga Impact to do 240 damage with weakness, taking Nolan to just 4 prizes left. This game is all tied up after a little bit of a slower start. Nolan is catching up just fine.
And preps the powerful colorless energy on the Regigigas. So now next turn, if Nolan can find a replacement Regirock for this one that's assumedly going to get KO'd, he can utilize Ancient Wisdom, get those extra energies in play. There's already going to be a twin energy in the discard pile because there's 1 on the active Regirock, and you'll be able to power up your Regigigas all the way and take a one-hit knockout. This is getting kind of ridiculous how consistent he's making this deck seem.
It is. It's working like a dream right now, and this is something that I've seen when playing against this deck online. Opponents are always mapping out, their turns in advance. They're always they're doing this kind of planning ahead and making sure that you can't just like disrupt them out of what they need to do the next turn. They're always going to have the necessary energy to attack. And it's one of those situations where it feels like against these single prize decks, if they just keep doing the thing that they need to do every turn, they're gonna win the game.
Right.
Yeah, but this is the big question: is like, can you keep doing
Right,
it?
exactly. Solomon does have boss's orders and actually chases after the Regigigas, recognizes the Gigas threat, understands that this guy is definitely something that you got to worry about. Nolan can still set up a Gigas next turn, could always bench one and then retreat all of these energies off the Regi rock and then throw a bunch into play. Since you forgot, the twin energy is one of them that would be going down. I think he would need to find a way to discard one more twin as well, though.
Yeah, this is a good heads-up play from Solomon, kind of identifying, like, all right, if I am going to walk away with a game here, I need to take care of the Regigigas and go in with my guy that doesn't have a weakness. Right. So Regi or Rayquaza VMAX is a hefty dude at 320 HP, and it doesn't have a weakness, so there's no way that Nolan can take advantage of that. The only weakness is that it's a VMAX, gives up 3 prizes, and gets hit for a ton of damage by the Regigigas. So the Regigigas is also conveniently the cornerstone of this deck. If Solomon can actually catch Nolan slipping for a turn where maybe there's a lack of Gigas, right? Then maybe he can skip ahead an extra turn by, dodging some sort of, pretty gnarly attack.
So here's a question that maybe we should have posed at the beginning of this match, but it's just kind of come to me. Is it ever correct for Solomon to just have been trying to go in with the basic Rayquaza V in this matchup? Because I don't think Nolan can knock it out, right? And Spiral Burst can still pick up all these KOs.
Sheesh. Well, okay. I would say no. And here's the reason why.
Okay.
Because Regilecki only needs to drop 40 apiece on these two guys.
That's true. And then everything else is KOing them.
And then Regigigas.
Yeah.
Does Gigaton break with a powerful colorless? He's doing 170. You're chilling.
Or you can even attack with the Regidrago at that point.
Anything.
That is a good point.
Yeah. So that's how you deal with that stuff. The stuff that you don't hit for weakness, that's where Regilecki, Regigigas are like the two.
Yeah.
If you're in like a weird situation, you can pretty much always soften it up, smack it, and then you're like, okay. So it has game plans for that kind of stuff.
Nolan did get the replacement. Gigas has the 1 energy to attach from hand, has the twin energy to accelerate from the discard pile, and the powerful colorless energy.
Is this a clean one-hit KO? The
out
powerful
of
colorless?
nowhere.
2 powerful colorless.
340 damage with the Gigaton break, taking a 3-prize knockout on a Rayquaza.
Bro.
Wow.
The Rayquaza VMAX didn't stand a chance.
There was energies on a Regirock at the beginning of this turn, and no Regigigas in play, and all of a sudden, there's a 5 energy Gigas in the active. Ray did not stand a chance.
That was absurd. It's absolutely absurd. The twin energies are so good with this card. Wow. Huge Gigaton break. Solomon's still got 3 prizes left to take and has to do that without giving up a single Pokemon. It's absurd. I'm wondering, does Nolan's deck even play boss's orders, or it all?
He does. He's got 2. He's got 2.
So there are some boss in there.
Yep.
That's pretty crazy. This is just an absolute treat to get to watch in action at 3-0-1. Wow, this is incredible. Nolan's already up game 1, making this deck really look powerful.
Yeah, looking really strong here. Just needing one more prize, finding a way to take one more knockout to close out this game. Now, did this Gigas get ordinary routed back in, or was this the second one from the deck?
Ooh, yeah, you're asking the tough questions right now.
So Nolan may be pressed to find an ordinary rod this next turn. So piecing together this next knockout might be difficult. But Solomon here is needing to find a way to move this Rayquaza VMAX out of the active if he does want to take a KO this turn. Or find a Rose, I guess.
Good Rose.
That's true.
Yes, we could see a Rose situation occur to power up this Rayquaza out of nowhere. Well, you do see the lightning energy going on the Rayquaza, making me think that this is probably some real Rose hours. Yeah, you want to stack a card that you're going to save before you do it, and then sack the whole hand. Is it? Yep, there it is.
It is a Rose. So Solomon gets to discard the hand and then put 2 energies from the discard pile onto one of his Pokemon VMAX. And of course, Rayquaza, being the only VMAX in play and regularly discarding energies, makes it a perfect partner for the Rose, especially since after you discard your hand, you can just fill it back up with the Azure Pulse ability.
There we go. Big knockout with the Rayquaza VMAX. Solomon going to go to 2 prizes, but we're going to see if Nolan has what it takes to respond to the Rayquaza VMAX this turn. If not, could still potentially 2-hit KO for game. I mean, really just needs to find a way over the course of 2 turns to take 1 prize.
Already attached for turn to the Regieleki, so we're not going to see a Regigigas this turn. I don't think it's possible unless he can find a way to discard another Twin Energy, I guess, but then it still needs to move the Regidrago out of the active. And he's playing Ultra Ball here, and by shuffling the deck, that tells me, okay, both Regigigas are in the discard pile. So what Nolan needs this turn is Ordinary Rod. If he doesn't find it this turn, he's going to really be struggling in the next turn.
Scoop up nets can move the Regi. Looks like the hand is a little bit jammed, so it's not going to be like a easy hand to use Dragon's Treasure or, Dragon's Hoard or...
Yeah, Dragon's Hoard.
Dragon's Hoard. Yes, to draw cards. So trying to just move some stuff around.
Has Research Boss and Bruno in hand, so plenty of choices, but which one is correct? And that's what Nolan's trying to determine here.
Yeah, I think Research, I like to send it, get into the deck.
Got to find that rod.
Find the rod. You're not doing anything without it, so who cares? It doesn't really matter if you... We got Trekking Shoes. Does he find it?
Well, it's something worth thinking about. We see a Boss in that hand. We see Aurora Energy.
And we're going to take it.
It's a scoop-up net. Okay.
So, valuable card. But you can see how this is so tough. Now, Nolan putting himself in a position where he needs to just 1-hit KO whatever's in the active position next turn for game.
Yeah.
Or else.
Right. Or else the game is just going to be over.
Yes.
Nolan does send up the Regigigas, Regieleki, one of these Regis, the Registeel, and Solomon has Boss to target down the Regirock.
And Nolan immediately checking the prize or checking the discard, being like, all right, what's my rock situation? What's my Gigas situation? I need to find 2 guys next turn. And I think that Solomon is making this as difficult as possible. Looks like, almost a Boss Research situation. You don't want to do that.
He's using Azure Pulse.
Oh, Azure Pulse. Very good. Okay.
Has the POW Pad. So it can put back a couple supporters, but I don't know that this game's really going to last long enough for these supporters to come in to play.
Don't know that it will, but that's fine.
Yep.
And I think that Solomon is potentially putting Nolan in as tough as a spot as possible, saying, all right, I'm going to go in with Arceus, and I'm going to knock out your Regirock. You don't have a free retreater in play. Nolan was unable to do the Twin Energy thing this turn, which would have been very good. Yeah. If you could just put the Twin Energy down somewhere, then you're in a situation where you have a free retreat.
Here we go. Can Nolan piece this together? He needs to get a Regirock and a Regigigas in play this turn and find a way to retreat. Right.
Yes. And he's got that scoop up net that he just drew off the top of the deck.
I think Ordinary Rod is in hand.
If the Ordinary Rod's in hand, that's huge.
Yeah. There's Stormy Mountains.
Wow, that is a huge piece.
Well, it has both of the Dragon and Lightning ones in play already. Yes. So he needs.
No, not big. No. Actually, meaningless.
There's the Zinnia. I guess the Rod was not in hand. That might be a second Scoop Up Net hiding back there.
So the Scoop Up Net's ported. It's all.
It's a quick ball. It's a quick ball.
It's all up to this Zinnia. Here go the energies. Got the Scoop Up Net in hand. He needs to find a basic search out and the Rod.
1 card left in the deck.
Needs the Rod. There's
the Trekking Shoes and has Quick Ball. Oh, there's a bunch of cards left in the deck.
Finds the Rod.
There's the Rod. Is there 2 Quick Balls in hand?
The Rod. Does he have the search required to do it? He's going to put the Regirock and the Regigigas back into the deck, and he's moving a little excitedly.
I think he might have both Quick Balls. There's one
Quick Ball.
There's the Regirock. Second Quick Ball. There it is.
Second Quick Ball. There it is.
And then needs to use the Gigas
The
ability.
scoop up net. Here we go.
There it
into
is.
the Regirock, and this is game. You see Solomon ducking his head like, oh my gosh, he did it. Here we go. And Ancient Wisdom to accelerate the 3 energy.
Wow.
A perfect draw off of Zinnia's Resolve and a 1-to-1 prize game. It doesn't get closer than that.
What a match. Nolan pieced it together perfectly at the end of game number 2. Was really close to missing, but pulled it out and got the win.
Nolan will advance to 4-0-1. Here are the Full Grip Games 6K doubleheader with Regi Pals.
Regi Pals, that's what we're going with. Regi Pals.
I mean, I'm just gonna keep saying it unless anybody stops me. So
It won't be me. I'll let you have your Regi Pals there, pal. What a game. What a match. Super well played by Nolan. Solomon, it just didn't really quite get things going all the way. Was able to piece together knockouts. Had a little bit of a slow start in that second game as well. And it does feel like the matchup is kind of stacked against him. Nolan is very well prepped for a deck just like Solomon's.
yeah, I think that that's about as good as it gets for Nolan's deck. A deck that has a weakness that you hit for, that doesn't really have any single prize attackers to pressure you or like manipulate the prize trade in any way. Nolan just has to take 3 knockouts and it's game over. That is definitely in the cards. Like, you can probably do that while he's only giving up 1 prize at a time. We did see, though, things could get a little hairy, especially with like the only 2 of each Regi and the rod situation, but and the switch situation, right? It can get a little dicey, but with the trekking shoes, able to keep things churning, was able to find that ordinary rod off the shoes. Perfect finale for
the shoes
that
are OP,
set.
man.
The broken shoes. We're going to get Nolan back here to talk about his Regi deck and his adventure to 4-0-1 here at the tournament. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. I am here with Nolan Freda, hot off his round 5 win to go 4-0-1 so far with the Regi deck. We've been trying to figure out what to call it. I've been calling it Regi Pals. I don't know if it's sticking, but what would you call it?
I call it Regis, but that's just because when I type it to people, it's Regis, so that's like, oh, it's Regis, you know.
All right, we'll call it Regis. What's that guy did? Who wants to be a millionaire?
Yeah, that's right.
Regis.
That's right.
Who wants to be a Regi player?
Yeah.
We've got, wow, I mean, what a cool deck to see in action. What made you want to build the Regi deck for today's tournament?
So, I don't know. A lot of the cool stuff, the new stuff, is like Palkia or Dark.
Yeah.
And I figured a lot of people would be playing Palkia, so I wanted something that like had lightning attackers.
Right.
And Regieleki, with the choice belt, you one-shot Palkia. If they don't put down the mana fees, you can like go after Sobbles or other little stuff that they put down. And it's just, a lot of decks really struggle to take 6 prizes. Like, in that game, right, the second one, even though there were like multiple turns where I tried to pass, because you're only a 1 prize deck, you just always know that you still have more time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you got down to the final. It was like, you had to hit it this turn, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
But time was on your side.
Yeah.
Time was on your side for the whole game, and it's okay because you're trading favorably.
That's right. Yeah.
That's really nice to play. How have you found it playing the Regi deck? Obviously, it's got some options. You're hitting for fighting weakness there. You got lightning weakness. Have you beat any Palkias yet today?
I haven't played any.
Okay.
But I'm pretty confident in that. It's a ton of fun. It's just so much fun to play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's sick. I think that a lot of people watching were really amped to see this deck performing and are wondering, is it real? I think that's like the big question.
Yeah.
They're like, is it serious? Like, I get it looks kind of serious.
Yeah. It depends. I think it follows like how good Palkia will be with a little bit more variance. Like, if a lot of people are playing like Avery or Collapse Stadium,
Right.
it's really tough.
Obviously.
But if like I don't know how many people are playing it here. I've got hit by 1 Avery so far today, but with ordinary rods you can usually recover. But if there are like 2 Avery and a Collapse, like it's pretty tough to get all the stuff back.
It's one of those decks where maybe it won't survive like meta hatred if people are like really out for it, but nobody's out for the Regi deck.
Exactly. No one wants to put a card in their deck to tech for Regi.
No, nobody's gonna do that.
Yeah.
They're just gonna be like, oh, if I play it, I play it.
But I would say like almost a real deck.
Almost
like,
a real deck?
with some good meta
it can be good. It can be really
Yeah,
good.
that's sick. And I think today is the perfect day to play it because there definitely wasn't going to be anybody out here with that on their minds, I don't think, for the first event with Astral Radiance legal. So tell us a story about how your games have gone so far. Have you had any matchups that you felt like are good matchups you feel confident in? Have you had any crazy games where maybe you just barely got by? What was your one tie that you had?
So it was round 1 against Mew. So
Okay.
it was a little bit of a poor start by me, and they won the first game, which means they took 6 prizes.
Yeah.
So that took a long time. And
Oh,
then
yeah.
I got game 2 back, which you can do with Regi Gigas one-shotting. So it's like, it's not terrible.
No,
But
yeah,
by the
that's
time that
crazy.
was done, there was just like 2 minutes and I didn't get donked. So
Sure.
we
Yeah.
tied.
Yep.
And then what else?
You beat a lot of Arceus decks so far?
No,
or-
that was my first one. So I played
Some title
against.
You had Mew, and then there are only so many decks.
Yeah, it was Blissey.
The Miltank deck?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's free for you.
Yes, it was tough.
That is quite good, I think.
I played against a Palkia who had, and this was round 2 actually. They got a game loss because they didn't put Evolution Incense on their deck list. So not only did I start up 1-0, their Evolution Incenses were water energy.
Oh, okay.
So that was a very tough
pretty good.
short.
Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, it's tough stuff.
And then the Dark One Prize deck,
Okay.
which is also pretty tough for them because, like, if they have 2 quick shootings and Hoopa, they cap at 130, so you just hit with Regi Gigas.
Wow. So like the okay, yeah,
Yeah.
the deck that won the Lily
Yes,
regionals.
yes.
Okay, like that the Moltres box. Yeah, that actually seems pretty fine. I mean, you're a one prize deck too, and they're not really doing anything to disrupt your strategy.
Yeah.
So
And they need to put down Manaphy. The player he didn't know what Regis were, which is understandable, but discarded Manaphy and Clara in game 1 very early, and it was just
yeah,
the Alecki doing 40 snipe. It just
you're gonna have that release weekend tournament. You're gonna have that advantage of maybe my opponent didn't do their research and doesn't quite know what this does. Yeah. So it's one of the most exciting things about release weekend events here at the shop. So really excited to see the Regi deck in action. Congrats on
Thank
a
you,
record of
thank you.
4-0-1 so far, and good luck in the rest of your rounds.
Thank you.
Yeah. We're getting ready for round 6, and we have got a very exciting match for you all here at the Full Grip Games 6K doubleheader with Zach Laska bringing Mew VMAX against Jeff Garrison with Turbo Dark. If there's any match that Jeff probably wants to see here at the event, it's going to be Mew VMAX. I mean, Turbo Dark has one job, and that's to defeat Mew.
Yeah, this deck loves to flood the board with energy and hit really quick, and it does it way faster in this matchup than in any other. Darkrai VSTAR's Dark Pulse attack, dealing 30 damage and then 30 more damage for each darkness energy attached to all of your Pokemon. And we've already seen the reprinted Dark Patch come into play a couple of times earlier on in the day today, and Darkrai VSTAR can make great use of that, and it can make double use of it as well with the Star Abyss VSTAR power.
Yeah, you ever wish you could just play 6 of a card in your deck? The Star Abyss V-Star power. I think I'm starting to catch on. I think all the V-Star powers have the word star in them, don't they? Yeah, Star
It's
Bird,
starting to seem like it.
Star Portal, Star. Yeah, I think this is going to make them easy to remember, I think.
The attacks, at least. I don't think that all of the
I'm starting to see what's Lilligant's. Now that
we
we're
had that earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Shaman?
Up, Shaman. What's Shaman? Okay, we're clicking around here. Shaman, Star Bloom.
Andrew, I think you're onto something.
I've cracked the code. I figured it out. They all have star in their name. But yes, Star Portal is the name of the ability.
Star Abyss.
Star Abyss is the name of the ability that I'm talking about right now on Darkrai V-Star, yes. Which allows you to get 2 cards, 2 item cards back from your discard pile to your hand. Which is funny. It's like reminiscent of Sableye's Junk Hunt almost,
Right.
which was a classic pairing with Darkrai back in the EX era. Now we see both of these decks running trekking shoes.
I'm a fan of this. I love the trekking shoes. Just item cards that add consistency to your deck. It allows you to look at the top card of your deck. You can either put that card in your hand or discard it. And then you get to see the next card if you chose to discard the first one. So this is great in decks like Turbo Dark, where you want to get cards in the discard pile like energy cards. And for decks like Mew, it's just extra dig, extra draw power, which is something that Mew also really appreciates.
It looks like Zach, digging through the deck, finds a Genesect and going to take a quick peek maybe for prizes while he's in there. Just make sure he's not missing anything crucial. You want to check things like maybe fusion energies, Mew counts, and things like that before you proceed.
I think I saw all 4. I saw 3 in the deck, and I believe 1 is in hand. So should have access to all 4 fusion strike energy. Now, I'm really interested how this matchup will play out, because on paper, like you mentioned, Dark beats Mew, right?
That's the idea.
But we have seen time and time again through this past format that is just not always the case, because Mew is so explosive and can make so much happen seemingly out of nowhere.
Oh, yeah. Especially thanks to that Meloetta card right there with its Melodious Echo attack. It can hit 210 plus damage on the first turn of the game going second, and it looks like that's what Zach has got queued up right here.
He's trying to.
With a quick Elisa's Sparkle, and will fill the bench looking for a switch and an energy. We've got some shoes.
But I don't think we have a switch or an energy card. And shoes, while you can theoretically see 2 cards, you only get to access one of them. So I think this is going to be a missed attack here from Zach, and Zach has to just pass back over to Jeff, who was able to get a Darkness Energy in play on Galarian Moltres V on the last turn.
Now, I think that we were talking about how does this matchup really go. The thing about Mew VMAX and playing against these dark decks is that if Mew could take the first meaningful knockout, it can win, right? If Mew takes the 2 prizes on the Hoopa there, turn 1, then it's going to be really tough for Jeff to be able to win this game. There is the Galarian Moltres, the single prize version, which can be used to help try to swing the prize trade back in his favor, but there's going to be a lot of multi-prize Pokemon in play if you're Jeff. And that's the kind of board that Mew likes to feast on, right? Just taking advantage of the fact that there are all of these 2 prize targets. It's really easy for Mew to take 2 prizes on these because Technoblast does 210 base damage, so you're very easily able to take these knockouts with Mew. And if you could start the trade early with a Meloetta, then you're cool. You take 3 knockouts, you win the game. Take 1 with Meloetta, you take 1 with Mew VMAX, and then your opponent has 1 prize left, and you finish the game. So, or 2 prizes left, and you finish the game. So that's the route for Mew, and that's part of what makes Mew such a menace to play against, is because if Mew initiates the prize trade, it'll almost always win, because it just doesn't stop attacking. And it's able to attack with, a 3 prize Pokemon, a 1 prize Pokemon, and you can really easily manipulate the prize trade in that way. That being said, if Jeff is able to initiate the prize trade and get this knockout with Moltres V, there's no Oricorio on Zach's bench right now, so that Moltres V is free to take a knockout if it can get itself into the active spot.
And Jeff's digging through the deck a little bit, uses concealed cards, discards 1 energy to draw 2 more cards, but does not find a switch.
I don't see the switch, yeah.
So I don't think that Jeff's going to be able to attack. And Hoopa's kind of thick. It's got 2 retreat. A little hard to get that guy out of the active.
Yes, Hoopa is a big dude. But if this is another missed attack from Jeff, this is really tough. This is your bread and butter matchup. This is the matchup you want to see. The Radiant Greninja drawing a couple extra cards. We saw Jeff kind of thin as much as he could out of the deck to increase his odds of being able to find the switch, but unable to find one. Just has to pass it back to Zach. And now the ball is in Zach's court, with Zach being able to initiate the trade. And again, so much of this matchup is going to be decided by which player is able to initiate the trade. If this Hoopa goes down with a Meloetta, then Jeff is saying, like, okay, how do I win? I kind of have to deal with the Meloetta. I also want to knock out 2 Mew VMAXs, but Zach probably won't offer up 2 Mew VMAXs to make the game that short. I guess Zach does also have to get this Genesect out of the active, and that has not happened yet.
No, it has not. So both players have really kind of had an opportunity here to initiate the battle, right? To really kind of be the first one to strike. And neither one has been able to do it yet, and there is a head. So I think Zach should be able to pull off an attack here. assuming he wants to, can go grab Switch out of the deck. Could also get something like Escape Rope, but Switch seems better since you want to take 2 prizes here while you can.
Yes, definitely Switch. Take a knockout on the Hoopa. And then it's tough for Jeff because Jeff, in some ways I was hoping that Jeff maybe used a Dark Patch to get 1 energy on the Galarian Moltres V, because at some point Jeff is going to need to throw that Pokemon at Zach, because Jeff cannot just afford to lose 2 prizes, 2 prizes, 2 prizes. It does look like Zach is actually going to protect the Meloetta potentially. Is that...
Yeah, just switching into Mew because it has free retreat. It still hasn't used... We're being optimal out here, Andrew.
Yes, I love being optimal. Yes. But probably will attack with the Meloetta. I imagine offering up 1 prize is better than offering up 3. So
definitely.
Especially with a literally fully loaded Moltres on the bench. So you are going to be offering up the Meloetta and going in for the knockouts. Does need 1 damage buff, but the power tablet there on the table has already got it. So will be a clean 240 damage to take the knockouts, and Zach will get on the board first with a KO after a little bit of a rocky start from both players.
Yeah, a little bit of a rough start, but Zach has taken the first KO now. Definitely at a little bit of an advantage. We'll see what Jeff can do over on the right side to fight back in this. By taking out 2 Fusion Strike energy, you are getting rid of one of your opponent's easiest ways to take a 1-hit KO on a Darkrai VSTAR.
It's true.
So taking out 2 Fusion Strike energies seems good, and I love how Zach has decided to put the extra Fusion Strike energy on a Genesect. It's there as opposed to being on a Mew, because that way if Jeff wanted to boss his orders and KO Mew VMAX, he's not dealing with the Fusion Strike energies, and the threat of the 4 Fusion, the 280 Melodious Echo is very real.
Yeah, and that's what makes Mew such a monster. Its ability to hit base 280 damage. All you need is 4 Fusion Strike energy in play. Alicia can get 2, and then oh yeah, Jeff's hand is terrible.
It looks like we got a Dark Patch and a Darkrai.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because Jeff had the option to use Greninja to concealed cards the dark energy away and look for 2 more cards, but then doesn't have the attack guaranteed. So it looks like Jeff actually is going to use that Star Abyss VSTAR power to go get Energy Search and Quick Ball. We could see some extra dig.
Yeah, Energy Search here can be grabbed, can grab an energies that can be used off of concealed cards. So this will get Jeff a couple more cards to work with potentially. Also love using the old school fossil energy searches. And that's a cool inclusion as well, getting energy search in this deck, because that's not something I feel like most of the Turbo Dark lists I have seen so far have been utilizing, but it really makes a lot of sense since you can use it multiple times with Star Abyss and, you know, get access back to that card in order to go get another energy out of the deck at a time you really need it, just like this one.
I agree. I think this is... Oh, let's see.
Yeah, I think has attached already for turn, maybe, is what the discussion is.
Yes, I agree. It has attached for turn. Finds the research. It doesn't actually need to... doesn't need to play the Crobat, but awkwardly draws into the other Galarian Moltres. So it's like, all right, I don't necessarily want to play the research because I want to keep this Moltres in my hand. And we see how many supporters now. There's a boss. There's a lot of options.
So now the question...
Boss and take a Mew VMAX.
Yeah, but then that's the issue. It's like, so you do that. You take 3 prizes.
Yep.
But you're not dealing with these Fusion Strike energies. So what is more important? And Jeff's got to try to map out the prizes here.
I agree.
By taking the 1 on the Meloetta, you're basically saying, okay, I need to take 1 on Meloetta, 1 on a Genesect at some point, and then 1 Mew VMAX KO. That's my 6 prizes. But that's 3 turns, and Zach can win in just 2.
Yep. All Zach needs to do is not miss a beat. And we're going to kick things off with the shoes, the golden shoes. Got those nice secret rare gold trekking shoes. Just 1. Not all of them are gold, but just this one. I like
That's all right. That's all right.
Yeah. And here
the
we
set
go.
just came out. You got to give him a little time to get the other gold
The
ones,
full
right?
bling, yes. I love it. It's like the 1 gold card, it's like you probably pulled it and we're like, oh yeah, this bad boy's going in my deck for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Ultra Ball grabs a Mew VMAX, puts it into play.
Yep.
So both of those guys are set up, ready to go. Needs another energy card this turn. Is not even ready to attack with anything just yet. So does need to find double turbo energy, only plays the one basic psychic, and it's on the active. And I actually guess that the 4th Fusion Strike energy must be prized because we have not seen it yet. Only grabbed one off the Alessa last turn.
The double turbo energy and the choice belt getting equipped to the Darkrai, 1 power tablet, and here we go. Rose Tower for 1, finds Ultra Ball. Does Zach want to ditch these other cards in the hand? Definitely not. So opts to just Fusion Strike System for a couple. Benches Oricorio and is contemplating an Ultra Ball, decides to go for 2 more, finds a Cramomatic. We could see another power tablet. So this Mew is doing base 220 with the power tablet,
needs
250, whatever. One more and it's knocked out.
Yes.
If this is a heads, oh, misses the KO on Darkrai.
It has one more Fusion Strike System, though. And if I'm Zach, I am probably just going to thin my hand out completely. I'm playing this Ultra Ball, and I'm digging for it. Drawing 5 full cards. You've got decent odds to find it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, it doesn't do it, though. Just draws 2.
And misses it.
What is in the hand that he's trying to protect here? I know there's at least a boss, which you could have kept as that last card.
I'm burning the hand down because, honestly, if you miss this knockout, you're like losing the game.
Yeah, well, I think now Zach has to boss his orders. You have to take a knockout this turn.
Yes, you do have to.
But that means you've used your power tablet for no reason, effectively. You're going to have an even harder time getting through this Darkrai now.
It's true. Zach actually still in a fine spot because it's just a boss game situation.
That's true. So still can boss, but you're making it harder on yourself. Whereas, if you get through the Darkrai, you just need to boss next turn.
True.
So you only need to play one boss and you keep that piece in your hand ready to go.
It's true. So Jeff has got a lot of work to do. New VMAX in the active, only 3 energy in play. It's not great. VSTAR power used, so that's fully loaded Moltres would have been nice to use at some point. And I'm wondering if Jeff has an ability to potentially disrupt the hand at all. The ideal situation is that Jeff goes in with a Moltres here, the non-V Moltres, go in with a single prize or force it to be a gust anyway. I guess with the power tablets down, actually it doesn't matter because the Darkrai can't really get one hit KO'd, right? And so you don't actually have to force the Moltres. The best route is just to kind of stick this fat Darkrai in the active and say, I hope you don't boss.
And Jeff also does need 2 more energies in play in order to even get this knockout. You can attach 1 more. You're hitting for 300 with the weakness and then minus 20 for the Oricorio. So you're only doing 280. So, and being a darkness type deck and not being able to manage to 1-hit KO Mew VMAX would feel pretty unfortunate. But he's got the Moltres in hand, which can fully power up and get that extra energy in play needed.
There we go. So Galarian Moltres with its Malevolent Charge, slapping 2 more energies into play and allowing Jeff to hit the numbers that he needs to take a 1-hit KO. Deciding to Ultra Ball away this Research and Boss. Taking a scan through the remaining cards in the deck, seeing what we got. There's some Darkness Energy, Air Balloon, Trekking Shoes, maybe an Energy Switch. I think I see.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So Energy Switch is an option. Clara is an option. But let go of some key resources there. So obviously is looking for something. Maybe is getting ready to research. I think that is what we're about to see.
I think so.
Gonna Rod, throw some stuff back into the deck, and then a big research. So Jeff just taking stock of like, okay, what resources do I have left in the deck? What can I find to potentially help me win this game? Jeff just needs to be able to, again, not get gusted this turn.
Right.
So
it's all really coming down to what Zach has in hand. If Zach can dig, I guess, for boss's orders, does still need to get another energy on the Mew. But if he can find those pieces, he'll be able to boss's orders, take a KO on Crobat, and just win the game.
Uh-oh.
It looks like we got just a card that got bumped over. Should just be
just shuffle it. Reshuffle it. Yeah, it was the middle of a cut. Who cares? Just, shuffle it back up.
Yeah.
Yep. There we go.
That is a little bit of information revealed to Zach now, though, since it just so happens that Energy Switch got flipped over. Not necessarily a card that you would always see. So a little interesting.
Annoying, but like fine.
Not a big deal. Yeah. Obviously, just a little bit of a shuffle, get another cut, and then we'll get through the rest of this deck. I believe Jeff getting ready to play a research here.
Yep. So big research for 7 new cards, 5 prizes left to take.
Rose Tower for 1 first. Good sequencing, gets the energy, can attach it.
And research.
Yep.
7 new cards, and it's going to be very deep in the deck at this point.
Yeah, it has very few cards remaining. staying true to that Turbo Dark name that this, what this deck is known for and known for doing.
Definitely. Just spamming Darkness Energy into play, taking big knockouts. And here's the Galarian Moltres. Fiery Wrath, dealing a substantial 200 base damage, so 400 damage. Very good. Or maybe 420 damage. Yes.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. The Oricorio's after, so it's
yes. Oh,
420.
Okay. So I think there is just one double turbo energy left in deck for Zach to dig for. I didn't notice how many boss were in there, though. Does have escape rope as well, though I don't know that is worth playing necessarily. Let's see. Looking through the deck, there's one boss,
turbo,
one double turbo,
and some shoes,
and a Cramomatic.
So lots of dig potential, and that's the difference with the shoes and the Cramomatics. I mean, you're giving yourself so many options to just skip the bad cards and get into the good ones, right? So it makes it so at the end of the game here, it's like almost impossible to whiff his Mew.
Right.
Almost.
Let's not jinx it here.
You're right. Okay, so we're going to see 3 with Fusion Strike Systems, a Genesect, and shoes, and a Power Tablet.
Okay.
Second Power Tablet, the shoes. There's a boss.
And I think you
gotta
just got to commit.
Got to play it.
You got to commit, yeah. Go for the boss. If you don't hit it here, you are losing the game. This is smart as well.
Escape rope.
Yep.
Then boss. It's like you're going to burn the card. You're going for the routes. You have to do it. You have to burn all the cards that you can. Needs to find the one double turbo. Yeah, there's only one.
But it's in there.
Zach has got to commit to the boss. We're going to bring up the Crobat and say, like, all right, if I can find the energy, I win the game. Here's another Fusion Strike System. And there's the boss. And that is going to be game 1. Wow. Zach going up with about 30 minutes remaining in the round, just able to initiate the trade, like we said. And then when you're the one who initiates the trade, you could beat a deck, even if it's out to hit for your weakness.
So even though on paper, it seems like Turbo Dark should be the victor here, Mew was able to squeak away and find a win. Being the aggressor in that match was really the deciding factor. Whoever took the first knockout just got a little bit too far ahead. I don't think Jeff has any, just has one copy of Marnie. So that's like the only option to try to disrupt Zach over on that side of the field. Zach's also playing a really interesting new card from Astral Radiance, playing the one copy of Silene. We didn't see that pop up in that last game. A new supporter card, you flip 2 coins. If heads, or for each heads, you get to put a card from your discard pile on top of your deck. And that's really strong to reuse cards like Power Tablet, which are normally just one-time uses, or get back a Fusion Strike energy that got discarded early on to a KO or something like that, so that you can take surprise KOs and just push for more and more damage. Didn't really come up in that last game, but that is always something that Zach could be playing towards when trying to reach for big knockouts on something like Darkrai VSTAR.
That's true, because we were counting Power Tablets, saying like, there's no way that,
it's going to be hard to KO the Darkrai VSTAR.
But it's possible. With Silene, sometimes, if you just need that extra Power Tablet, it's that 5th one 75% of the time.
75% of the time, it works.
Every time.
Drawing these opening hands. I got to imagine Jeff's going to want to go first, and that is a tough starter. I believe that one of copy of Luminion V in the active spot for Jeff.
Not what you want to see if you're Jeff. You don't want to offer up a 2-prize Pokemon on the first turn, but what's the alternative? That it's maybe one of the Moltres. Those are used to charge your energy into play, so also not great. And this opening hand is looking mighty problematic, except there's a quick ball. Thank goodness. There's not a lot going on here. There is a Darkrai VSTAR, a bunch of Darkness Energies, and a Quick Ball.
And I think a Clara.
And a Clara.
Yeah,
not exactly what you want to see. This is the kind of hand that you would maybe Quick Ball for Luminion and research away if you had the option to.
So Jeff, I think, has a few options here. Can get a Darkrai V, and then you can evolve to Darkrai VSTAR next turn and kind of go from there. You can use Star Abyss to get back Quick Ball, Trekking Shoes, and then try to Greninja, Crobat, whatever else you may need to do. You could also just grab Greninja here. You've got a bunch of Darkness Energy in hand. You're guaranteed to draw for a couple of turns, theoretically. So couple of options. Could also just go for Crobat, but I don't think he's quite thinned his hand down enough to make that worthwhile.
Yeah, I ain't going for a Crobat for 2, man. I would when it's situations like this and you are either Crobat for 2, like what could you even possibly hit off of 2? You would need to hit Darkrai Research. Like that's no. So
not worth it.
No, it's not worth it because you're just better off. You're better off just like getting the Darkrai and hoping you top deck Research.
Yeah.
It saved the Crobat or top deck the Crobat or whatever. You know, it's definitely not the play. You just continue setting up, and sometimes you just gotta prey on a top deck.
And does choose to go with Galarian Moltres V. As the Pokemon grabbed there can get an extra energy and play with the Dire Flame Wings. And it's over to Zach, who's got a great start with a Battle VIP pass on turn 1.
Exactly what you want to see if you're Zach. Gonna go grab probably a Meloetta and a Genesect or 2 Genesects, depending on the hand. And this hand is loaded. I mean, we see Shoes, Ultra Ball. Yeah, that rocks. You could pretty much do whatever you want. And we're not seeing any of the Rotom phones in this list. I think pretty much just has gutted the Rotom phones and is going with the Shoes instead. And I gotta say, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, my wife would love this opening hand from Zach. Plenty of extra Shoes to work with. Battle VIP pass gets a bunch of Pokemon in play. Trekking Shoes drawing a couple. Also has a Quick Ball still to work with. Does take I think a supporter there.
Shoes for Shoes. I love it.
Plenty of extra Shoes there.
Yes.
And gets the Genesect V into play. Choice Belt, Ultra Ball as well. Can thin the hand down even more. Has Cramomatic. Zach is really kind of getting just about everything he wants here. Now, the interesting thing will be, when do you play the Alessa Sparkle? Do you start drawing cards first to hit the Fusion Strike energy first? Or do you Alessa Sparkle and then take 2 Fusion Strike energy out of the deck, which you still need to hit?
You draw first.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't play the Alesis. Especially if you can help it. Like, if you can help it, it's like right here. Oh, he's chilling.
Yeah. And this could actually grab Escape Rope.
Yeah.
Which would be pretty good. It forces up that Moltres. Could also just get another Battle VIP pass to fully fill the bench up, which would also be pretty good.
Yeah, Zach is cooking right now. Oh, just going to go grab Battle VIP pass to draw more cards.
Yeah, I like this. I mean, you've got the Alessa Sparkle in hand already. All you really need is a Fusion Strike energy and a Rope. And that, I mean, this is what people love to hate about Mew. The fact that it can do this.
Yep. It's just like, okay, turn 1, go in second. You didn't have the best turn 1? Well, guess who is going to have the best turn 1? It's Mew VMAX. Yep. And there's the
oh my gosh! The perfect 2 cards! The perfect 2 off of the Rose Tower. And Zach has not even used Fusion Strike system on Genesect yet.
Nope. That was just the Nutter Butters, man.
Oh
there
my
it is.
Gosh.
You can't write it up better than that. If you're a Mew VMAX, you're like, oh yeah, let me order up an Escape Rope and a Fusion Strike energy off this 2-card draw.
Jeez.
And then I'll start using Genesect for 6.
Disgusting.
Absolutely filthy. And this is why Mew VMAX will just be a mainstay in the Pokemon TCG until the day it rotates. It is an absolutely gnarly deck. This Meloetta is doing base 240 damage with the Choice Belt on the first turn of the game with the Escape Rope. Not even the Pokemon on the bench. The Moltres V is safe. And since Zach was the one that is initiating this prize trade with a single prize Pokemon, we see exactly where this game is going.
I mean, I don't think Jeff is even going to be able to respond to the KO here. It would have to be via Moltres, and you're committing 3 energy onto a Pokemon that you're only going to take 1 prize on.
Yeah, this is brutality. I mean, it's happened before at previous places in the format. You remember when Single Strike wasn't consistently beating Mew? You know, it was like, dang, dude, this deck is all dark Pokemon, and it can still lose to Mew.
Yeah.
I played Gengar quite a bit, and I can tell you what.
It's a 50-50 matchup.
That's on its best days, Gengar's slightly favorable against Mew. Yeah, it is tough. There is really not anything that puts a firm stop to this deck. It's always relevant. It's only won 1 of the regional championships since it's been legal. But always a top threat.
Yes, without a doubt. Jeff does grab the Moltres, so we'll see if he has the rest of the pieces to pull together a knockout this turn. Needs 3 energies in order to power up this attacker. I mean, and this has to be his only line. Just try to attack, and fingers crossed Zach, like, just has nothing, but Mew is not really known for having nothing.
No, yeah, there's really, it's not looking great. I think that it's going to have to be a quick ball for a...
Crobat.
Quick ball for a Crobat line. Looks like a single energy going on to Moltres.
Has Crobat in hand, actually, it looks like.
Crobat in hand, so quick ball away the Ultra Ball.
Yeah, gets a Darkrai here, most likely. And by putting the Moltres in play, you're now needing to find Dark Patch as well. It's getting more and more unlikely the way this turn is looking for Jeff.
Well, you know, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. Could see it here off of the Crobat for 6. Gonna need an energy, a Dark Patch, and a Switch.
Yep.
That's a nice...
Easy.
Yeah, nice little 3-piece combo. Use
Well-
the Rose Tower first, and what do we see?
It's a Training Court and a Switch, but can't play the Switch just yet. Has to find Dark Patch first.
Yep. So that is definitely unfortunate. The Dark Patch can only accelerate energy onto your benched Pokemon.
Right.
So you actually have to wait to play the
And
Switch.
there's a Dark Patch. So
okay.
as long as there are 2 energy in the discard pile, Jeff's got the knockout here.
Which there should be because of the Moltres that
Moltres,
got
right.
knocked out. Yes. So Jeff is able to cook up the knockouts. Doesn't feel good. It actually feels quite bad because you lost 2 prizes and now you have to deal with this single prizer. Now, as the Mew player, Zach does kind of have to deal with this Moltres, which doesn't feel great because it doesn't actually help your trade.
Yeah.
Right? Because there are no 3 prize Pokemon in Jeff's deck. So this is actually a significant knockout for Jeff.
No, definitely. He needed to get this, and even if Zach does get this KO, Jeff's going to be threatening a potential knockout on Mew VMAX. It doesn't take that much. Of course, we've seen Jeff plays, I believe, the Ordinary Rod. I think we saw that in that last game, so can get back that Moltres V, which gets an extra energy in play. We can see plenty of Dark Patches. We can see the Star Abyss VSTAR power. We could really see Turbo Dark come out of nowhere next turn.
But this is the crazy thing, is that Mew can also just completely ignore the Moltres.
Sure.
Because of the prize trade.
That's true.
It's possible for Zach to just go boss game, and that's it. Yep, and not lose. Even just saying, all right, I'm going to lose 3 prizes next turn. I can literally just sack 3 prizes next turn.
It's honestly probably better for Zach to do that.
And I think that that's what Zach is going for,
Yeah.
judging by that 4th Genesect. It's like, oh yeah, we're gassing it out. I am going to draw the remainder of my deck over the course of the next 2 turns. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with Luminium, and I'm going to finish it off with Crobat. I guess it's technically correct to go for the Crobat first because you don't know if it can evolve into a VMAX.
Sure.
So you want to go for the Crobat first, then Luminium. Have a nice, nice fish dinner there.
Has the boss's orders and is actually going to bring up Darkrai.
This is fair too. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, actually the best one to go with.
Especially since you've already played Power Tab. But Darkrai, does it have 210 or 220? I think it has
220.
Okay, does it? Couldn't remember.
210.
For sure. Okay, it has
I was
210.
lying. Yep.
So now is able to get the KO, or had the Power Tablet in place, so would have been able to KO regardless, since there are just 2 energies on that Mew. No double turbos reducing the damage. Can just copy the Techno Blast of Genesect. And Zach's now just going to try to get through the deck, try to thin everything bad out of the deck, everything he doesn't want to see off of a potential Marnie from Jeff, and try to set up for the boss play. Already has the pieces in hand. The double turbo and the boss are there, so he's ready to win the game on the next turn.
Shoo.
Jeez.
That's, yeah, well, that's 210 damage of the knockout, and Zach is going to go to just 2 prizes remaining on the second turn of the game against Turbo Dark. Yep. So Jeff has to Marnie, and has got a knockout keyed up with this Moltres that just got ignored last turn, just pushed to the side, and its fiery wrath is certainly growing, but to what end?
A good thing here for Jeff as well is that he has the Radiant Greninja in play, so even if Zach plays Escape Rope, Jeff can push the Greninja, right, as a 1 prize option so that Escape Rope's not out. Zach really has to find boss's orders, and if Jeff plays the Marnie, it'll be going to the bottom of the deck here.
There we go, Marnie. Okay. There are 4 Genesect over there, though. That's such
Yeah, it's only going to do so much.
It is. I mean,
Blair's boss.
the cram. It's like, okay, there's so much draw. It feels so bad to not stop that Fusion Strike system. To be playing a deck, I've in testing with my buddies, right? If you are not in some way stopping Mew from using Fusion Strike system, it feels like they're almost cheating. Like they're drawing so many cards. They're seeing so much of the deck. They are, drawing so aggressively. They can make almost any play they can dream up, imagine. So Amarni here is going to set Zach to a 4-card hand, but Zach only needs a Gust and a Double Turbo, and this game is over.
And already has boss in hand. So that's piece number 1. Lumineon comes to the active spot. Rose Tower can draw 1 more card. You can actually just cram away this escape rope. Yeah, we don't need it at all.
Game.
Doesn't get there just yet, but still plenty of cards to draw. Going to get 4 off the Fusion Strike system. Quick Ball can get another Pokemon in play.
Okay.
There's Double Turbo Energy on the bottom of the deck, so I'd really like to see Zach shuffle the deck here with this Quick Ball, if nothing else.
Yep, so we're going to take a look at the deck. Yeah, there's a gang of Double Turbo Energies all on the bottom of the deck. So Zach going to take a quick shuffle and hopefully rearrange those so that he has a higher chance of drawing into them off of the next Fusion Strike system. And here's Fusion Strike system number 2. Going to fill the hand to 6.
1,
2. There's a cram, and
there it is. Double Turbo. Choice Belt as well, and attack for the game. Easy KO on Lumineon V. And Zach wins the game in 3 turns. Turn 1, 2-prize knockout. Turn 2, 2-prize knockout. And turn 3, 2-prize KO for the win.
There you go. Yes, the 3-turn game. Beautiful. Mew VMAX. Advancing to 5-0-1. Here at the Full Grip Games Astral Radiance 6K doubleheader standard event. We will be right back with an interview in just a moment. I am here with Zach Laska, hot off his round 6 win to advance to 5-0-1. How you doing, Zach?
I'm doing pretty dang well.
I'd say so. Yeah, you got to be feeling good about that.
Absolutely.
With a record of 5-0-1, Mew VMAX. How have you felt about the trekking shoes? We saw Grant earlier today, not playing them. You are playing them.
Yep.
How do you feel about them?
Okay, so it all started when the Yokohama event, it was like a 1,400-person Japanese event. The top deck that won only played 1, but it played the Pumpkaboo Scoop Up Net and like an extra crystal. So I kind of went off that. It kept bricking a little bit too much for my liking. So I just took the Pumpkaboo, the Scoop Up Net, and one of the Fog Crystals out just for 4 trekking shoes, and they're flawless. I absolutely love them.
Yeah, it seems like just a crazy way to continue churning through the deck. That's all you want to do is Mew sometimes. It allows you to, when you trekking shoes into a Battle VIP pass and that would clog your hand, you're like, oh yeah, get that thing out of here. We just get to go see the good cards, right? So it just seemed pretty good. Now, what made you want to play Mew VMAX for the event today? A lot of new cards with Astral Radiance. Were you worried at all about the dark stuff coming in?
Honestly, I considered Dark to be probably the biggest spread at the event here. However, I'm probably the most comfortable with Mew. I've been playing it since Fusion Strike. I took it to Indianapolis, piloted it to day 2 finish.
Cool.
Not top 64, sadly, but still, day 2 was pretty nice. It was just a comfort pick. I almost played Arceus Water with the 1/1 Pikachu in it, but I think I made the right choice so far.
It's been working out for you. Yep. Now, what was your 1 tie against?
My 1 tie was my round 1. It was against John Mastowi.
Okay.
He was playing a single prize deck. It was actually kind of insane. He had like 11 cards left in his deck, and he was able to like draw 6 of them, and he had a choice belt in there, and he was like peeling cards off the top, even revealing them, and he just needed that 1 choice belt to win game 2. Couldn't find it. It was like his next card, so then I just had the game there, and it was like 2 minutes going into round 3. Or round 3.
Yeah.
We just tied.
Wow. Okay. So definitely a good showing with Mew VMAX. Obviously, it's in your comfort zone, which means a lot here with a lot of different decks. Have you played against any Palkia decks with your Mew deck?
I have not, actually.
Okay.
I have some people at locals that play Palkia, and I tested it against it a little bit. I think it actually could be slightly favored for the Mew player, depending on how it goes. But I think just going first is just a big determining factor of how that match plays out, and like a lot of other matches, like especially with Arceus. It's probably like a little bit better than what Arceus is.
Yeah,
matchup-wise.
and I have to imagine that the shoes can help you a little bit.
Yeah.
Digging out of those rock sand path situations, just giving you more live cards to help you kind of dig through. So excited to see how you end up here at the tournament at 5-0-1.
Yup.
Now you're almost guaranteed top cut, I think, right? Or maybe
Hope so.
guaranteed top cut. You should be
Double ID.
right around in that striking
maybe not.
range. Yes. So best of luck going forward, and congratulations again on your record so far.
Thanks, Andrew.
Yep.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans. We are getting things underway here in round 7. This is going to be an exciting match, a Palkia VSTAR mirror, and I'm excited to see how this will play out. We've got Mike Gibbs on the left, who we had earlier on in the day with his really unique list with the Bibarel, the Intellions, the Leon, all kinds of cool stuff going on over here. And then on the right, we've got Jesse Parker, a mainstay here on the Tricky Gym, who is playing a bit more of a standard list, something that we kind of would have expected from Palkia coming in. So I'm excited to see how this will play out. How has Mike prepared this deck for the mirror, this specific list, and what will Jesse do to combat the uniqueness of Mike's list?
Every start we've seen from Mike on stream has had that battle VIP pass.
It's just peeping right there, ready to go, isn't it?
It is. And that is one of the key differences between Mike's list and the list that Jesse is running. Jesse is running a more supporter draw driven list with a couple of research, a couple of Marnie, and Crobat V, some real draw cards, whereas Mike is a more board state developed list where he is going to be looking to set up Bibarel, and then once that Bibarel is set up, it's going to be able to just churn through the deck with the Industrious Incisors ability. So I expect that to be the first thing that Mike checks, and I don't see the Bibarel in the deck. The Bidoof, right to the front, don't necessarily see Bibarel, so unless it's in the hand,
I didn't see it.
I didn't quite see it. So
that could be a big deal. And now Mike, we see pivoting away from that Bidoof because its value decreases greatly when you don't have access to Bibarel. Because Bidoof, he's a cool guy, but he's not really doing much on his own.
No, certainly not. So Mike gonna go for a Sobble and the Palkia, which is a solid beginning for him. He's got another Sobble in the hand and the Capacious Bucket. It's
Nice.
exactly what he needs to get cooking on the second turn of the game with Subspace Swell. Jesse opening that Starmie V. It's got free retreat and can pivot into whatever card he wants. If he wants to put a Sobble up and use Keep Calling on the first turn of the game, he can do that. If he wants to promote a Palkia for some reason, he could do that. But the free retreat on Starmie is certainly very nice for opening. However, Starmie does have just 190 hit points, so will be a pretty soft target to one hit KO.
Yeah, pretty tough liability to have. I'm sure Jesse would have rather not started Starmie. It's really something you want to just throw into play and Star Portal onto and then utilize it in the matches that you want to use it. And the Palkia Mirror is not even a matchup that it's that good in. It's really just here because it's good against most Arceus decks. If they put too many energy in play with Trinity Nova, you can just punish them with a quick energy spiral. Not the strongest here in the Palkia Mirror, though.
Yeah, and Mike is ending this turn 1 with an Arita and an Evolution Incense and a Scoop Up Net in the hand with a board that looks like this.
Good.
Like, bro, what more do you want? This is it. However, Mike does not have any draw cards, right, in the deck. It's just one Melanie, so there aren't a lot of options to grow this hand size other than taking prizes, which, to be fair, he might be able to do.
Yeah, pretty good. I'm sure Mike will try to bench the Bidoof at some point in a future turn. Not something you want to prioritize in the early game, obviously, since Bibarel is prized, but you still want to get that down because once you do start to take prizes, if you take Bibarel, it's an easy card to just evolve and start getting you more access to things in your hand.
And these players are competing for a spot in top 8 right now. If either of them takes the win, they will be in. This is a win and in round. If Jesse can go to 6-1, he could potentially ID his last round to a record of 6-1-1 to make top 8. If Mike is able to secure the win, he will advance to 6-0-1 and be able to intentional draw his last round for a record of 6-0-2 to get his self into top 8.
So Jesse just grabs one single energy off the Capacious Bucket. That kind of hints to me that maybe there's a research incoming and he didn't want to discard too many energies, wants to have access to them to concealed cards later on with the Radiant Greninja. Looks like there is another energy, a Quick Ball, and did draw, I believe that was a Palkia.
Crobat. I think I saw the Crobats.
Okay, that as well.
Looks like potentially...
Yeah, the Palkia got benched, and there's the
There's
Crobat.
the Crobats, yes. So probably just going to let this hand rip. I actually like using the rope if he is, willing to just pass with a Starmie active, because then he can force another Pokemon up. I guess it doesn't really matter. He's got the Scoop Up Net in hand. But you can sometimes force a card to get played that wouldn't necessarily need to get played.
Right.
If you just, especially against the Palkia deck, right? You can force a net to get used unnecessarily or something like that.
So how do you play this mirror match? Do you just not care about your bench side? You just fill it up and go, or do you try to play around your opponent? Both of these guys seem not to care. They just want to fill the bench and go.
This is really interesting because, Jesse is just jamming this bench and saying, "You ain't got it. You got a 3-card. You got a 3-card hand, right?"
Yeah.
Mike's 3-card hand is okay. He's got Evolution Incense and he's got Fish.
There's the
there it
Fish.
is. Yep.
Wow.
Top deck, the Luminion, go for boss. That's it.
And Jesse just scoops instantly.
Yep.
He's done.
I would be too.
Wow.
Yep.
It's over. We're going to game 2.
Yes, we are. Yeah, I would be too. I think Jesse knows this well enough. Just say all right, yeah, you got the first meaningful attack. Yeah, I'll go first.
Wow.
And I'll get the first meaningful attack. And then, game 3, I got to hope you start a little slower, right?
Well, Jesse, yeah, I guess not having a second Palkia down meant you couldn't attack. You were just going to be 2 turns behind, pretty much. If Jesse had gotten down a second Palkia, I don't think he would have scooped necessarily there.
Because
he's playing the Roxanne as well, right?
Yeah.
So he can do a lot of stuff with his deck still. But yeah, just only having one Palkia down, Mike able to grab it instantly on turn 2 with the boss's orders. That Luminion has come in so clutch for both Mike and Andrew in the games we've watched on stream so far. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a fast one. That was the good old I only got to play 1 turn and lost situation.
Yeah, speedrun type things out here.
It's not great, but that is the state of the game right now, is that if you take especially in a mirror match, if you take a step that far back, there's not a lot of room to come back. It is pretty tough with both players playing very similar lists. Now, Jesse is going to choose to go first, presumably, and it means that Mike has the potential to get this really gnarly turn 1. Jesse doesn't even, maybe know that this deck has the potential for the Arita and the Arita and the, you know what I'm trying to say, the Battle VIP pass.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, sure.
But Jesse's hand looks pretty solid.
Yeah, he's got a solid hand. Mike over on the other side, though, he's got it, Andrew. Battle VIP pass ready to go for turn 2.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he's got it ready.
He's got it already.
Yep.
Just the actual VIP pass?
The raw VIP pass.
Bro.
He brought it to the front of the hand for us. Let us know it's there.
This guy.
He's unstoppable.
There are 2 in that deck, bro.
He is unstoppable.
Yes, that is some... Yeah, I'm not going to lie. If I'm Jesse, I'm walking away from this being like, yeah, that dude got 4 Battle VIP passes in the deck. Like, well, no, duh.
Guys, can you believe I played against a Palkia that had 4 Battle VIP pass?
I know.
Ooh, a tough discard there. Getting rid of the Greninja right away. Really key card, that Radiant Greninja in this deck. Consistent draw power. But Jesse must have just had other cards in hand that were too valuable to discard.
Right, so he's going to take a scan through the deck and see what his options are. No, the Greninja's in the hand.
Oh, okay. Some reverse hollow water type then, I guess.
It's a Manaphy.
Got it.
It must be.
Yeah, the same kind of color background.
Yeah. Thinking it's Manaphy there. Wouldn't discard a Sobble.
No.
So
it's got to be.
Yeah, it's got to be it.
Both of these guys do choose to play the Manaphy, so they're both respecting the mirror in that aspect.
Yes. It looks like Jesse gonna opt for the Crobats.
Ooh.
Has a water and a Melanie in hand, but I think Jesse wants to turn 2 Gus knockout. Like, I'm going 2 prize game, right? So I respect it, because if Jesse's able to do this, then he's going to be in a really strong position next turn.
Yes, gets the energy drop. Crobat now drawing 4 cards. Finds a level ball, could get another Sobble. Once again, it is seeming like these guys, Jesse at least in this game, not caring about how many Pokemon are on the bench. If he does play this level ball, that is. And he is debating it.
Right.
Now, Jesse, this is his turn to be the aggressor. We saw Mike be the first one to get a 2-prize KO in the last game. Jesse will try to do that in this one. Is just going to pass, holds off on benching the Sobble. So is maybe going to try to be a little more conservative with the bench this game, I guess.
Right. It looks like Mike is going to use the concealed cards, draw 2 with the discarded water energy, has the battle VIP pass, and really has a ton of options available to him. This is a pretty gnarly start from Mike. Exactly what he wants to see yet again.
The turn 1 VIP pass will definitely get a Palkia. I don't believe one of those was in hand just yet. He does have a Sobble in hand, so let's see what the option will be. It looks like he will respect Jesse's potential to go boss his lone Palkia and put 2 Palkia V in play this turn.
Right, and then we're probably going to check and see if the Bibarel is in the deck yet again. This is a really strong start from Mike. I know Jesse's got to be kind of spinning from this like, dang, dude. Again, bro.
Yeah.
With the battle VIP, like Mew doesn't get turn 1 battle VIP passes like this.
Nope. And they play 4.
And they play 4.
And a bunch of Genesects and Cramomatics. And nope.
It's true.
Mike's showing us how it's done out here today.
Yes. So battle VIP pass to Palkia. And then we'll see what Mike opts to bench. Got a Sobble in the hand.
His hand's honestly kind of weak. I don't think there's an out to Drizzile in the hand. It looks like 2 Boss's Orders, a Choice Belt. There's a Palkia V-Star, which is nice, but...
Isn't that a level ball? He's chilling. He's chilling.
Is there a level ball?
Oh, yeah, man.
Okay, he's got that
Big
gold
level ball.
There
Yeah,
it is.
yeah.
Yep.
There we go. And then pass to Jesse. We'll see what Jesse can cook up. The top deck of the bucket is huge because he will be able to find the energy that he needs for the subspace swell. He will also be able to potentially draw more cards with Greninja's concealed cards. So immediately slams that bucket, and is going to be looking at potentially taking a Gust KO on a Palkia V this turn.
Taking the first 2-prize KO is huge if he can do it.
Yeah, so first with the concealed cards, find Evolution Incense, that's also big.
It's great.
Can go get the Palkia V-Star. He's got an out to a Drizzile in the hands. Can go get the Gust. He's got Level Ball. But...
well, could just play it slower this turn, play the Manaphy. I don't...
Yes.
Yeah, or sorry, the Manaphy. The Melanie.
Yes, could go for Melanie and just be a little bit slower. I mean, taking an odd prize in this matchup doesn't feel good.
He also doesn't quite have the KO yet. He needs more basic Pokemon. And I actually don't even know if he's got a great way to get more basic Pokemon in this hand because the level ball would have to get Drizzile to get Boss's Orders. So he's short a KO right now.
So maybe it is just a Melanie and chill kind of situation. Yeah. And that is something, I mean, Mike's list was crafted to try and get these aggressive boss KOs. But, I mean, that's kind of, both these lists are built to try and get those aggressive boss KOs. This list does it with Crobat on turn 2. That list does it with Bibarel later in the game.
Yeah.
So it's...
or Luminion,
right. So they both have outs to go do it. Looks like Jesse's got the Palkia V-Star and the Drizzile Shady Dealings. And we are going to find a Quick Ball.
So this can get one more basic Pokemon in play, maybe another Sobble, something like that. If Jesse had like a Scoop Up Net, he could pick up the Greninja and try to draw even more cards potentially.
Yes.
That is a key thing, though. Jesse did want to definitely try and get down, if he could here, a second Palkia, because it is entirely possible. We've seen Mike's list. We've seen the crazy things he can do. It's entirely possible that this active could go down.
Yes. Yeah, he's definitely got the math set up for Mike. Mike's only got the 1 level ball, the 1 Sobble, though. So it's like,
yeah.
You know, and no energy.
Jesse doesn't know that, though.
And no energy in play.
Right.
So, I mean, not that really matters, but...
yeah, Subspace, or the Star Portal, man, it's too good.
It is quite good.
Yeah.
You could see something like a Path come down from Jesse, and can actually... that's something interesting that I haven't thought about in the mirror yet. You know, you can kind of... tempo the Star Portal with like a Path to try and throw a wrench in it.
Yeah, sort of how you like in the Arceus mirrors like to, you know, path. So you're cut your opponent off a Starbirth on a
Yes.
key turn, right?
Mike does top deck Quick Ball, so he has got the option for the Luminion V now,
Okay.
if he so chooses. Got the Arceus or the Palkia V-Star in the hands. Level Ball can go get him. Definitely the Drizzile, and Drizzile going straight for Shady Dealings, and is looking for the Capacious Bucket. It doesn't really have the energy flowing right now. With the Greninja in the discard pile, it is a little bit unfortunate because you can't, kind of cycle those energies into the discard pile to then accelerate to Star Portal. So
I wonder if Mike could try to just go 2/2/2 here, and Boss's orders Crobat this turn.
that could be a thing.
Yeah, Boss Crobat, and then try to develop the board a little bit more this turn so that in future turns you can reach for one-hit knockouts on Palkia V-Stars.
Yes. And that could be exactly how Mike decides to do this, since he is in a position where Jesse has got that week 2 prizer out. Jesse was not able to reach and get the Gust knockout last turn. Mike could do it this turn and then say, if I lose 2 prizers each in the next 2 turns, I don't lose the game, because Jesse only has 5 prizes left, not 4. So could certainly do that. Quick Ball is going to grab an additional Sobble, and it looks like the Bibarel is not getting prioritized here.
I wonder if another piece is prized again.
Yeah, that could be the situation that we're looking at, most definitely. And then Mike has got the Palkia V-Star, and I imagine is going to have to use the Star Portal. Yep, there's
definitely.
the V-Star marker getting slammed, and just for 1, doesn't feel great, but worth it if you're taking 2 prizes.
He got 2 though, remember?
does get 2, yeah.
Capacious Bucket was able to discard one of the
Wow,
the
and
quick
this is
ball,
how
right?
how fast these prizes this damage ramps. Like, isn't that insane? 220 damage. The bench is not even close to full.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's that absurd,
Yeah.
which is why this deck is so gnarly. Like, you have to play some amount of cards to set up in the Pokemon TCG. You have to, and you're leaving your Pokemon vulnerable if you do.
So Mike is really setting up for this 2/2/2 line. Just take knockouts on Jesse's.
You already
2
know what
prized
Jesse's going
Pokemon.
for here, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, promoting the Greninja.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
going to see our first Moonlight Shuriken of the stream, I think, right? Did we see maybe one
I
earlier?
do believe we saw it earlier,
We
but
saw one.
it is always exciting to get to see.
Yeah. Our second Moonlight Shuriken. It's been a long day.
This is going to
Of
be
the
interesting,
stream.
though, because Jesse, by taking a 2 prize turn here, does target both of the draw options from Mike, which is great.
Yep.
But he's going to 3 prizes, which means Roxanne is a real possibility.
So, I mean, Mike does have the fish.
Yep.
Could go get Luminion. So, like, out of the Drizziles, but does have that as an option
Yep.
if it's in his hand.
And we have a huge amount of card advantage over Jesse in that instance. But I mean, this is still a great play from Jesse. You're targeting down Mike's draw power. Like, if you get rid of Sobble and Drizzile, Mike is mostly going to have to play out of the hand. Isn't going to
Yeah.
have that much deck search option. I don't know if Jesse is even aware totally that Mike has the Luminion. Or we saw the Luminion in game 1,
We
right?
did.
Yeah. So
Yes.
so it may be something Jesse's got at the back of his mind.
But, like,
they don't
still
always have
taking
it.
out the Drizziles
Yeah,
is
yeah,
huge.
for sure,
Yeah.
for sure.
It's definitely a huge play. You want to just neutralize that threat and say, all right, we're going to take out both the Drizzile and the Sobble and see if you can respond. See if you can actually come back. It also could make it so that Mike doesn't have the bench Pokemon necessary to be able to respond to the Palkias later in the match.
That is true. That is definitely true. It takes out the draw power. It takes out the damage effectively because
Yep.
each benched Pokemon is 20 more damage to your attacks. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. And the fact that Jesse is using a 1 prize attacker here is going to mess up Mike's prize race as well.
Definitely.
The 2/2/2 that he was going for is no longer an option.
And Jesse at this point just benching out, saying, yep, we're just committed. I am now kind of banking on you having a little bit of a suboptimal rest of your game because I'm about to take out your Drizzile and your
And I
Sobble.
wonder if we could see a path to the peak this turn.
That would be really good against now that, I mean, Jesse's used all of his Pokemon V's abilities.
Right.
And the Greninja is probably going down.
Right.
So the path could be very good if Jesse has it available.
That actually, he had a stadium, but now that I look at it a little
It is
closer, I
the
think it's
temple.
that temple, yeah,
It
which is not a
definitely
great
is.
card in this matchup. The only function it really serves in this matchup is to bump Path to the Peak from your opponent.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So Jesse gonna put the Melanie back into the deck with the Palpad and then take 2 prizes, presumably with the Radiant Greninja. I cannot imagine the Greninja using Moonlight Shuriken on anything else at this point.
Yeah, setting up the Palkias, probably not worth it here.
No, couldn't see it.
So Temple of Sinnoh does come into play. Jesse probably just doesn't want to draw that off of a potential Roxanne. So I think that is what he's got in his mind here when he's playing these cards.
Exactly. It's like, let's thin. Taking a big swing. And Mike's got Leon and Boss.
Okay.
So Mike can continue the trade by gusting the other Palkia V.
Yep, or Crobat.
Or
yeah.
Crobats.
Yeah, probably
Yeah.
Palkia V, though, I guess.
Yes,
would be
yeah.
better.
See what you got 2, 4, 6, 8,
Yeah,
10,
there's
12.
enough.
Sheesh. Yeah, it adds up pretty quick. 12. Well,
Oh, no, it needs...
no, 10 more. Yeah, it needs 1 more bench Pokemon.
Okay.
Yep.
And-
So there's the Sobble right there. So has it with the choice belts and the Sobble in the hand. If you want that Palkia V with the energy, like we said, like we saw from Mike earlier, Mike said that all you want to do in this deck is Boss and Leon. And
Right.
those are the 2 supporters he's got in his hand.
Yeah, with the choice belt, he is getting this KO here if he wants it on the bench. He's also got Quick Ball in hand. So maybe he's debating between Boss or...
I think he's going to Boss. I think he
Okay.
wants to set up his board a little bit more to be able to take the final 1-hit KO. However, because he doesn't have Boss again in hand.
Yeah.
And he doesn't actually even have a Palkia VSTAR or the energy. He actually doesn't really have anything.
Hand
So
is looking a little weak, yeah.
He maybe is grabbing the Bidoof and saying, all right, I have a 50% chance of ripping that Bibarel off the prize here, which is probably the situation. So he's probably weighing that and thinking, maybe that's an option.
Yeah, Bidoof seems like a decent choice because you're going to be taking 2 prizes here if this is the play. We see that Lumineon is in the deck. I don't know if there's another Sobble in there. Plenty of Palkias. The Manaphy is not super good anymore because usually you're only using Moonlight Shuriken once in the mirror match if you're using it at all, and Jesse's already used it, so no reason for Manaphy to come down. And it looks like Bidoof is the choice from Mike.
Yeah, so Bidoof, and I expect there to be a Boss's Orders again from Palkia, and this is why this is what I consider to be the best deck in the format. I mean, this is such a low maintenance 1 KO. Arceus has to work hard for these.
Yeah.
Yeah, not Palkia.
Not really.
No, not particularly, actually. Arceus needs to be doing like the maximum amount of damage that it's capable of doing to take a V out. Palkia just needs a couple of basic energy and just a couple of bench Pokemon, and we're chilling.
Jesse with 3 prizes remaining. Mike goes down to just 2. And now Roxanne is active for Jesse if he's gotten out to it. And Mike doesn't have a huge hand and hasn't really done much. So I wonder if Jesse's even really worried about going after Roxanne. The fact that Mike did grab Bidoof is maybe cause for concern.
I'm probably going Roxanne here. I mean, just 2 cards is less than. I mean, I guess it's 3.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Yeah. I mean, he
don't know,
didn't
it's
do
tough.
much.
He didn't do much, but the Crobat there, 2 cards is less than 3, and after the top deck, 3 cards is less than 4.
Yep.
So I think you still do it if you can.
He's on a Boss.
This is. Do you boss the Sobble and say?
So what? He's doing what? 230 right now. So he might.
Do you boss the Sobble or the Bidoof and just say
Yeah.
like, you don't have it?
Yeah, and
like
then
you don't
try
have
to,
the other
Mhm.
boss, or you don't have the actual knockout on
and
my
then
guy.
reach for a big knockout next turn.
Yes, that's interesting. Interesting line from Jesse. We're gonna see if it works out for him.
He does
Actually
boss
eyeing up the
Palkia.
V.
I think he just couldn't have knocked out. I don't think he could have gotten there to knock out the active this turn. Math wasn't quite there.
But doesn't this feel bad? Just like serving up a full bench to the Palkia with the
I mean, you
choice
got
belt?
to take your prizes.
I guess so, but yeah, if like
Let's see what Mike has.
if Mike does anything,
he doesn't look like he's doing anything.
to be fair, he actually doesn't appear to be doing anything. He's got an ordinary rod. This is crazy, man.
There's a bucket in hand.
He like just doesn't have it. He didn't get the Bibarel off the prize.
No.
Doesn't have a Drizzile out. Frankly, there's not a lot of Pokemon left in the deck because Jesse's knocked them all out.
They've all gone down.
Yeah. There's a Sobble. I mean, there's the ordinary rod in his hand, which he just got, but doesn't have really any search outs for it. So yeah, it's an odd situation. Mike is without Bibarel, without Radiant Greninja. These are all cards that help him to just churn through and see more cards, but without any true draw supporters. I mean, we're seeing this is the Mike Gibbs special. This is like the, I'm just going to hand select every card that I want every turn and maybe draw with Bibarel. But it's not. Is that the Bibarel? I think it is.
Okay, I think he did get it.
Oh, so he's cooking now.
He is cooking.
Yeah, so he did find the Bibarel. He was hiding it there at the back of the hand. I did not see it.
So Greninja gets put back into the deck with Ordinary Rod.
Yes, and there,
Yeah.
I believe it's the last one. So now Mike is actually just
he's
reaching
vibing.
for the dub.
He's vibing.
Oh, yeah. He's vibing real hard. He wasn't playing very fast, so I assumed he just didn't get it.
Yeah.
But no, that's a whole Bibarel right there.
So what does he need? He needs to get all of the benched Pokemon, right? Doesn't he need to fill his bench up to get this KO?
And he's got it.
Yeah, well, a Drizzile.
Easy.
And then he drew the Manaphy, and then Idra if there's another basic Pokemon. Or Boss's Orders brings up the Crobat. That works
That's it.
too. Yep.
GG's.
Wow, Mike Gibbs wins 2 games pretty quickly. I really thought Jesse was going to win that second game. But Bibarel bails Mike out and gets him the winning game too.
It was the Bibarel off of the prizes. That was it. Mike seeing, I'm going to set up this Bidoof. I have 50% chance of getting the Bibarel off the prizes. This is my out to conceal, to take the win. And he did it. He nailed it.
He played to the out very well. I mean, that's what he had to do, and he made it happen. Well played by Mike.
Well played by both players. Yeah, that was a tough one for sure. This Palkia mirror seems brutal for sure. Dang, so the Palkia mirror, you try to pair your bench. It almost feels like, is it fruitless to pair your bench down in the Palkia mirror? You need, and that's why Palkia is so good, man, because the Inteleon decks have to bench Pokemon. The Mew decks have to bench Pokemon, and it just punishes that.
Yeah, it's pretty solid. And going first in the mirror, pretty solid advantage. As I guess you would expect, just going first in Pokemon TCG is generally going to be an advantage for most decks. Kind of feels like those Arceus mirrors, though, where the person who goes first gets an energy and just threatens the first knockout on a basic V.
Yes, the player who gets the first meaningful knockout.
Sure.
Because, as we saw from Mike, he just went Gus game, right? Yeah. So he took the first V knockout and then Gus game, and that was it. Whereas Jesse was not able to get that first 2 prize knockouts and then lost, right? So even though Jesse went first, did not have it in his hand to be able to go do that. And Mike, with even a very small hand, had a 3-card hand and was able to go get that Gust. I mean, Palkia knocks out Pokemon V like none other.
Yeah.
It seems like, really.
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, I think Palkia is kind of doing everything that Victini VMAX wanted to do, right? Just attaching and going after it and trying to be really aggressive. But it does it a little better because it has more potential past just that hitting 220, right? It can do more than that. You can hit for the big numbers, get 1-hit knockouts on opposing V-Stars.
With choice belts.
Exactly.
Yeah, nauseating amounts of damage. 320 with a Leon. There are...
Leon.
Yes, the sky is
Buy your
limit.
Leons now.
The sky is the limit. Yeah, or dig it out of your bulk. The sky is the limit for the Palkia V-Star deck. We're going to grab some players who are doing well, maybe have secured their spots in top 8 or are in a win-and-in situation to get some interviews with them as we prepare for our 8th and final Swiss round here at the standard event for the Full Grip Games Astral Radiance 6K doubleheader weekend. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Here with your round 7 champion, Mike Gibbs, now pretty much guaranteed for top 8, 6-0-1.
Yeah, it should be.
Should be. I don't think anything can go wrong here. Yes, even if you were to lose the next round and your opponent didn't want to ID, you should be chilling. Yeah.
Yeah.
So congratulations, another top 8 here at Full Grip Games. How many of these doubleheader weekends have you top 8'd? You got the win with Gym Leader Challenge.
I got so at the first Fusion Strike, or not? I was a Evolving Skies. I got top 8. And I didn't play in the Gym Leader Challenge.
Yes.
And then what was it?
Fusion
Strike. 4-3 with Single Strike. No, don't talk about that. Then I won with Grass, right?
Yes, for the Gym Leader Challenge. Yeah.
Then I got second at the Brilliant Stars, I think.
That's right.
And then
what deck were you playing?
I was playing Hoopamolt.
Oh
Yeah.
yes, that's right. And you played against Riley.
Yeah,
in the finals.
I mean, don't have to rewatch that. I mean, it was a little lopsided. Yeah.
Yes.
And then what was it? Ninth place.
Ninth place bubbled out of
Yeah.
Yes. So we would say a frequent player that we see in the top 8 of these doubleheader weekends. And in another top 8 situation, how are you feeling after your tournament run so far with the Palkia deck? We saw you maybe round 2, I think, with the deck. 5 rounds later, how's it been performing for you today?
So like in all my rounds, I think like I've opened VIP Pass once off stream, but it feels like on stream I'm hitting it constantly for some reason. I only played 2. It's not like I'm not supposed to raw draw into it like that. But against Jesse, I got it twice somehow. That was crazy. Yeah,
man.
Against Jesse, that was crazy. I just had 2 boss in hand. I just played my hand out like that. That was kind of lucky. I feel like I kind of lucky against Jesse, but in the mirrors match, sometimes you gotta get a little lucky,
Yeah, he's probably thinking like, all right, he's got like a 3-card hand. He probably doesn't have like the Palkia Energy Boss or whatever,
Yeah.
Like I'm probably chilling, turn 2, and just wasn't chilling.
No, I got 3 Salvos down and 2 Palkias in play before he got a turn. That was really dumb.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, we've seen that even though you don't have any traditional draw supports, you're very consistently able to hand select what you want out of the deck, which is obviously very good. And I think there in game 2, we saw you kind of correctly identify, like, all right, my out here, I got a 50% chance of ripping this Beaverell off the prizes.
Yeah, I thought I was going to get Path for sure. So that's why I didn't, like, hold it and grab Luminion next turn to just grab Boss. I thought for sure I'd get Path. And then he didn't Path me. I was like, shoot, did I misplay? But no, then I ended up being fine. He killed my Palkia V, which was great for me, so I could have both access to both the guys there, so...
Yeah. I did not expect him to go for Palkia V. I was thinking, like, you'd take the Sobble probably.
Yeah.
Because the Sobble, like, if I have to pick, I'm going to let my opponent have the Beaverell because they can at least Industrious its Cybers and whiff. Yeah. Whereas, like, the Drizzile's, like, they're just going to go get it.
Yeah, the chances of me, like, just having the barrel, especially when I play a low count, is just unlikely, and I haven't played it down yet.
Yeah.
I knew it was on my prize card, so I grabbed the Bidoof. I got a 50-50 shot at drawing the barrel. That's my best draw out, so, yeah.
Now, what was your one tie to so far today?
I played against Michael Pramwat, and he's just a good player. We had a pretty close match, and we just went the time. He's playing Arceus Intel, I think, so yeah, it's like a good matchup, but like he's a good player. He played to his outs. Yeah. Prize for barrel one game. This deck is isn't as good when you prize for barrel and like they like Roxanne you and stuff. Like, are you just you getting threatened by Roxanne at least? So. But yeah, when you grab a barrel, you don't have to worry about anything. You're bossing every turn if you want to.
Yes, right. It does seem like a lot of the deck is kind of like barely chugging along without the barrel, but still like the raw power level of the cards is so high that it almost doesn't matter. And then when you do have a barrel, it's like you feel invincible almost. Like you're just going to be able to do whatever you want every turn, which is incredibly good. So now that you've spent a little bit more time in the tournament, is there any deck that you've kind of like sussed out, or any player that you feel like could give you a run for your money here in the top 8?
I think my worst matchup is like probably Mew.
Yeah.
Because they can just run you off the table if they feel like it. So I've tested the matchup. It's like a solid like 50-50, but I'd prefer not to play against it because there's other matchups I would think are better than 50-50.
Right.
Like, so against Mew, like it's hard. Like I gotta like boss a lot and stuff, and like see if Roxanne pass sticks, and if it doesn't stick, I lose. But like it's about a 50-50. I played probably like 30 matches against it, and I feel like I've gone like, maybe like 17-13 my favor. So pretty much is a 50-50.
Right.
And I'm
and
playing
Grant's
against,
really good.
Yeah. And I don't.
Grant is probably one of the Mew players in top 8. So
I especially don't want to play Grant. I know he's gonna play it like very optimally, and like. If a Mew player is playing it very optimally, I'm going to have a very hard time.
Yes, I love playing against, like, suboptimal Mew players. Yes, if I have my choice. Yeah, so good stuff, Mike. Well, congratulations on another top 8. Do you have your Gym Leader Challenge deck picked out for tomorrow?
Oh, yeah.
Do you think that I could guess what type you're playing?
Probably.
Good stuff. All right, well, we look forward to seeing you in top 8, Mike. And again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the final round of Swiss for today's standard Astral Radiance legal 3.5K event. Here at Full Grip Games, we've got an exciting match for you, and a deck that I've heard musings about today,
Yes.
but have not gotten a chance to see yet.
That's right. We're going to have a Blissey Miltank deck on the stream, and I'm excited to see how this will play out. This is one of my favorite cards from the new set because it really forces the format in kind of weird ways. It forces people to respect Miltank. It's kind of like Decidueye whenever it was popular back when Darkness Ablaze came out. You know, people who were playing ADP at the time, it was like, do I have to respect this Decidueye? Do I need to put this Duraludon in my deck? Do I need to get Aegislash-V in my deck? Or is it not going to be around and I can just hope to not hit it? That's kind of what Blissey does to this format, and it's a lot easier to include in decks because it's a basic Pokemon.
Miltank, but this deck also includes Blissey.
That's right. So it's got something to stand on if it's a matchup that Miltank is not just the best in necessarily.
All right, these guys are getting started. Let's head down to the tournament table and get some hype going in the chat
Let's
for
go.
round 8. These players are competing for their win and in.
That's right. It is the win and in. These players need to get a victory in this round. We're at the point where it is win and move on to cut or lose, and you're just hoping that your resistance is good enough for top 16.
Yes. Now, Joey Nawal on the left, no stranger to success, has a world's, I think, top 4 or a world's finalist appearance under his belt in the junior age division. A long-time Pokemon TCG fan and player from the Northeast Ohio area. Definitely a fan of watching Joey play and grow up. Something that's been really cool. You know, when I first met Joey, dude was like, I don't know, 8, 10, 10, you know?
Yeah.
And now he is an adult in college and has been playing this game the whole time. So definitely big shout out to Joey for being a presence in the community and have been around for a long time, and it's been awesome to watch him grow up with the game.
Pretty rough start, though, from Joey here. Has a Marnie, which is decent, but just had to attach an energy here to the Zigzagoon. Really hoping for a Samurott off the Marnie. Does find a Quick Ball, though, which is nice, and puts a Darkness Energy in the discard pile. And we've already talked about how good Dark Patch is for these Darkness-type decks now after the release of Astral Radiance.
Yeah, so the Marnie buffing out a little bit. Always scared to Marnie with a suboptimal Pokemon in the active, right? And nothing
potentially
else.
Lose.
Yeah, we were just like, well, if these are 5 bricks, I'm out.
Yep.
Now, I don't know that Joshua's deck is necessarily the most aggressive deck in the world. I mean, what is Joshua really threatening? I do like the combination of Blissey and the Greninja, though. That's cool, because Greninja doesn't need to discard basic energy?
That's right. Yeah, it can discard any energy card to the discard pile, and then that combos super nicely with Blissey V's Blissful Blast, dealing 10 base damage and then 30 more damage for each energy attached to Blissey. And then after you do damage, you get to search your discard pile for up to 3 energy cards and attach them to Blissey. So Blissful Blast can really get out of hand if it doesn't get dealt with quickly. And Josh is trying to make sure it does not get dealt with quickly. Has the Cape of Toughness on there, as we've already seen. That boosts Blissey all the way up to 300 hit points. And also has some healing cards like Hyper Potion ready to try to let these Blisseys hang on for just a little bit longer.
Yeah, Blissey's a big boy. I love to see it. Such a cool concept. And I think that this Blissey deck really gets a lot of life in the form of both Miltank and the Radiant Greninja. Because, and the trekking shoes. What a
Very
cool card. I mean, all these cards that allow you to just churn through your deck, get energy in the discard pile. This is without putting cards like Crobat into play or, you know, the Intellion engine. It's just wow, look at this. Just what a cool engine. The trekking shoes allowing you to just keep on moving through the deck and find the cards you want while putting the cards that you don't need into the discard pile. Definitely love this. Path to the Peak and Marnie. What a classic combo.
Very strong. Not really usually seen accompanied by a Blissey in the active spot, but it works out here. Putting all those cards on the bottom for Joseph. And now Joshua will be attacking this turn. Blissful Blast dealing 70 base damage after the, energy attachment for turn, the double turbo, but of course minus 20 for the effect of double turbo. So it will only be 50 damage, not even a KO on Zigzagoon quite yet.
Now it's looking like this Blissey deck is, this thing is tough to play against. There are 4 Blissey V. There are 2 Miltank. And there is a Yveltal. I think there's the Yveltal.
Yeah, Celebrations, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
that discards the energy.
Not super relevant in this matchup, but like a key card against things like Mew, right?
Yeah, just a lot of options for this Blissey deck. And that Blissey is looking pretty powerful for next turn.
Yeah, Blissful Blast will come out of nowhere and just start really hitting hard, especially with the double turbo energies.
Right.
It does reduce the damage you do by 20, but it counts as 2 energy to Blissey's attack. So you're effectively, when you attach double turbo energy, adding 40 damage to Blissey's attack that turn.
Right, which is stronger than any other single energy, so it's still very good.
It's actually kind of like you're playing 4 powerful. I guess it's not quite as good as Powerful Colorless, right? Because that's 30 plus 20, right?
Yes.
But it's like budget Powerful Colorless.
It's like a bunch of powerful colors. It's like a plus 10 powerful colorless.
Sure.
Right. Yes. It's still very good and gives you a lot of power with that Blissful Blast attack. And then, of course, with the hyper potions and all of that, these Blissies are a menace to knock out. 300 hit points for just 2 prizes.
Yeah.
That's a lot of work. And I could really see this Blissey deck having an impact since there doesn't have to be a big bench for this Blissey to succeed. And if the Palkia deck, can't heal as much as the Blissey deck, then I can definitely see how this Blissey deck is able to keep up with Palkia.
Right. Palkia can still hit it really hard, but that's why you got all these healing cards. And Palkia kind of struggles with Miltank. You've got Inteleon as an attacker, but Miltank actually has a pretty decent little attack, dealing 10 damage plus 20 more for each of your opponent's benched Pokemon. And we know that Palkia loves to have a lot of Pokemon on the bench.
It certainly does. Certainly does. Joey going to discard a Darkness energy, maybe search out another Samurott V. We see that Hisuian Samurott V moving to the front of the deck. And there goes onto the bench, building up 2 Samurott V-Stars. Got a very cool, I think that's the Rainbow Rare Hisuian Samurott V-Star on the bench. Looking pretty dope, honestly. I'm into it. That's cool.
Has a couple scoop up nets, could reset that Zigzagoon, get the damage off of it. Does not have a Dark Patch, so if he could have comboed this with a Dark Patch, we could have seen an attack this turn from the Samurott, but was not able to quite pull that combo off. So maybe just has to send up something that can take a hit.
Ooh,
and there's a lot of energy on that Blissey. This is maybe a little risky.
Yeah, tough. But I think Joey just trying to figure out, all right, how do I kind of bide my time and get to a point where maybe I can one-hit KO the Blissey. It's possible to do 300 damage as the Samurott deck. Certainly possible. With a choice belt attached, you're talking base 250. With the V-Star power on the Hisuian Samurott V-Star, you're talking 290 damage.
That's a big hit from Joshua, though, because now Blissful Blast is actually hitting for enough damage to knock out the Crobat here.
Woo-wee! The powerful colorless energy. It can accelerate even more energy from the discard pile. Could we see the Blissey take a one-hit KO on a Hisuian Samurott V-Star? Is it possible?
It is definitely possible. You need a lot of energy to do it, and Joshua's adding some more to the Blissey. Has those lucky energies, which is such a great card alongside Blissey, because when the Pokemon it's attached to takes damage from an attack, you get to draw a card. And there's 2 lucky energies on this Blissey right now, so that's plus 2 cards Joshua will get.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's such a great card to have, because you're plussing every time the Blissey gets hit, and the Blissey's going to get hit all the time, right? So
right.
You're just constantly drawing cards from the deck. If you get Marnied and then hits, like you're getting Marnied to 6 instead of 5.
Yeah, exactly.
4, it's just a really cool way to continue to have draw options available to you in the deck. Combined with the trekking shoes, and the Greninja, you can see how this deck is really starting to take shape now, whereas previously it might not have been super valid, or maybe it just would have kind of crumbled under a bad Marnie or something like that. Now there are really some substantial options for this deck to draw out of low hand sizes.
Against a deck like this, you really just have to be aggressive. You got to start attacking very quickly, which Joey was not able to do in this game. If you can start hitting into a Blissey when it's only got 2-3 energy cards on it, then your opponent's going to be trying to Hyper Potion, get rid of those energies, and it's not going to be dealing a lot of damage. If you haven't hit into a Blissey and it's got 6 energies on it, that's scary.
Yeah, it's not good. This is not where you want to be if you're Joey. Now, it is possible. Like I said, it's possible for Joey to take this knockout. So let's not count him out. He could do it. He's got the Choice Belt. He's got the Hisuian Samurott VSTAR. He's got Boss. Okay, going for the bench one first. And is actually just going to take that easy knockout. And I like that with the Choice Belt. Just maybe trying to grow his hand size, get on the board, take 2 prizes. I like this. It's possible to work up towards that one-hit KO, but he is going to need his V-Star power to do that, and the path to the peak is still in play.
So I'm wondering if Joshua can get this KO here. With a double turbo energy that adds 40 more damage effectively. There's a lot of energy cards on this thing. I think Joshua's probably going to have to be doing some of the math here as well.
Look at this hand, bro.
And has hyper Yeah. Has the Hyper Potions ready to go as well. And what's great about Hyper Potion is you can use it on just one of the double turbo energies.
Yo, what are you doing with all these energy in your hand if you Sharon's Care, bro? What are you doing? Gonna have like a 20 card hand.
So Joshua is actually, I believe, 20 damage short of the KO. Should be swinging for 250 if I did my quick maths just right. I think it's like, and they're getting the dice
getting
ready.
Out the dice. Okay.
So we're 20 damage short of getting the KO on Hisuian Samurott. There are so many energies on that Blissey. It's kind of ridiculous. And look at how many dice are going onto the Samurott.
It's so insane. And each of the double turbo energies is basically a 120 damage heal with Hyper Potion.
That's right. Exactly. So whatever Joshua does here, or sorry, whatever Joey does here, Joshua, we know, is sitting on the Hyper Potions to respond, heal the Blissey all the way, most likely, and then we'll still be able to clean up this Samurott since it has so much damage on it.
You basically got these 2 massive 2-prize Pokemon, right? That are like swinging at each other. They're both kind of capable of taking one-hit KOs on each other, but it's pretty difficult for each of them to do it. And Joshua's deck has the potential to heal, and Joey's deck does not. So Josh is definitely favored in this trade because I would say that Joey's deck is a little bit more aggressive, capable of taking the early lead, capable of really just running some Pokemon V off the board early, which is something that the Blissey deck can't do. But this deck is already kind of like gotten to the middle stages where it could already be that the Blissey is too overwhelming. However, with this collapsed stadium coming down, now Joey is going to turn on his V-Star power, and we could see a Moon Cleave Star to help reach for one-hit KO damage.
Yeah, it's really tough to KO Blissey. I don't think you're ever going to get a one-hit KO on a Blissey that has a Cape of Toughness on it. 300 hit points. I don't know that the Samurott is quite capable of that.
What you talk about, bro? He's got it.
He's got it?
He literally just needs a scoop up, and then it's 300.
Does
what you talk about?
220 and then the 30, 250, 40. Yeah, if he gets the scoop up net, but he
literally
hasn't
just
played it just yet.
If he just pings the Zigzagoon, he's like, I'd say 99% of the way there.
Yeah, that's right. That's true.
Yeah, so all he needs is just one extra push, and he's got it. He might not have the scoop up net, which would be very bad, but he's almost there. Yep, he just needs the 10.
Just needs the 10. Needs to get the Zigzagoon back up. Plays the Dark Patch to power up the second Samurott here. Does Joey have a scoop up net? There's one in hand.
There is. He's got it. So he's got the knockout.
Yeah.
He's got it queued up. And this Blissey's going down now. And he's got the Samurott on the bench fully built up. He sees the line, got the 10 damage, got the V-Star power, put it to 50. And that is the knockout. The Blissey with all the energy is going down.
And Joshua, sorry, on the right side does get to activate Lucky Energy before promoting because, you get to resolve all those effects and then check for a KO. So that's how it works. We see Crushing Hammer does hit a heads. He's going to pop an energy off of the bench. And Joshua just needs one energy card here to get the KO because Samurott's only got 20 HP remaining.
Yeah, so honestly, just a quick pop and this Samurott's out. Both players will go to just 2 prizes remaining. But Joey's going to have the Samurott VSTAR, but Path coming back into play. And obviously, Joey has kind of unleashed the full potential of his deck on that one turn, right?
Right.
He did the VSTAR power. He probably used what is likely one of his last scoop-up nets to ping with the Zigzagoon. And Joey is running out of power to be able to take this final Blissey down, and we know that Joshua has an exorbitant amount of healing in this hand.
You can play Roxanne if you're at the same number of prizes, right? The only requirement for it is if your opponent has taken at least 3, right? That's the only requirement. Yeah. So Joey does have that in hand. That's a pretty solid option because Joshua's deck does not really draw cards super effectively, and he's sitting on a massive hand right now.
This is real Roxanne hours, definitely. You want to disrupt this hand in any way possible and then try to go for the 2-hit KO because a 1-hit KO, that's like a once a game kind of situation for Joey.
You get to do it one time.
Yes, not happening again for sure, but we'll see what Joey's able to find. Roxanne is such a powerful card, allowing you to shuffle draw 6. I mean, it's a huge amount of cards to draw in the middle of the game. And then limiting your opponent to just 2 at the same time.
Yep.
This is a perfectly timed Roxanne from Joey, both players with 2 prizes left to take. And we'll see what Joey's able to find off these 6 cards. Has a Drizzile out that can evolve into maybe a quick shooting Inteleon if Joey's able to find it.
So we'll see what Joshua gets off of just 2. Something that could hurt Joshua here, though, is the fact that he's put Path to the Peak in play, right? Slows things down potentially on your opponent's side if they have any abilities, but Greninja has a rule box on it, so you cannot use concealed cards if Path to the Peak is in play.
So Joshua's 2 cards have been drawn. Joey has got the Galarian Moltres.
Okay, that's a way we can deal with the Miltank if that ever becomes an issue.
It is. It's also a way to deal 270 damage.
That's a good point.
Yes, so it is certainly an option if Joey is able to maybe force this to a 5 prize, situation for Joshua. Joshua just takes out the Zigzagoon. Then maybe there's a Galarian Moltres choice belt, and then that's just game, right? So maybe Joey's trying to map that out. So we see as this quick ball gets played, there is a choice belt in that deck.
It's in there.
And the Galarian Moltres is in the hand. So this is certainly a route that Joey could utilize to take this final knockouts where the Hisuian Samurott VSTAR is capable of one huge knockout. The last one, it's got to come down to Moltres.
Joseph just thinning a Samurott out of the deck. Does have that gold Samurott VSTAR in the hand.
That's so sick. 1 rainbow, 1 gold.
Maybe Joseph just opened up a booster box in the new set, pulled them both, and was like, yep, I'm rolling with it.
Yeah. This is a grindy situation to be in. I think he's got the Sobbles down. He could Drizzile next turn. Is that a Drizzile out I see in the hand? We got the Samurott and a pass, and then the cards in hand. What are they? I can't see. Capture energy from Joshua.
So it was just a pass.
Yes.
And now there's a little bit more damage being added. Joshua could thin a card out of the deck here if he wanted to. I don't think you want to bench another Blissey by any means.
Definitely don't want to do that.
If anything, another Miltank, I guess, would be okay if you wanted to thin it out of the deck because, I mean, it's difficult for Joseph to really deal with if he's dealing with the 1, it's like hard to deal with the 2nd maybe.
Yeah, Joey does have that Drizzile in the hand, so he's got the option to Shady Dealings next turn, and if there's a Clara in the deck, that could do it, but needs Choice Belt too in order to take the KO, assuming that... Oh, and the Research.
Wow, off the Roxanne.
This is huge. Maybe a weird Crushing Hammer could, ruin some dreams, but I don't see any in Joshua's hand. because it's possible that Joey needs to promote the Samurott to retreat into a Galarian Moltres 1 energy. I think that does Joey play Clara?
I think so. Yeah, I think I saw it there in the deck. Does play 1 copy.
Yes.
Which can get fetched out pretty quickly with a Shady Dealings.
It's Joshua 1 prize. If this is it's Palpad. So,
and I think Joey needs more than just Clara.
It
needs
more.
Clara and the Choice Belt,
Yes.
and only has 1 Shady Dealings.
Yes, to do it, right? And
Is
I
there-
don't think there's another scoop up net in that, or else you could Shady Dealings for the scoop up net and go get both with Inteleon.
Exactly.
So I think that Joey's out of scoop up nets. It's a really tough situation to be in because you've got your Hisuian Samurott VSTAR. What's the math?
Oh,
looking
Clara's
like on
in
this
the
Blissey?
discard pile. He does have Palpad.
He's got Palpad. He can put it back in,
Okay.
but which is actually relevant because he kind of needed it.
And he no tool scrapper or anything like that.
Oh, this is so grindy. He can Palpad. Is it Palpad Roxanne swing? Is this thing taking a 1-hit KO? What is the Blissey doing right now?
I'm that's so many energy. I'm just gonna assume yes.
All right, we're doing
and if it's not, it's close. He can
3,
get
6,
there.
9, 12, 15,
18, 21, 24, 27.
300 minus 40, 260 plus 20, 280. Yeah.
Well, it's 10 base on the attack. So that's 270 though, right?
He
so
got
that's,
it,
yeah,
bro.
he's got it.
Yeah,
And
Joey has to scoop. He's just 1 card short of being able to take
so
that knockout.
close.
Needed to be able to Clara Choice Band. What a really close match. Joshua now just 1 win away from a top 8 appearance. I know that Joey had a really strong start at the most recent regional championships in
Jersey?
Secaucus.
Yeah.
Yes, had a really strong start and then a bunch of heartbreakers in a row. So he would certainly like to turn his luck around here at the Full Grip Games 6K with a top 8 appearance. So a lot on the line here. Both these players, I think, guaranteed top 16 at this point at records of 5-1-1. But of course, getting to play for the grand prize of $1,500 for today's standard event is always something that you're going to be looking to do.
Yeah, what an amazing prize pool for these players. That is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, I have ever seen from just a local store tournament. So shout outs to Full Grip for making this event happen because, I mean, that's what's kind of keeping the local community going at this point. These bigger and bigger tournaments, every single one's gotten bigger than the last. We're making it happen out here. $1,500 for first place. That's the same as getting top 4 at a regional championships.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's almost 150 players here for this standard event, and we've got a lot of players signed up for tomorrow's Gym Leader Challenge event as well. Going to be a really exciting weekend of Pokemon TCG content with a lot of prize money on the line. So really excited to see this top level players, bringing out all the tricks for this new Astral Radiance format.
I thought this hand was really bad from Joey, but does have a quick ball, so can at least get a Sobble. There is a Drizzile hanging out in there. I still have to get used to seeing those like old quick balls. I'm usually used to looking for the newer versions of the card. But yeah, quick ball can grab Sobble, and with Drizzile in hand, Joseph is doing A-okay.
Yeah, eyeing up Sobble. And whoop, almost drops the deck, but we're chilling. Yeah, Drizzile scoop up net. Unfortunately, there's no Darkness Energy in the opening hand. I think that's like that's the ideal situation. Unlike what happened in game 1, Joey wants to get out the gate swinging turn 2.
Yeah, need to start putting pressure.
Yes. Need to start putting pressure on immediately with Joshua just having the Dunsparce. You could just potentially get into a situation where it's just knockout, and then we're on to game 3. And Joey kind of identifying that this turn 1, turn 2 is extremely important and going for the Crobat V to dig further into the deck with its Dark Asset ability, most assuredly digging for a Darkness Energy.
Definitely the card he would love to see. Does lose the Palpad, so if any other key supporters have to get discarded at inopportune times, that could make things a little awkward.
4 cards.
Let's see it.
Zigzagoon, Scoop Up Nets. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
All the Scoop Up Nets. Ugh.
Not even useful cards there. It seems like a second Drizzile. There's already one in hand. That is less than ideal.
No,
Joshua
it's
did
not
start the Dunsparce, which is also less than ideal. Trekking Shoes just going to discard a Hyper Potion and draws a double Turbo Energy. Oh, Joshua's got, has Capture Energy. I thought there was nothing in this hand, but does have Capture. This can go get out either a Miltank or a Blissey.
The Greninja.
Or the Greninja.
Needs to draw more cards.
Yeah, for sure.
There's not a lot going on in this hand. Taking a look at Joey's list, there are no switch cards in this deck, which means that Joey had to hit that Darkness Energy this turn in order to attack turn 2, because Dark Patch can only accelerate to the bench. So Joey's not going to be able to attack with Merciless Blade with the active Samurott this next turn, which is really disappointing from Joey's side of the board, because that's exactly what you want to do. You want to be putting the pressure on. You want to force this Blissey deck into some compromising situations.
I think Joshua has like 6 energies in his hand or something like
There's
that.
a cape going on to the Greninja. It's like that.
Look at that. It's all energies.
Ooh, there's a reason why Joshua went and got the Greninja. It's like, I need to make some use of this.
Jeez. Well, he's got several turns of draw lined up at a minimum.
Yes, I think Joshua fanning out that hand like, that is 6 energy cards and a cape. Yep.
Oh, boy.
And I think Joshua also putting the cape onto the Greninja, like, this is my lifeline, man. This is
I'm not letting this get KO'd. Right?
No, it's got to stick around. Right, it absolutely has to.
So Joseph's not going to be able to attack this turn, like you mentioned. Still going to be 2 turns away from pulling off an attack, not putting on the pressure I'm sure he would love to apply whenever Joshua had such a slow start. Did not get a Blissey in play, did not even get an energy on one either.
No, yeah. If I'm Joey, I don't know if Joey's playing Path to the Peak. Probably not.
No, I think it's just the one Collapse Stadium.
Okay. I was going to say, this is like a path situation if you've got one. You path that Greninja and you stop that draw power right now. Joey going for the energy search off Drizzyle's Shady Dealings.
Oh, could see Joey attach and use that first attack on the Samurott, discarding a tool card in play. Not as relevant here as if he was getting rid of something like a, Cape of Toughness on a basic Blissey, but it's still pretty good. Might as well use it.
The basket crash.
You're not being threatened by anything on the next turn, really, so...
The basket crash.
Yes.
Very cool. So,
pretty useful little attack on an evolving basic for sure. Very situational, but this could be one of those situations.
All right, I think that's Joey probably accidentally evolved the wrong Sobble, so it has to be the other one. Not that it. I mean, it
as long
matter.
as only one Sobble gets evolved this turn.
It doesn't actually matter, but yeah, that's fine. If you want to just put it on the other one and say like, all right, yep, it was the other one. Unless it was like a scoop up net, a Drizzle scoop up net situation. So it looks like maybe they're calling a judge over to talk about it, because it might have been. It might have been a situation. So they're talking about it right now.
I think Joey benched it this turn.
Yeah, he's got 2 Sobbles in play. So was the other one in play last turn? Is the question.
I'm gonna go back and look. I didn't have to, so I'm gonna pause the match real quick just to make sure.
Cool. All right, so they're gonna pause the match and review to make sure. We had a couple of people saying that Sobble could not get evolved, and there doesn't seem to be a confident opinion at the board. So
I'm because he ended his turn with 1 Sobble in play and then benched this other one immediately. As at the start of turn 2, so it should just be the other Sobble gets evolved and we move on. It shouldn't be.
But was it the second Shady Dealings of the turn?
I don't think so.
Yes.
There's a scoop up net in the discard pile.
That's what I'm saying. Okay. Yeah, so that actually is cause for maybe a double prize penalty if it's like a illegal deck search or something like that. But the thing is that it might not be, because the deck is already randomized from the first one.
And he was already searching the deck.
He was already searching the deck for the first one. So it's not an irreparable game state at all.
Not even close.
Not even close. All he has to do is like put back the trainer you went and got with the second one. You can't do it.
Yeah.
Slap of the wrist and, play ball, right? You know. And Joshua's got to be loving it because Joshua's hand stinks. So he's got to be like, all right, well, I'll take a double prize if that's what we're talking, $1,500 at the top. So that's
hey, when the money's on the line, you gotta play your best, and sometimes these little mistakes pop up.
They do.
It's a long day of play. These tournaments are very grindy. Best of 3, 50 minutes. A lot of these matches going to time every round because players are just really fighting it out, trying to get those wins. They don't want to tie. Things get close, and sometimes you just make a little mistake in those later rounds. We've seen it happen time and time again, and they really can cost you big time.
Yeah, well, they don't call it shady dealings for nothing. It's
Listen, man, I see you reading the chat, stealing people's jokes.
Yeah, well, sometimes, the low-hanging fruit, you just got to take it. Take it and run.
So I think our judge at the table is just going to go look at the match and confirm exactly what happened. So, need a second to catch up with the stream. There'll probably be a time extension awarded, I would imagine, as well.
So the research goes back into the deck.
Yeah.
The Drizzle goes back to the hand.
Yeah, because Scoop Up Net was played.
Yep, Scoop Up Net goes back to the...
No,
Scoop
he
Up Net
played the
stays in
Scoop Up
discard
Net
pile.
still,
Yep,
yeah.
so the Scoop Up Net got played.
Yeah.
Drizzle cannot evolve, and then the deck gets re-randomized, and that's it.
Yeah.
And Joey gets to keep the energy search that's already in his hand.
Yeah. I could see this going either way as far as a DPL or just like a warning. It could be one of those things that it depends on if the player's already gotten a different warning earlier in the tournament, because then it would be escalated to a prize penalty potentially, because this is a situation where, like you mentioned, the player was already searching the deck. It's not like unfair information was gained. It wasn't an extra card drawn off research or anything like that.
It's just an illegal deck search. That's it. But even then, it's illegal deck search. But I don't even know that he was done shuffling his deck yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. They reversed it, but the Sobble did come into play this turn, so
Yep.
it's a DPL.
Okay.
So it will be a double prize penalty.
Yes. So that's fine. Like Chip said. Yep, that makes sense. Illegal deck search, and yeah, it's tough. But yeah, Joshua ain't drawing great, so this could still go okay for Joey.
That is true. Yeah, it's still anyone's game, certainly. And Basket Crash will get rid of that Cape of Toughness. Joshua does find the Miltank, though.
This is a huge sigh of relief got to be from Joshua, because it's going to allow Joshua to have a plan. Actually, there's a Cape, and I think there's even a switch cart in his hand, so he can start going in. And why not?
Yeah, another new card from Astral Radiance. Can even just retreat the Dunsparce. Got the capture energy last turn, but can start hitting with the Miltank route, dealing 10 base damage and then 20 more for each of your opponent's Pokemon on their bench. And minus 20, of course, from the double turbo energy. But whenever your Pokemon can't be damaged by Pokemon V, just any damage is relevant damage. You're going to start to build it up over time.
This is tough, right? It's because now Joey missed that knockout last turn and is in a situation where he's got to deal with this Miltank now. The Miltank has 160 hit points because of the Cape of Toughness and is dealing a solid 70 damage a turn. It's fine.
We could actually see a situation here where Joshua just puts 2 Miltanks in play and then passes and doesn't do anything. Because the only thing Joey can do to a Miltank is attack it with Galarian Moltres. And Galarian Moltres only does 20 base damage. It's not going to be doing any more damage until Joshua starts taking prize cards. So if Joshua just puts 2 Miltanks in play, Joey can't do anything about that.
Joey can quick shooting it. That's
it.
Yeah.
And that's where, the Miltank can come in and start doing some damage.
Yeah. Joey can quick shooting it, and he can also attack with the quick shooting and telling, because it only takes colorless energy. So he can put some pressure on. I do like this route from Joey, taking out the Radiant Greninja, as that is obviously the lifeline for Joshua's deck right now.
Yeah.
And the only real draw power he has. Joshua's not played a supporter card yet.
Right.
So and there's the top deck research.
Very nice. Gets another energy onto the active. The powerful colorless energy basically just going to cancel out the double turbo that's attached. So
that is a big draw from Joshua right on the turn that he needs it, with the Radiant Greninja going down. Now Joshua's going to have plenty of cards to work with. And there's the other Miltank. It might not even be time to put a Blissey down. I think that's fine, right? Because Joey actually has like a choice belted Samurott, and you just don't want to throw a Blissey down against that because
not at all.
It could just get knocked out very easily. So this is definitely real Miltank hours out here. We're going to see some routing and that miracle body putting in some work.
Drizzyle's shady dealings can go get a trainer out of the deck. I wonder if Joey will start to establish that quick shooting and try to put on some kind of pressure with that.
You have to.
Yeah.
It's the only out, right?
Or Boss's Orders could take a prize on the Dunsparce, I guess, but that feels
feel
like a tough use of your boss.
I think that the quick shooting Intellion is in the deck. I thought I saw it there.
I saw that shady dealings one. Is there quick shooting in there?
If not,
oh, there it is. Yeah,
Yep. So he's got the quick shooting Intellion available to him, and I think that that's got to be the dream, is to set that up and start going. The Boss's Orders taking out the Dunsparce, a little bit odd. It is allowing Joey to take prizes. I'm not sure if maybe there's something like that is of extreme usefulness that is in the prizes that Joey feels like he needs, but that would be what I think is the justification for a play like that. But I can't imagine. Maybe he's just looking for a way to continue drawing and continue taking prizes because he's got no other play lined up.
So I'm going to be curious here what Joshua does. Is he going to attack or is he going to pass? You know, you could take the 2 prize knockout here and, you know, start going in, taking knockouts, but you're just powering up Moltres. And let's remember the way the rules work. Joshua did win game number 1.
Right.
So if this is just a really long game number 2 between 2 Miltanks that are really difficult to KO, you know, Joey can start putting on pressure with quick shooting, but Joshua does have all the healing cards. So it could take a long time. In that instance, Joshua would still win the match if it went to time in game number 2. But regardless, it looks like Joshua has decided going for a KO is the way. And this makes sense too, since Joseph doesn't even have an energy card in play. And really doesn't have a great way to pivot either.
No, yeah, this is a tough spot for Joey. He does have the escape rope and a dark patch, but that hand is looking like a dud. Other than that, top deck is the Roxanne.
Okay.
Which oddly doesn't work. So this is why prize penalties are structured the way that they are, right? So in order for Joshua to win the game, he has to take 2 less prizes. But he does not get instantly awarded those prizes.
And all Joey does is attach and basket crash. Just discards those 2 Cape of Toughness, and now it's back over to Joshua, who plays Boss's Orders on Drizzile, will take the KO, and now Joshua just needs to take 1 more prize to win the game.
If any of you guys are enjoying some beverages, you might want to take a sip every time that Chip messes up their names.
Bro, listen. Not only do they start with the same letter, they have the same 3 first letters.
Listen, bro. I mean, it's not that difficult.
Listen, man. What are we? 9 hours in? 9.5
hours in? Yeah, bro. Let's get it cooking. So Joey has got the dark patch. And what are we gonna see? Some Zigzagoon attacks here? What are we looking at? The surprise attack, bro.
Yeah. Well,
you can poison. All right, probably better than the surprise attack. I was eyeing up the surprise attack though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just attack with Zigzagoon and then you lose instantly.
Well, you know, I was eyeing it up just for a second. I'm not saying it's the best route, but it was a route I was eyeing up.
And there's Roxanne.
All right, so now the Roxanne can be played. Now that Joshua has 3 prizes remaining, all Joshua has to do is take 1 more knockout, and then he has secured his place in top 8 of the event because of the double prize penalty from earlier. But honestly, Joey does not have a great way to deal with these Miltanks right now.
Joshua does not have a great way to deal with Roxanne, could be the issue, though. So that's really what Joey is hoping, that this Roxanne slows Joshua down a bit. You know, Miltank's not doing that much, and it can give Joey time to find a Moltres and start getting an attack off there.
I agree. I mean, that could be big if we get a poison and... Okay!
We're just 1 energy card away. He doesn't quite have it.
I mean, that's like 80% of what we're looking for. He's got the quick pull and 2 darks. So, Roxanne to 2. And then we're looking at a Moltres sweep. That's
what we got to hope for.
That's what we got to hope for. If you're Team Joey right here, that's the dream. And Joey doesn't really have a great, I guess he's got Ultra Ball. The Ultra Ball can get the shady dealing and telling. He's got these 2 options, right? I think that I feel like you just wait a turn. Yeah, I like this. You wait a turn.
Let's see what Joshua has.
Don't hit this hammer. Oh, the Crobat.
Oh, this could
so
be
bad.
huge.
Oh, yeah, baby.
And
there
does
it goes.
hit it.
Yep,
that was
is
Joseph's pivot for the next turn.
It was. And then here's the shoes. Do we like this card? Oh, yeah.
Nope, we don't.
We don't, because you can't play it.
Discards it.
Yeah, so we'll opt for the next card. Not opting to keep the draw supporter.
Yeah, you're only getting 4 cards, and I think Joshua's like, I've got my Miltanks, I'm chilling.
I guess so. Joey finds Level Ball, which is fine. Joey just needed Ultra Ball fodder. That's it.
Yeah, needed enough cards to discard.
Yes, to go get the Inteleon. So I think that what you're looking at here, Joey still got it. He got Ultra Ball for Inteleon and go get Dark Patch. And
the problem is that energy got discarded off the active, so he needs to find a way to retreat his active
Rope.
now.
He plays Escape Rope.
He already played it.
Unless
he has 2. Does he have 2?
No, probably not.
Yeah, it does only have the 1. He played it the last turn, sent the Crobat up.
So he needs to... Okay, so this is what he's got. He's got to go get... I don't like the attached there. I don't... Yeah. So I think that he just goes... You go get the Inteleon... Oh, top deck Oak. So I think he needed to go get the Inteleon, and then you Inteleon for Dark Patch Research.
7th card Hammer.
Whoo-wee!
And another hit.
See, so this play gets instantly punished. I think if you're Joey there, I think you need to go for the Research, and you go for Dark Patch Moltres to get 3 energy onto the Moltres without attaching. Research, hope you hit another Dark to retreat.
To retreat the
And then you're just going knockout game, right? So... I think that's like the only out you have by playing the energy onto the Crobat. You just kind of line up this potential route for your opponents to deny you the play again, right? Yeah. Which is really devastating.
Does only have 1 energy card left in the deck.
See, but I'm saying okay. So
no, he's got to go for it.
If he got in the Research, Dark energy last turn. Clara, okay.
Clara plus Dark Patch does work as well. Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah,
has the quick ball in hand to go get the Moltres.
Huh. I wonder if this must not have been an outs last turn with the Clara.
Yeah.
Yes.
So now Joshua has 2 Boss's Orders in the list. Has already played 1.
Okay.
So if he has the 2nd copy of Boss's Orders, can bring up a Zigzagoon to try and close the game out, because this play involves Joey benching another Pokemon.
It does. Where is the Moltres? Moltres got to get played, right? Yes. So we attach return. We need to find the Moltres.
Was it in the deck?
Clara, it must be in the discard pile. Yeah, there it is.
Okay,
so we've got the Moltres and the 2 dark. I like this. Here is the Moltres, finally ready to go.
Not going to get anything else back. I don't think there's anything else super useful.
And I think that Joshua, dang it.
Wow. Take a sip, everyone.
I think that it was contagious. What can I say? I think that Joshua has the 2nd boss in his hand.
Oh, and if that's the case, the game should just be over this next turn.
Yes.
Joey's going in, though, swinging with the Moltres, and if Joshua does not have another Pokemon or the boss, Joey would win on the next turn, but there is Boss's Orders, brings up the Zigzagoon, and Route deals enough damage to target down the low HP Pokemon, and Joshua will win the game, and we're going to see a Miltank deck in top 8 here at the Full Grip Games tournament.
Blissey. Wow, that was a tough round 8 for Joey, but Joshua advancing to top 8 with a record of 6-1-1 with Blissey Miltank, and we could just see how much healing there is in that deck. We didn't even get to really see the extent of it in this best of 3 series that we just watched, but I think that this is going to be a deck to look out for in top 8. Blissey Miltank.
Yeah.
Man, I love Miltank. Miltank's so sick, dude.
Yeah, one of my favorite cards
Yeah.
from the new set. Cool to see it here on the stream, and we're potentially going to be seeing more in top 8, depending on how those matches go, which ones we end up getting to stream. I'm excited. Definitely a unique deck, and we've featured so many unique decks today,
really
which
have.
I'm a big fan of.
The Miltank is such a powerful card. I mean, it really is the best wall Pokemon that has been printed in the Sword and Shield block.
Right.
They started with Decidueye. Decidueye kind of had its own life.
It was
you know?
solid.
I mean, it was solid for a time until, like Mew VMAX came out. And then, and then became like irrelevant because of the old Max Miracle thing. But then there was Altaria, which was never really got its
played like
footing.
here and there,
Here
but
and
not
there.
great.
Yeah. Miltank is the one.
Yeah.
I have some buddies who have, my buddy Sean read Miltank, and he's like, oh, it's like Hoopa's back, and Hoopa was like this great wall Pokemon that all control players are familiar with because it walled off the Pokemon EX and GX of the time. The Miltank walls off the Pokemon V, which is absolutely everything that you want to wall off in this Sword and Shield block format, and it's a basic. It's got a nice low maintenance attack that does a solid amount of damage. It can wear tool buffs like Cape of Toughness.
Right.
And the only thing is, like, you need a partner. There's got to be somebody. You can't just do it with Miltank alone because of, that Max Miracle thing. So, like, you're going to need somebody else, right, to help the deck, make it through a tournament. And I guess Blissey was that card.
It could be. I've heard plenty of people talking about it. I know you played it for a little while on your stream with Mighty Yenna, right? Played a little bit of Mighty Yenna Miltank. But Blissey's here making it into Top Cut.
I like this. Yeah, it's cool.
Really cool list. I'm excited to speak to Joseph and see how he's feeling heading into Top 8 with such a unique deck. We'll be right back with a winner's interview.
Joshua.
With Joshua. Fine. Take a sip.
I am live with Joshua Fine, hot off his round 8 win. Congratulations, Joshua. How you doing?
Thank you. I'm doing well.
So, Miltank, Blissey. Did you brew this deck up yourself? You have some friends you've been testing them with. What inspired you to play it?
So I was looking at a tournament in Japan, and it had over 1,000 players.
Okay.
And there were 2 lists. There was a top 8 list for Blissey Miltank and a top 16. None of the lists were accurate. So I kind of just took the list that they had and kind of worked it myself.
Yeah.
Dropped a couple cards, added a Dunsparce because I thought, Urshifu might be here this weekend.
Right.
It wasn't.
No.
But I was looking at the interactions for Astral Radiance, and Greninja kind of seems busted. Discard any energy, not just basic. And Blissey lets you take 3 out of there, so there's a plethora of, special energy that have fun effects, like Lucky Energy. Powerful Energy cancels out Double Turbo, and it hits for big damage. And then Miltank's kind of just there to stall until I can figure out something to do.
As we saw it do in Game 2 there. Yes, precisely. Some decks just can't answer that card, actually.
That happened a lot today. People are running the Inteleon engine, and I'm out here thinking, they're going to quick shooting, or they're going to, waterfall me. But everyone seemed to forget that they had Inteleons, even though most of the field was playing them.
Yeah, I mean, Joey was not able to attack with.
Yeah, well, I don't think he was running any water either.
No. But people were not aqua bulleting you.
Yeah, no, people were just forgetting I'm gonna do 120. But even then, attach a Double Turbo and Hyper Potion, heal that off.
Yes, for sure.
The one card that kind of messes with my math a little bit is Temple of Sinnoh.
Yeah.
I saw 1 or 2 decks playing that. I played Kevin Baxter a couple rounds ago, and that was a rough match. It was against Samurott as well. I think the stadium really swung that more in his favor than that last match there.
How did that matchup go?
Because
he's got the Obstagoon in his deck. I know, because he put it in the deck last night. And he said specifically, I'm not losing to a Miltank.
Yeah, so
curious to hear how that went.
The Obstagoon was kind of interesting. I run the 4 Crushing Hammers.
Yeah.
And it was game 3, and he was attacking with Obstagoon doing 90. So I can't attack. I can't, get my energies out of the discard because I'm not doing damage.
Right.
But of the 4 Crushing Hammers I had that game, 2 hit, and he wasn't able to get the energy back on Obstagoon, so it saved me. So I was able to start doing the damage.
Wow. Okay. So yeah, a combination of Miltank with the hammers was able to shut the Obstagoon down.
Yep.
That is pretty cool. Now you had your 6-1-1. So you had 1 tie, 1 loss. What was your 1 loss today? What was your toughest matchup?
So my 1 loss was to Mew.
Okay.
Going in, I knew that Mew is able to, max Miracle for 130. That knocks out a tank. With a cape, they just need a power tablet.
Mm-hmm.
And, Blissey, a 300 HP monster, kind of hard to deal. So if they don't hit everything they need to do 300, I'm able to, heal that all away with like Sharon's Care, Hyper Potion, and then they're kind of just stuck the rest of the game chipping away, and they can't really outpace the healing that deck has.
Right. So yeah, just it can be tough against Mew sometimes, especially if like the paths don't stick at the right times. I could imagine things just getting a little grindy.
Yeah.
Did you get to play against any Palkias today?
I didn't.
No?
I saw a lot of Palkia in the field at the top tables. Didn't play a single Palkia. Most of it was Arceus stacks.
In your mind, how do you imagine that going? Do you think that that'll be okay? I mean, you don't have to have a big bench with the deck, which is nice.
Yeah. So that's a great thing about the deck is you kind of can limit your own bench. The couple cards that I saw that kind of were a little iffy with Palkia were Starmie.
Yeah. Ooh.
it does a straight up 50. It hits through Miltank's ability.
Yes. And I'm thinking if you pile a lot of energy in play. Yeah, that could be. Yeah.
So its first attack for the 2 colorless does 50, goes through any abilities and things like that.
Yeah.
But with a cape on a Miltank, they have to do that 4 times.
Yeah, it's not. You're knocking out the Starmie before it's knocking you out.
Right.
Yeah, so that's not a great shred attack for the deck. If
Right.
you're using that, probably gonna lose. But anyways, really excited for you, Josh. Congratulations on a top 8 appearance here, and good luck. We look forward to seeing how you do.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
I am here with Ian, who just got news that he is going to be in top 8. I think you were the 8th seed.
Yes, that's right.
And what was your record?
I was 6-2.
6-2. So we had a couple of players with, 18 match points?
Yeah, that's right.
Just make the cut at top 8. Very exciting.
Oh, super excited.
What deck are you playing? We didn't get to see you on stream, but might get to see you in top 8 here.
Yeah, I was playing a Arceus, or a Calyrex Ice Rider VMAX with Palkia and Babarrel as a support line.
Wow. So that's like a different take on Palkia than we've seen, because we saw a lot of Inteleon Palkia decks, obviously, but this is the Babarrel engine, Ice Rider. What made you want to play this deck for today's event?
So we were really concerned coming into today about Path Roxy or Path Marnie or the Jolteon engine.
Yeah.
So, or the denial with Jolteon. So we really didn't want to lose to that. And when we started testing out especially the mirror match, or not really the mirror match, but the Palkia or Ice Rider versions with the Inteleon lines, we found that you're actually faster and you can get everything going a little bit quicker. And with that, you're not as clunky, I guess. So you're a little bit more consistent. And we really were really happy with the deck overall.
Yeah.
So
some of the best, honestly, some of the best Palkia and Inteleon lists that we saw today had a thin Babarrel line in it. And the Babarrel was like very important.
Yes.
to getting the whole thing to work functionally.
Yeah, it's really great to just be able to do everything you need to do. And we didn't really find that there was a lot of points in time where like quick shooting or anything like that was ever really going to be too relevant.
Sure.
So it worked out well for us. We were happy with it.
Awesome. So you keep saying did you and a couple buddies work on this list together?
Yeah, I worked with Keegan Ives and Michael Pramawat.
Awesome.
Were both very helpful in coming up with this list. And then we had a couple other people, Ryan Schultz as well. So shout out to all of them. Super helpful.
That's awesome. Now the Ice Rider. I've heard, whisperings. I've seen tweets about Ice Rider. Is it the great return of Ice Rider? Is this Ice Rider's time? There's the Radiant Talucho, which I don't know if you play or not.
We do not play that.
Yes, but Ice Rider also just perfectly hitting 280 is very good. How did you feel about Ice Rider's inclusion in your deck today?
Oh, was super happy with it. It's really the star of it. One of the things that we kind of did with this deck, and I think some other people did as well, was to basically make Palkia almost a support Pokemon.
Okay.
Of just being able to use that ability.
Yeah, Star Portal.
Yeah, Star Portal, exactly. And being able to accelerate energy after you've used your Max Lance.
Yeah.
So it was really helpful for that aspect. there are some downsides to it. It can get stuck in the active. It's not perfect, but for this event, it worked out really well. And there are some other ways to play around it with other decks. If some people will probably figure it out eventually.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think Ice Rider is really cool because it just threatens 280 like very consistently, and you don't need to have a big bench to do it. So theoretically, in the Palkia mirror, it should be pretty helpful.
Yeah, it's super. If somebody's playing a deck that or a Palkia mirror that doesn't play the Ice Rider, you're really favored. In our feeling at least.
Awesome. Well, I look forward to seeing your deck in action in top 8s. Congratulations on a top 8 appearance.
Thank you so much.
Good luck in your Top Cut rounds.
Appreciate it.
Top 8 of the Full Grip Games 3.5K standard Astral Radiance tournament is underway. We've got Joseph on. Nope. Oh, we haven't updated the names quite yet. Zach here on the left and Nolan on the right. Nolan playing the Regi Gigas deck. It made it into top 8, so you know we had to grab it here for our first match. Excited to see how it will play out here in top 8. Nolan getting things underway with the trekking shoes, finding some cards. We got the quick ball, getting the Regis in play. And that is the goal of this deck. Get a bunch of Regis down, up and running, so you can use that Regi Gigas ability to throw a bunch of energy cards into play.
These players will have 60 minutes, and they are going to be competing in a best of 3. Zach is playing the Mew VMAX deck. There we go. Zach Laska. Yes, this top 8 match really came in hot, as you can see from my continual editing of the overlay. But we're going to get it, and we are going to get this top 8 produced extremely professionally. Yeah, Zach has got a stellar record of 6-0-2, and I am really thrilled to get to see this Regi Gigas deck in action.
So when we saw
again.
Nolan earlier on in the day, it was against a kind of unique deck, the Arceus Rayquaza VMAX. We saw how good Regi Gigas is against VMAX Pokemon.
Yeah.
So will the same thing kind of be the case here in this Mew matchup, or will this be a little bit tougher of a time because Mew's maybe just a little bit more powerful than Rayquaza Arceus is?
Yeah, I think that it honestly seems okay because Regi Gigas is capable of hitting those huge numbers, right? So I'm feeling pretty good about Regi Gigas' potential here. I mean, Nolan's only got to take 2 VMAX knockouts to win the game. I think the most annoying thing will be a fast Meloetta, which is exactly what we're seeing from Zach's side of the board with a turn 1 Melodious Echo. Looking for those power tablets, does not care about burning them because is not particularly going to need too many throughout the course of this game.
Ooh, that is a Tails. Would have been nice to grab another Battle VIP pass. Has one more Genesect, gets 2 more cards. Can Quick Ball get another Genesect in play? Maybe a Mew for the next turn. It's a little risky to get a Genesect here, but that's what Zach's going with. Just going to draw 3 cards. Does need to find a Mew V here so he can start attacking with it on the next turn, ideally.
Yeah, would love to find a Mew. I mean, you got to assume the worst, that Nolan is able to get the Regi Gigas deck up and running this next turn. The Escape Rope, knocking out the Registeel with the energy on it is certainly a little bit annoying, but it's fine. I mean, like Nolan said earlier during our interview, you can afford to give up 6 prizes before you lose the game. It may sound obvious, but when you're only giving up 1 prize at a time, it really is a much longer match, and you get to kind of treat your prizes almost like life points. I mean, it's like playing Magic the Gathering or something. I mean, you think about these kinds of decks in Magic where you got your 20 life points, right? And you can give up 19 until you lose, right? It's kind of the same way in Pokemon. Like you can let all this prizes kind of melt away, and you don't lose until the last one is taken by your opponent. So you've got time on your side, and Nolan certainly has time, though Zach is going to take the lead with a turn 1 knockouts.
Nolan will play an Ordinary Rod, put that Registeel back into the deck. Nolan does need to get all 6 different Regis in play in order to start using the Ancient Wisdom. Does have a Research in hand, so can draw 7 more cards. Getting rid of a boss doesn't feel the best. Is actually going to get to utilize Rose Tower. Draws into the Alecki, which is a little annoying. You've already got one in play, so discarding this other one means that if this Alecki ever got knocked out, then you have to Ordinary Rod to get either of them back. But not too big of a deal. Let's see what this hand has. There's a Steel, a Regidrago. There's a Hisuian Heavy Ball. One of my favorite cards from the new set.
Yes, Hisuian Heavy Ball allows you to just take a peek at the prizes. I'm not going to lie, when I'm playing on stream, and there it is, right? Yeah. With so many basics in the deck, Nolan is almost always going to be hitting off of the Hisuian Heavy Ball.
Yes.
And I'm not going to lie, when I'm playing on stream and I got Hisuian Heavy Ball in my deck, I am so thankful because I get to be a little lazy with my prize checking, right? I'm like, all right, let's just go take a look. Let me see what I got going on over here, right? And I get to find out exactly what's in my prizes, kind of like playing Town Map or something like that. You get to go take a look at what you've got in the prizes and even go fetch a basic Pokemon if you'd like.
So Nolan will be able to get all of the Regis in play. The only one missing right now is Regirock. So we can see the first Regigigas Ancient Wisdom to throw some knowledge on the rest of the Regis in play. A few energies in the discard pile already. The Regi Ice's attack is not too bad. It deals 100 damage, and then the defending Pokemon V cannot damage it on the next turn. But unfortunately for Nolan, Mew VMAX has this little attack called Max Miracle, which
kind of goes through everything.
Yeah.
Yes.
Would be a really good attack, but unfortunately doesn't quite work. Does have Scoop Up Net, so we could see Nolan go with any of these other attackers potentially.
Yeah, this is the dream. So Nolan's got it all. Gonna use the Dragon's Horde? Something like that?
It's something like that.
Yeah, the Dragon something. Gonna use that Regidrago to fill his hand to 4 cards and hopefully find something good. Able to get all the energy he needs onto the Regidrago. Wow, and taking the knockout.
All right, tying the game up here.
That is incredible. The Dragon's Horde, yes.
And those giant fangs coming in to take a KO on Meloetta. Zach plays the quick ball and does grab Oricorio. And this is a really good card for Zach in this matchup. It makes Mew VMAX much more difficult for Regigigas to get the KO on. You not only need powerful color, you need at least 2 powerful colorless energy or a choice belt and a powerful colorless energy. It just makes you have 2 modifiers.
You need 2 buffs
in order to get a KO with the Mew.
Yeah.
Or on the Mew.
It looks like Zach is just digging through this deck. He's got the shoes, and got a Mew VMAX for the active, and will Rose Tower for just 1 before playing the Old Cemetery.
Good sequencing there. Get value from your Rose Tower first.
And then we'll commence with the Fusion Strike system. Zach has been a big fan of these trekking shoes. After talking with him earlier in the day, he was very pleased with the trekking shoes, said that they were wonderful to play in the deck, just allowing him to basically play a 56-card deck. I mean, the shoes just get you access to more cards.
A little bit deeper every single turn. Zach is hanging on to these power tablets, not burning them, not discarding them on the shoes. They're not super relevant to get one-hit knockouts on these Pokemon, but what it can be relevant for is Psychic Leaping. And if Nolan does miss a one-hit knockout, that is kind of Zach's strategy. Using some power tablets, Psychic Leap, maybe send up the Oricorio, a 1-prize Pokemon, and take a damaged multi-prize Pokemon out of play.
So who is going to be sent up? When you're playing the Regigigas deck, you have to make... Oh, wow, dude, the Registeel actually is hitting for the whole 220 damage against the Mew. That's pretty nuts, right? The Registeel, I didn't even really realize that. Registeel has this attack. It does 220 damage minus like 50 for each colorless and defending Pokemon's retreat cost. But looks like Nolan actually has a nice boss turn to keep tempo.
Very good.
And is going to take the Heavy Slam knockout with the Registeel. This is a really powerful turn from Nolan. I love it. The Registeel is so good against this Mew VMAX deck, and it's giving Nolan an opportunity to kind of cheat that extra energy onto the Regigigas.
The heavy slam takes the KO, gets that extra attachment like you mentioned, takes up 2 prize cards. All of a sudden, now Nolan is ahead on the prize race. Zach does miss on the Cramomatic, has a Meloetta to put down. Fusion Strike Energy gets played as well. A couple Power Tablets, Ultra Ball, Quick Ball in the hand. Gonna just Genesect to draw a couple. There is a Boss's Orders. Maybe could chase after the Gigas, because Registeel, while it is hitting for a lot on to the Mew, it's not getting a one-hit knockout, and that's what Regigigas is threatening.
Yeah, I love watching the Regi deck, dude.
Yeah, man, it's so fun to watch play out.
This deck is so sick, man. He's got all the reverse Regi.
The full bling Regigigas deck, bro.
Yeah, man. If you bling out the Regigigas deck, you've got such a powerful deck in your hands.
Unstoppable, some might say.
Now, I like this boss from Zach.
Yeah.
This is like, obviously, the thing about the Regigigas deck is you kind of see these plays coming, right? I mean, you see, like, all right, that Regi's getting built up. But what it allows Nolan to do is, like, now Nolan gets to keep the 3 energy Registeel, which is going to allow him to be able to pivot to whatever attacker he wants next turn, or just attack with the Registeel again without even necessarily having to find a Regigigas to use its powerful Ancient Wisdom ability.
So Zach can get a pretty easy KO here. Technoblast doing more than enough to KO Regigigas. Takes 1 prize, ties it up. I wonder if Nolan will have the pieces to respond with a KO here.
It's got the Bruno, so it can shuffle draw 7. It's got the counter Stadium. And Hisuian Heavy Ball. I think, are there 2 Hisuian Heavy Ball in this list?
No, yeah, well, he's taking prize cards, right?
Oh, that's right.
Hisuian Heavy Ball. Hisuian Heavy Ball gets shuffled into the prizes when you take it. Now he can just burn the card. He gets sent to the discard pile.
That's right.
Doesn't have to worry about it anymore.
That's right. I was like, I'm pretty sure I saw that card already. But that's right, because you put it in the prizes, then you take it again. It doesn't go to the discard pile when you play it.
You got to draw some prizes
unless
at some
you
point.
fail. And so there it is, finally in the discard pile.
Wow, and we're getting notes. Grant has already taken game number 1 over Jesse. That is a super quick first game. That's what Mew VMAX can do.
Yes. So that is what, Jesse Parker?
Yeah, over Jesse Parker, and then Josh takes game 1 over the other Josh who was playing Blissey, who we saw in that last round.
Ah, okay. So good to hear some updates from the rest of top 8. Mew VMAX still showing that it is a dominant deck in this Astral Radiance metagame, which is exactly what we would expect from the results we've been seeing from Japan. But my eyes are fixed on this Regigigas deck right now. I am completely glued to the screen. Cannot wait to see if Nolan is going to be able to pull this match out.
He's got Scoop Up Net, so that's a good start. Powerful Colorless Energy, pretty nice. Needs 1 more modifier, though. And
Scoop Up Net and retreat.
Yeah, can retreat.
And Bruno.
Plays Bruno. Yeah, this is great. I think Nolan's going to be able to have it here. Assuming there's a Twin Energy in the discard pile, I think that's going to be the
if he
missing
if he finds a way to discard a Powerful Colorless Energy or finds Choice Belt.
Yeah, there's Powerful Colorless on the Regigigas, right? So it can retreat off, and then that energy can get thrown back onto the Gigas.
That's basically...
Yeah, I don't know if there's a Twin Energy up there, though. I don't think there is. I think it's 2 Auroras and the Powerful Colorless.
So he needs the Twin.
Yes, needs Twin. And a way to discard it.
Yes. Okay. Let's take a look.
There's Aurora, but you've already... Yeah, Quick
Ball
does
away.
get rid of the Twin.
And there we go. Retreat.
3 prize KO.
And here is the Regigigas with its Gigaton break.
Wow.
Just like that. Nolan Freda up game 1. The 320 damage Gigaton break with 2 powerful colorless energy. Regigigas is just 1 win away from advancing to top 4 here at the Full Grip Games Astral Radiance release day event.
What a game. Regigigas popping off, showing what it is meant to do and why people should take this deck seriously, potentially, because it really can get in there. The VMAX meta is not too bad for it at all.
Yeah, let's take a look and talk about the prize structure here and see exactly what these players are playing for. They are in top 8 right now, so they are guaranteed $100 cash out of the $3,500 that are up for grabs for today's standard event. If they win and advance to top 4, they get $300 cash. If you make it to the finals, you're guaranteed $600, but the winner of today's event is going to walk home with $1,500 with a nice little bonus there, courtesy of Metafy, who is also sponsoring this event. And then, of course, Full Grip Games supplying the rest of the prize pool. Dragon Shield has also got a case of Dragon Shields and a Dragon Shield XL for each of the winners of the Full Grip Games events this weekend. So really stoked about the prize pool we've got here. These players are basically competing for a multiple $100 money match, and at the end of the road, that $1,500 grand prize for today's event.
Yeah, these guys are effectively playing a $200 money match right now, right? They're both guaranteed 100.
Yep.
And now the winner is going to lock up 300. So every single win is another notch towards getting a little bit more money, which helps cover the cost of your travel out here, you know. And in any time that you can win some money doing something you love, playing a game that you enjoy, you know, anytime you can earn a little money from your hobby, that's always a win in my book.
Well, you know what? Sure, there's money on the line, but Nolan is competing for something more, and that's the clout.
The Gigas clout.
Winning with the Gigas. Because let's be honest, winning with Mew VMAX, sure. Winning with Regigigas.
That's what I'm talking about.
Now you got the whole world's attention. You won.
Imagine the Twitter likes, man.
Imagine you win $1,500 with the Regigigas deck on release weekend, and you are the Gigas guy for the rest of forever. Yes.
Absolutely. Zach has an excellent first turn. Starts the Mew V, definitely the best starter in the deck. Since it has free retreat, you can pivot into whatever you would like. And also has that Battle VIP pass in the opening hand, allowing Zach to go get 2 basic Pokemon out of the deck and put them directly onto the bench. Has a bunch of other Pokemon, it looks like, as well. A couple of evolutions. Zach's cooking. He's got most of what he needs on turn 1.
Yeah, his setup is looking fine. This is very typical Mew VMAX fare, doing Mew VMAX things.
Yes, yes.
But honestly, it's really just up to Nolan's deck, right? Mew is going to do what Mew does. It's going to annoyingly boss sometimes. It's going to take quick knockouts. The question is, can Nolan take those big knockouts on the turns that he needs to? And if Nolan can, he's going to walk away with the dub here.
Right.
But if the deck clunks up, weird things start happening, you know, dead draws, those are going to be the things that potentially hold Nolan back with the Regigigas deck. And that's the way a lot of single prize decks work. If the machine never goes off the rails,
yes,
then you're in for a really smooth ride. But if the machine at any point hops off the rails, you're in for a bad time.
I think the last thing Zach would love to find here would be an energy card, get a energy onto the Mew, potentially start attacking on the next turn. Gets to draw 2 more off the last Fusion Strike system. Does miss the energy for turn, but not too big of a deal since you can just Alessa Sparkle on the following turn.
Yeah, Alessa Sparkle, double turbo energy Mew VMAX. You're chilling. Yeah. Honestly, going first feels really good, as well as he just has probably a couple of turns to kind of set up before he has to worry about Nolan putting forth any pressure.
Zach just passes with the Mew V active. It's entirely possible that Nolan could have popped off and it's not happening?
No! What do you think his hand is?
I mean, research, bro. Research.
You think his hand is just like Regi 3 energy, research into Regi,
man.
scoop up net, attack?
Listen, man. I'm a believer, okay? But this is still going to be fine. And what's really nice about a lot of these Regis, the Regi Ice, the the Regi Steel, and the Regi Rock, they all have these call for family type attacks where you can Regi Gate, go grab a basic Pokemon, put it into play. A little bit slower, but it does help set you up for future turns. And you don't mind being slower when you're only ever giving up 1 prize.
Yeah, I actually That's one of the things I absolutely love about this deck is that Regi Gate attack combined with capture energy. You're good for +2 Regis to the bench, right? So you're just really efficient with filling your bench with the different Regis that you need. And that's exactly what this deck needs in order to operate. It is crazy.
Wow, look at that. That's a research. Getting rid of a bunch of energy cards.
It's one energy card.
That's crazy, bro.
No,
that was
no
2 energy.
Auroras. Hey, there's no Auroras there. The hardest part of the deck is finding the Auroras, dude. It's just finding the Auroras. It's almost impossible to find the Auroras. Once the Auroras are found, the whole deck opens up, and you could do anything. Just like Nolan, taking a look at his prize cards, just flipping those over. With Hisuian Heavy Ball, baby.
And does find the Regidrago. Also, Registeel in the prizes, which is nice. Whenever there's 2 prized, you kind of prefer it because you have whatever option available to you. You can choose between them depending on what your hand is.
I like it. And I'll have to grab the Regidrago.
And then now Nolan knows that he has 2 prizes that are outs to getting a Registeel in play because he can either get the Registeel off the prizes or just draw the Hisuian Heavy Ball and go get the Registeel.
Yeah, this deck is gnarly, man. I'm loving it. It's so cool. Get to see all this. Nolan's deck is really working like a dream. I mean, I haven't seen Nolan really whiff supporters or fizzle out or dead draw at any point in the time that we've seen him on stream, which was something that I was kind of experiencing with the deck when I was trying it myself. He has just been smooth sailing with a record of 5-0-3. Hasn't actually lost a set yet. Has had some real heartbreaker ties. I was talking to him outside and, you know, had some really tough, grindy matches that just were not able to conclude, but has not swiftly, like, 2-0 lost any set in the throughout the event today.
Zach gonna draw a card for turn. Gets the switch. Not super useful. Has a Mew VMAX in hand already. I believe the Alessa Sparkle is chilling there as well. And has a replacement stadium. Neither of the stadiums are too big of a deal in this matchup. Rose Tower obviously lets you draw cards. You don't really care about the damage that gets placed from Old Cemetery too much. You're just kind of more wanting to burn cards out of your hand so you can draw more with Fusion Strike system.
Yeah, so I'm thinking Zach probably has his pick of whatever Pokemon he wants to knock out this turn. You know, you just got to assume Mew, given unlimited draw potential, can pretty much just boss, knock out whatever it wants. So against most decks, that's like a problem. But against the Regi deck, it's kind of negligible. It doesn't matter too much because all the prizes, or you only give up 1 prize every time a Pokemon gets knocked out. So it's whatever. You know, you want this one, it's fine. I'll go get him back the next turn. You want this one, that's okay. The most annoying thing is when, you know, maybe Nolan's trying to set up a Pokemon for the next turn, and then that one gets gusted, maybe trying to set up a Gigas or something. Or maybe the Pokemon with the choice belt that you wanted gets knocked out. That can be a little bit frustrating, but other than that, it's a really fluid deck, and it's very good at just kind of responding anytime a Pokemon gets KO'd.
Zach is going to power up both Meloettas. So he's going a route of trying to just utilize the 1-prizers here in this game number 2, which I really like that. Not something he was able to do in game 1.
Yes, you can really slow down Nolan's advancement if you're able to go Meloetta. Now, something about this. If Nolan is able to use Terra Spark to knock out these, which he can do. There's a lightning energy in the discard pile right now. Might opt to go for Terra Spark. Then you're doing 40 damage to 2 Pokemon, and you're saying, oh yeah, I'm softening up the rest of the board, and it's going to be easy pickings to take knockouts on these Mew VMAXs later.
Yeah.
Right? So that's the fear. You allow the Regieleki to come in and really set the board up for the later turns of the game.
Gets the Escape Rope, which will force a different Pokemon to the active. What this can also do is this locks the Capture Energy kind of up on the Regi Ice. It's not super strong there. You can't retreat it off. You're not really going to be attacking. So that's one energy card that I don't think Nolan's going to be able to have access to.
Look at this. Zinnia's Resolve.
That is a good hand right there.
So gnarly. That is a great hand. Zinnia's Resolve going to allow Nolan to discard 2 special energy and draw 6 cards because Mew VMAX pretty much always filling its bench. And since the Mew VMAX deck, I don't know, does Zach play a hand disruption card? I mean, Nolan's just going to be able to fully build like his perfect hand throughout the game, right?
Yeah, Zach does not have a Marnie, which is a tech we see from you sometimes. Zach opting for a Silene card from the new set in that spot.
Yeah. So what Nolan is basically seeing is that his hand will go undisrupted for the entire game, which is going to allow him to create the perfect hand and the perfect board state so that he knows that he's not going to get his hand disrupted. He's not going to get Marnied. He's not going to get Roxanne. These are some of the worst things that can happen to your Regi deck. But having the confidence that your deck is going undisrupted, it's going to allow you to like hold things like the scoop up net for the perfect time.
Sure.
Hold things like the choice belt for the perfect time. He doesn't actually have to burn these things. And this is one of the reasons why Zinnia's Resolve is so good, because it grows the hand side, allows you to discard only what you want without having to discard everything like Professor's Research.
Ancient Wisdom, throwing some knowledge down on the Regieleki, getting a couple of energies to the active, and Nolan just has to discard those 2 Speed Lightnings. Gets to keep the Twin Energy, which is really nice because now if Zach did something like Boss's Orders, the Gigas or something like that, the Regieleki becomes a free pivot.
Yes, and we see this play all the time from Nolan. Nolan understands the value of these Twin Energies in the Regi deck. The Regi deck doesn't play any air balloons or anything like that, just scoop up nets so that you can move these really, kind of thick retreaters around. But some of the Regis are Twin Energy compatible and can be retreated with just the Twin Energy. So keeping that Twin Energy is a great move for Nolan, allowing him to pivot if something happens. But it looks like Zach is going to be using Elisa's Sparkle to charge up the second Meloetta and is going to be able to use Melodious Echo to do 140 damage and take the return knockout on this Regieleki, which would put him down to 4 prizes left. Now, the Regi deck is built to go 1 prize at a time.
Right.
The Mew deck, not so much, right? I mean, you can go with 2 single prizes, but that gig will eventually go up, be up, and you'll have to start going with Mew VMAXs, of which Nolan has already started softening up, right? And we see the 1 Mew VMAX softened up. Like, what if Nolan's able to Regieleki again?
Right.
And then you put 40 on the other Mew, and it's like, well, those things are just absolutely toast if a Regigigas ever gets to attack.
I'm kind of interested with Nolan's decision to put the 40 damage on the Meloetta. I feel like it could have been pretty decent on something like a Genesect. That way you can set up for the Regidrago to come in and take a boss KO, something like that, which is a very real way to close out the game. The way you've kind of set it up where you're knocking out a Meloetta, you're probably going to have to knock out a Mew VMAX and a Genesect to win the game, or if you have to get through a Meloetta, you just have to knock out 2 prizers, one of which can, of course, be the Mew VMAX for that extra prize. Let's see how Nolan navigates this, though. Is going to just send up the Regidrago and has a bunch of energies in hand and has the Eleki to replace the one that just got
and
KO'd
the
right
scoop
away.
up net. So here we go. Yep. Perfect. Nolan's hand not getting disrupted, so able to just plan these plays out perfectly. Has got that bonus energy for the Regigigas, and he's saying, all right, here we go with 1 more Terra Spark, and then it's going to be all Gigas all the time for the rest of the game. I think that Zach's best bet is going to be to try and use Boss's Orders to gust the Gigas, right? And I think Nolan identifying like, all right, the 40 extra damage on the Mew VMAX doesn't matter because Gigas has taken the knockouts. So let's give myself a potential, 2 prize out on the Genesect, which I think is a fine decision.
And then also putting damage on the benched Mew V so that if that does become a VMAX, it's easier for Gigas to knock out as well.
Man, this is so wild, man. It's working. It's working. The Regigigas deck is working.
It is indeed
Every time
working.
we see it, it is doing exactly what it needs to do. What the heck?
Man, Gigas is the truth.
Yeah, Nolan is whispering to this Gigas deck for sure.
And Gigas we trust, bro.
Yeah, this is pretty wild to see. Mew VMAX, notoriously one of the most aggressive bullies in the Pokemon TCG right now. And a deck that could absolutely destroy the dreams of other Pokemon other VSTAR decks that we've seen. We saw Zach absolutely run through one of his rounds earlier today. But the Gigas deck is proving to be a little bit of a road bump.
Yes, a road bump for Mew VMAX. Who would have thought? Zach has kind of a big, awkward hand. Does have Boss's Orders, could target down that Gigas this turn, which is a play we saw him go after in game number 1. But I think Nolan is just sitting on a quick ball in hand.
He's got a huge hand. I mean, Nolan's got everything he needs.
3 power tablets.
Are we going to see a Psychic Leap?
We definitely could.
You got to assume that that's probably what's going down if there's no boss and 3 power tablets getting thrown, right? So you're thinking, all right, I'm at base 50 damage with the Psychic Leap. If we are doing plus 90, it's base 130. So we are, no, it's not. My math is 140. Okay. So, 140 damage was enough to knock out the Regieleki and could get the Mew VMAX out of harm's way. We'll take Zach down to 3 prizes, but Nolan is still, even if it's a Psychic Leap, it's still a 2 knockout game. So, what does it really matter? You're putting up maybe a Genesect or something and saying, like, I hope you don't knock this out, or boss or something. And with the Oricorio down, I mean, that's realistic. The Genesects are not
it's very
easy.
I don't know that Nolan really has a good way to KO the Genesects.
Has to be a boss's order.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
But then it becomes Zach having to move the Genesect on the next turn.
Yes. Now, the Oricorio can make a difference. It can make it so that the Regieleki's Terra Spark is not as impactful as it was previously, which is big. It makes it so that Terra Spark is only doing base 100 damage. We have to see if Nolan has got that boss's orders in his hand. I mean, he's been building and cultivating this hand for many turns now, so it's quite possible that he does. Zach probably checking.
And I think checking what Regis were in the discard pile, and I guess there is a Regirock down there.
Okay, so this is fine.
Yeah.
And then it's still got a Psychic Leap option if this is what he's going for.
And let's see if it will be the Psychic Leap, or does it have to be the Technoblast? Let's see, doing 50 base plus 90, that's 140. Should be enough to knock out the Regirock.
It's definitely enough.
Just got to decide if that's the right play.
Yes. Taking his time to consider this. And, I mean, at a certain point, you're kind of like, yep, Technoblast, okay.
Ooh, okay.
So just saying, I hope you ain't got it. Throwing up the Regieleki, which has got the Twin Energy on it. Does Nolan have the response KO? Let's take a look.
There's a Quick Ball, but there's no Ordinary Rod.
So this might be, like, really, Nolan does not want to ditch this hand with research, but it might just be something that has to occur, right, in order to keep this game moving. Going to take a look at the deck. Yep, there's the Ordinary Rod was at the bottom of the deck.
Does play 3 copies of the card because it's so important to put these Pokemon back after they get KO'd every single turn after turn.
Yeah, so really wants to find one of those Ordinary Rods. There's a lot of Quick Balls in the hand, though, and you like need the Quick Ball to go get the Regirock after you Ordinary Rod. So this could be one of those dire situations where the deck kind of falls off the rails a little bit. We're going to see if Nolan can make this play happen. Losing both these Scoop Up Nets is really tough, but it has to be the research. Has to be the research. You're letting go of 2 other Regis. Things are starting to look a little bit dicey with 3 prizes left to take. I mean, Nolan needs to take 2 knockouts. He can afford to give up 1 more turn, as he doesn't have to attack this turn.
No.
So long as he's taking 2 knockouts on 2 consecutive turns at some point before Zach, gets to his end game.
I don't think he hit the Ordinary Rod off this research.
I don't think so. This is looking really tough.
He did get Capture Energy, so if he had just gotten Ordinary Rod, that Capture Energy can go grab that Regirock right back out of the deck. But I don't think he's got it. He does have that Aurora Energy, can throw that in play somewhere and discard a card.
Yeah, this is really brutal.
Ooh, could still draw it.
But then can't capture, right? Trucking Shoes. Yep. Okay, so we're in for 2 more.
Is there a Quick Ball? Oh, there's 1 discarded.
Choice Belt. Oh, the deck is really piling up now. This is not what you want to see. Nolan's hand is like too big to retreat into the Regidrago and use the Dragon's Horde ability to draw cards. It's got too much good stuff in it to throw away. Yeah, this is really tough.
I think there's 3 Ordinary Rod in the deck, and Nolan was unable to find one off the research.
Yeah, this is a heartbreaker for sure. There's not a lot of cards left in that deck. Just taking a look, I think, with the Stormy Mountains, just saying, like, all right, yeah, they're in there. Yeah, just taking a look. Yep, there they all are. Isn't that pretty? Isn't that nice? Yeah, we got to go into the Regidrago and just
a
pass.
Ooh,
that's tough.
That is definitely feels bad.
And it's feeling like Nolan is almost in like a...
Oh, Zach has like no cards left in deck.
Ooh.
I think there's like 4 or 5 cards left there. So Zach's going to have access to just about every option he could want here.
Yep. Yeah, there's basically Boss, there's Muse, but not a lot of juice left in the tank, so to speak. So, gonna evolve into another Mew VMAX.
Does need to switch if he wants to pull off an attack. Did use
true,
Cross Fusion
Technoblast.
Strike last turn and just has to pass.
Does he not have a switch?
No,
has to
yeah,
pass.
he just passed
Dude.
it. He just passed.
And the Zinnia's resolve off the top of the deck for Nolan is insane, allowing him to draw 6 cards. He doesn't have to ditch anything.
No shot he whiffs an ordinary rod.
No,
here.
there is.
I don't think it was possible.
At least, right? At least one ordinary rod. So finds the ordinary rod. He's got 1 scoop up net in the hands. So he can scoop up net the Regi Drago and attack for a knockout this turn. The question is, does he have another pivot, available? I mean, ditching those 2 scoop up nets on the research that one turn was tough. But since Zach did not take a knockout this last turn, it means that Nolan is +1 turn. We're basically have just gone back in time to the previous turn. Since Nolan didn't take a knockout either, or since Zach didn't take a knockout either, we're in there. We're chilling. The capture energy has to go get the Regi Rock.
Right. And now Nolan needing to get enough energy on Regi
This
Gigas.
is beautiful because actually now he will scoop up net the Regi Drago.
Yes.
And will have the Regi Lecky as a free retreat pivot, so to speak, going into the potential final turn. So I really like this play from Nolan. This is beautiful.
I believe that is a twin energy down there on the Regi Gigas. Needs 3 energy cards, and one of them is a twin energy. And there is already enough damage on that Mew for there to be a knockout this turn, thanks to the 40 damage set up earlier in the game by the Regi Lecky. Nolan really planning multiple turns ahead, preparing for this exact type of situation.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, that is quite satisfying. Regi Gigas going in with Gigaton Break for 150 base damage. And Zach is going to scoop. Doesn't have it. That is game. Nolan, Freda advancing to top 4. Hundreds of dollars richer now with a guaranteed payout of at least $300 for his top 4 finish, but is still in the running for that $1,500 grand prize with his Regi Gigas deck. Great play by Zach. Going to be walking home with $100 and a job well done here at the Full Grip Games Astral Radiance release weekend event.
What a match. If you had told me coming into this game that we on stream in top 8 would see a Regi, like coming into this tournament this weekend, if you told me we'd see Regi Gigas taking down Mew in top 8, I would have said that is silly. That is not happening this weekend. And what do you know? Nolan made it happen.
In what dimension? This is what it's all about.
Yes.
This is what it's all about. This is why I love these release weekend events, because we get to see it here before anywhere else. We get to see it in paper happening right before our eyes. Regi Gigas taking down Mew VMAX to advance to top 4 at its quest to win that $1,500. That is something special.
Yeah, what a match. Very well played by Nolan. Executed the game plan perfectly.
Yeah.
He went in with an idea of what he needed to do, and the cards just fell in the right order. Winning 2-0. Convincing over Mew VMAX. People have been searching for a way to consistently beat Mew VMAX for months and months. Has Nolan cooked it up with the Gigas?
I think that this could be something special. I mean, the Regi Gigas deck has an answer for Palkia, has an answer for Mew VMAX. What more are you looking for in a deck? It's a single prize deck. It allows you to plan out your games carefully. You're not, you're not playing the same game the rest of the format's playing. There's a lot of these games where it's like, oh man, my opponent went first. They gusted up my Pokemon V turn 2. I lost, right?
Yeah.
Or, I didn't get an energy on my guy turn 1. I lost. The Regi Gigas deck isn't playing that game. It's saying, okay, I can afford to go behind a couple of turns because I'm trading favorably. And if I can just get this machine up and running by the end, I'm going to be taking some really explosive knockouts.
What a game. We've got a bunch of other top 8 matches being played out right now. It sounds like some of those games are still going on. I don't think anyone else is quite done yet. But I'd love to get Nolan back here so we can see how he's feeling
after winning a match in top 8 and is moving on to top 4 with the Regi Gigas. We'll get Nolan back here for a winner's interview. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. I'm here with our winner of top 8, ready to move on to top 4. Nolan, Freda, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
With Regi Gigas moving on to top 4. Coming into the event today, did you expect to be here with this deck?
No. I just wanted to have fun, but this is pretty fun, so.
Yeah, I mean, winning is fun.
That's
to me,
right.
to you, it seems like as well. Locked up at least $300 here by moving on to top 4. Must feel pretty nice.
Yeah.
How did you feel about the Mew VMAX matchup going into this top 8? Because you got a 2-0 victory. It was pretty convincing.
So it was my first tie round 1, which was a little disappointing because I do think it's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Like that match kind of showed that there's not really much they can do if you're just gonna like get what you need. Like
Right.
There's a sequence of I think like 3 turns where I was just draw, scoop of a net into an Alecki, attack, and then just repeat that. Where it's like if you just have it, I kind of figured he didn't play Marnie after he went through most of his deck game 1, so I was just like, I'm just gonna hold this stuff and just stream attackers, and he runs out of Meloetas, and then it gets really bad where it's like you're down to a Mew and you're gonna get one shot by Regi Gigas.
Definitely. Well, we've seen how important it is to navigate all these different situations. You always prepped a couple of energies on a Pokemon to have as a pivot, so that way you could go into whatever other attacker you needed in that spot. Has stuff like that ever been an issue through the... I mean, you've played a lot of games today. You had a few ties coming in, so I assume you went to a lot of game 3s that were probably pretty close as time ended up getting called. Is that kind of where the issue in the deck lies, is like pulling all of these combos together to make it all happen?
Part of it. It's kind of like when people talk about Mew and they're like, oh, if you want to play it like at the best, it's really hard and there's a ton of decisions. It's like that, where it's like, I'm sure if I look back, it's like, oh, this energy attach was probably not the right place, but a lot of the times it doesn't usually punish you, and it just like lets you be a little more flexible, where it's like when there's a twin on the Alecki, you can always put it up. Yeah. And having energy in the discard isn't bad. Like it's better to just have the retreat, right? Because you don't need to like conserve resources, so to speak. Like it's just your Pokemon that you conserve. The energy is always going to be coming.
Yeah, 3 Ordinary Rod in the list. Conserving the Pokemon, incredibly important. That Hisuian Heavy Ball, also a really cool card, because you're going to have someone prized, right?
That's right,
And everyone's a basic. It also lets you be a little quick with your prize check-in. You just take a quick peek when you're searching your deck, but then you see that Heavy Ball, and it's like, oh yeah, I know what's prized now, which is pretty cool. So... you've got a bunch of different multi-prize decks in the meta right now. And do all of those feel like pretty good matchups for your deck, would you say?
So the hardest one is like all the dark stuff, like Hisuian Samurott or Darkrai. It's still definitely playable, but it becomes a lot dicier since you can't one-shot them with anything because they're weak to grass. So it's just about trading 2 shots. Well, you 2-shot them, they knock out 2 1-prizers. Right. And just hoping that they'll miss something important, like they don't have a mana fee, you can get away with it, or if they ever just miss something or can't use 1-prizers very well, like if they can use Inteleon. I don't know how many of them are playing water, but like stuff like that complicates it. But that's like the toughest one, but haven't played any today. So.
Yeah. Well, hey, yeah. I mean, there wasn't that much of it. A few people did bring it. I don't think there's any in top 8 though, so that's something you're gonna luckily be able to avoid. And after playing this event today, after winning here in top 8. You think this deck has the gas? You think you can take it down with the Gigas?
I think if you hit the right matchups and your opponents don't have Avery, I think I think if they don't have that, totally, you can beat Avery, of course, but that's the biggest thing more so than any other thing.
Well, congratulations on making it at least to top 4, Nolan. We're definitely going to be cheering you on, seeing what happens with the Gigas as we move on to cut. But we will have another top 4 match coming up very soon. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with top 4. Getting underway with top 4 here at the Full Grip Games 3.5K tournament. My name's Trainer Chip Ritchie, joined on the mic by, of course, Tricky Jim himself, Andrew Mahone. We've got an exciting one. Top 4, Josh Frink on the left with a deck we have not yet seen. It's Palkia VSTAR, but a little bit of extra flavor here. The main card in the deck, the Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX, who's going to be facing off against Mike Gibbs.
with his very unique Palkia VSTAR deck, which we've featured a few times on the stream already today.
Yeah, Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX, definitely a card that players are talking about again with the new meta unfolding. As Pokemon V-Star continue to get printed and continue to be popular choices, Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX starting to look pretty appealing.
Yes.
And now we've got all the support of the Palkia V-Star and its Star Portal ability to accelerate energy onto the Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX, and that max Lance attack, swing for 250 base damage. If you discard 2 energy from it with a choice belt, that's 280 base damage, which coincidentally is the amount of hit points that most Pokemon V-Star have.
It's great math, and the thing about Ice Rider is that it can pull this off with a pretty low bench size, and it's got a lot of HP, 320. And even with a full bench, that's not a number that Palkia can hit very easily. You need a choice belt plus a Inteleon, and even then, you need 10 more damage somewhere. You need another Inteleon ping with like a scoop up net or something like that. This is really, I mean, hitting that 320, that is tough for this deck.
Yeah, and Josh is able to swing for back-to-back knockouts. That's the thing, is that the Ice Rider can go 4 for 3, right? It can give up 3 prizes while taking 4, which is not something that a lot of cards in the metagame can do.
Josh starting the Radiant Hawlucha, which is definitely unfortunate. That is the Radiant Pokemon of choice in his deck. Not good at all in this matchup, though. The big match ability, allowing your Pokemon's attacks to do 30 more damage to Pokemon VMAX, which we know that Mike is playing 0 Pokemon VMAX in his deck.
Yeah, it will just be a irrelevant Pokemon that exists on Josh's board to help power up Mike's Subspace Swell attack on the Hisuian Palkia Origin Form Palkia V-Star, right? So Mike kicking things off with that bucket. Gonna grab 2 water energy from the deck, and we'll see if Mike has got anything else going on in this hand. Mike's list famously not playing any actual draw supporters, just one Melanie. So there is no potential for there to be a draw supporter in this hand. It's all about whether there is Ball Search, or, you know, Sobbles, or
Battle VIP Pass?
Drizziles, or this is... Oh, no.
Not a great hand.
No, this is the worst hand that we have seen from Mike all tournament on stream, actually.
Every single time we've watched one of Mike's games, he's gotten a turn 1 Battle VIP Pass. Has the gas finally run out at this point, Andrew?
Yeah, well, Mike was saying, when I kept talking to Mike between rounds, he's like, I don't know, man. On stream, my deck is looking really hot. But tell you what, in the rest of these games, bad stuff happens. Like, quite a bit.
Yeah.
And from talking with Andrew Martin, you know, the whole 0 draw support angle can definitely, kind of rear its ugly head with some unfortunate opening hands like the one we see here from Mike. If you don't have an out to that Battle VIP Pass turn 1, now you got 2 dead Battle VIP Passes in the deck. And what's an Arita going to do for you here? Nothing, right?
Nope.
Like, actually nothing. So this list that we're seeing here on the right from Mike is like very dependent on having a strong turn 1
right,
in order to play the rest of the game.
Yeah, and Mike did not have a strong turn 1, so already starting kind of on the back foot. Though Josh did not have a great turn 1 either. Did not get an Ice Rider into play. Just started the Hawlucha, which is a useless card in the matchup. Did, thankfully for him, get a Sobble, and now can go grab a Quick Ball out of the deck. And it looks like we'll be playing the Quick Ball. Needs to discard a card, of course, from the hand. Oh, no. Played the... level balled for the Drizzile and got the Arita out of the deck to go get the Palkia, get the Quick Ball. Quick Ball can discard the Tool Scrapper. Not the most relevant card in this matchup.
Yeah, man. That's an Ice Rider.
What did I call it?
There, you call that a Palkia for sure.
You know what, man? A big blue water guy. Listen, man.
I know we've been live for 11 hours and 30 minutes, but it's the other water horse, okay?
Everything's a horse now in Pokemon. What's the deal with that? Why is everything a horse now?
Yeah, they're all quadrupeds, that's for sure. Yeah. There's a whole lot of quadrupeds in the Pokemon TCG.
So still, this is a turn Josh would have loved to have had on turn 1, getting a bunch of Pokemon in play like this. It's coming a turn late, but Mike's start was not the best either, so these guys are both kind of struggling here to start this game off, it feels like.
And Mike is seeing if there's anything he's got going on in this hand. I mean, what, an energy 2 boss? Is this like a boss and try to strand up something funky and hope it doesn't do anything for a few turns kind of angle? I'm thinking that's what we got.
It might be, and that is really awkward if that's the play here.
Yeah, this is not where you want to be if you're Mike. This is really unfortunate. It's not the opening hand that dreams are made of, that's for sure. This is a Dream Crusher. I mean, we've got all the gnarly cards you want to see like in the mid game, just right here in the opening hand.
Yeah,
it's like Rod, double boss, maybe a stadium or something.
Yeah, Temple of Sinnoh.
There's like nothing good in this hand actually. And what's so devastating is that with the way this deck is constructed, there's almost no card that like is good to top deck. Ultra Ball or like Bibarel or like potentially it. But even then the hand is so jammed that how many cards can he draw off of that?
Not many.
Yeah.
Arita might be a decent top deck because you can go get a Palkia V-Star and then an Ultra Ball as well. So you get a couple things. But that's, I mean, if that's what Mike's hoping for, it's not looking great. And yeah, there's way too many cards in that hand, I think.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You can't even draw off Bibarel, and there is no out to a Drizzile in the hand.
Nope.
So it's like, this is the hand of nightmares. This is one of the worst hands I've ever seen. This is really bad.
Josh plays that Intellion. Shady Dealings can search for 2 item cards from 2 trainer cards from the deck, put them into the hand. Evolution Incense was the grab there. I think another one already on the table to consider. Let's see. Does Josh have... I mean, we know he's got Melanie, of course. See that in the hand there. That's a way to accelerate energy, maybe pull off an attack here. We see Evolution Incense, one of the grabs. That can get the Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX. And that other grab looks like the Capacious Bucket.
And those will be played instantly. I do like the Hisuian Heavy Ball. I mean, I think that this card is really cool.
Oh, yeah.
The times that I've played it on stream, it always feels nice to just go fish that basic out of the prizes. It makes your prizes less hurtful when they happen. Just having that out to your prizes throughout the game. You don't have any of those kind of soul-crushing final prize situations where it's like, the card that I needed is in my final too.
Yes.
So
Ooh, really
nice.
good play here from Josh. Did not have a water energy in the discard pile, but attached to the Radiant Hawlucha. And now by Scoop Up Net picking up that Radiant Hawlucha, the energy goes to the discard pile, and Melanie is now activated. And we know he's got Evolution Incense in hand, so we could see an Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX come in with the Max Lance, discarding just 1 energy card and taking out Bidoof.
Ice Rider getting in there and
Charging in.
Josh doing exactly what he needs to do. A little bit slow to get here, but slow and steady will often win the race rather than slow and not steady, which is what we're seeing over on Mike's side. It could just be pretty quick concession. Mike will see what the top deck is. Does have an entire 60 minutes to play this best of 3, so a little bit more time than you would have in the Swiss rounds, so has the luxury to be able to kind of take his time and let this play out naturally. It shouldn't be a very long game, but Mike can at least see what the top deck is. That being said, with the way this deck is constructed, are there any top decks that like are bailout cards for Mike, right?
At this point, I think Arita is probably the best one. You get a Ice Rider Origin Form Palkia V-Star, and then you can go get a level ball to put a Sobble down to, at least attack this turn and try to set something else up. It looks like the only draw, though, was that Sobble. So, Mike, I don't even think he has an energy card to do the 200 attack, does he?
Yeah, this is tough. And, there's an air balloon, actually, in Josh's hand. I kind of like this Gust to just kind of see, does my opponent play a switch? And then as soon as you see it, you're like, okay, I found enough information in my scoops, right? So it's like, there's one more thing I can find out about my opponent's list. Do they play a switch? You see it, and it's like, okay, that's fine. Let's save some time. We're going to go to game 2. Enough of this, right? Whatever that opening hand was.
Yeah.
I'm going to go first and hopefully open one of those Battle VIP pass.
Yeah, Mike definitely looking for a little bit of better luck in game number 2. Will likely be choosing to go first, even though it's less likely to get the Battle VIP pass when you're going first. You still want to get that Palkia down turn 1, get an energy drop, and then threaten the big Origin Form Palkia V-Star attack on turn number 2.
Yeah. That is a tough game one, but if Mike's deck is capable of performing like I've seen it work throughout the day, then this is probably a fluke game. He could brush it off and just count on his deck operating in the way that it has been operating for the most of the tournament. With a 7-0-2 record, he has not dropped a set yet.
Nope. And
it's because he's been playing real tight, and that deck has been working quite well. So he will definitely be able to shake this one off, move on to the next game confidently, and say, you know what, that ain't happening again. Josh now is just one win away from putting himself in the finals. Both these players guaranteed $300 cash, but if they are able to make their way to the finals, then they are shoot in for double that prize money, at least $600, and a shot at the $1,500 grand prize up for grabs here at Full Grip Games for the Astral Radiance Standard event. Tomorrow we've got another event happening, a Gym Leader Challenge event with a $2,500 prize pool. Should be an exciting time, so make sure to tune in tomorrow for some more exciting Pokemon TCG action. But we've still got 2 more series to conclude here at Full Grip Games for today's standard event. Mike going first finds a Palkia, and, well, he's got a Palkia V-Star. Got
Starts
the water
Sobble,
energy.
Gets a couple Sobble in play, so it's already looking a little bit better, but doesn't have the Palkia V. Has the V-Star, but not the basic, and has to pass over to Josh's side. And Josh has a much better looking hand. A quick ball of water energy and Melanie in this opening hand. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, you definitely love to see that. And these kinds of explosive starts are what win tournaments. Being able to get in there quickly with your powerful Pokemon V, VMAX, whatever, is going to allow you to take command of the game. But Mike has still got a pretty solid setup going on with a Sobble and a water energy. That's all you need. You can keep calling, maybe get going a turn later than you'd like, but you will have that potential to start popping off on turn 3 rather than turn 2. Josh finds the Palkia V and another Sobble, so this is really good, and has level balls for Drizzile or more Sobble to continue setting up this board.
Yeah, Josh does have a Drizzile in hand, so may just want to opt for a Sobble on this level ball. Does play a 1/1 line of Palkia. It's a Ice Rider deck, but it has that little extra support from the Palkia V-Star. You can kind of almost think of these V-Star powers like A-Specs, right?
Yeah.
Like they're very powerful cards. You only get 1 per game. So if you can find a way to fit one in your deck that works and makes sense, you might as well try to do it. And that's what Josh has done with the 1/1 line, because Palkia V-Star accelerating a bunch of extra energy in play is so good for a deck like Ice Rider that discards its energy turn after turn.
Did Mike just top deck and keep calling? It's like that?
Yeah.
Oh
no, that's not good.
Ooh.
Still no Palkia.
Oh, that's quite bad. Oh
And
no.
Josh is just rolling right away.
Wow.
Drizzile in play, in the active, Shady Dealings, any trainer card that he may want from the deck into hand.
This is soul crushing. I mean, Mike is making another run at the standard finals, you know? I mean, Mike is finished in the finals. The last Brilliant Stars one was the runner-up for our standard event, has taken home a Gym Leader Challenge title here at Full Grip Games for the Fusion Strike event, but the standard championship has eluded him so far, and with the rails falling off the tracks here in top 4, oh, this has got to hurt.
Does not feel good. Mike, I know, wants to win so badly, but the deck is just not working for him at this time. And Josh has really got an excellent looking hand. Another Drizzile has Evolution Incense all ready for the Ice Rider and doesn't even have to use Max Lands, can just go with the Ride of the High King, that first attack on the Ice Rider to deal enough damage to knock out these low HP Sobbles.
There we go with Arita. Arita is going to grab Josh exactly what he needs out of the deck. An Ice Rider, Calyrex VMAX, and a level ball to continue setting up this board. Really like this play just to continue setting up his Pokemon, getting more Pokemon established.
Yes.
Yeah, Josh does not care about spreading his board wide right now, not even in the slightest, because of the fact that Mike is not threatening anything. There's no Palkia down. There was no Battle VIP pass played. There are no Pokemon V on the side of the board. It is just going to be this horse eating some lizards. That's all we got. Yes.
Ran out of feed, I guess, and just had to resort to to chasing after Sobbles here.
Yes.
And if I'm Josh in this position, all I'm trying to do is advance my board as much as possible and try to ensure that if Mike does top deck something playable, I've got a response, a boss's orders to keep a knockout coming, enough energy to supply Max Lance to keep taking KOs. And Josh took an excellent prize card. Only one prize, and it was that Shady Dealings Intellion.
Oh, and okay, a Palkia from Mike.
Yeah.
And a water.
Well, I don't know how long this Palkia is going to be here, though, unfortunately, because right away, Josh throws down the Intellion, and the first card grabbed, Boss's Orders.
Oh, yeah, man. This could be the fastest top 4. Which is cool because the other side of the bracket's actually
ahead
they
of started
these guys.
Before, right?
Yeah, so these guys are going to catch up. It seems like real fast.
It's looking like it.
Yeah, I'm thinking so. This is not great. If you're Mike, you know exactly what it's like to be on this dominant side of the board because this is probably what Mike was doing to most of his opponents throughout the day.
Yeah,
and he knows exactly how this goes down if you're the one getting your Palkia gusted. Because he's been the one doing that.
And speaking of Palkia Gust, Boss's Orders gets played. Scoop Up Net resets the Intellion, which is super nice. Now Shady Dealings is an option for the next turn. And Max Lance, discarding 2 water energy, does allow Josh to take a couple of prizes. And Mike is just really struggling here. I think Radiant Greninja was the top deck.
Yeah, and are there even any water in the hands?
I don't think so.
A scoop up net to all 3.
A scoop up the game. That's what Mike Gibbs did. Can't win that one. What a rough break. Love to see that he's being a good sport, though, picking up all the cards with the scoop up net. And Josh Frank will win a really quick 2 games here in top 4 to advance to the finals.
Yeah, major congratulations to Mike. Mike did a really job well done in this tournament, and his list was inspiring. I mean, it was really cool to see a different take on the Palkia VSTAR deck, and I think that this is going to be the highest placing Palkia VSTAR, kind of pure
focused deck.
Yeah, Palkia VSTAR focused deck here at Full Grip. So definitely a list that players will be looking at for inspiration going forward. Dang, after watching Mike kind of just absolutely stunt on opponents all day to have things fall apart like that in top 4, definitely a heartbreaker. But I mean, a great run by Mike and
Absolutely.
Josh putting himself in the finals. Now $600 guaranteed and a shot at $1,500 for the win.
Yeah, great play from Josh. Was able to ensure that even after a bad start from Mike, that he cut off any opportunity Mike really had to come back.
Yeah.
Getting that boss's orders at the key turn, knocking out that Palkia, which was really kind of Mike's only hope in that game,
Right.
was maybe this Palkia gets to hang on. We saw the highs from Mike's deck earlier in the day.
We did.
And then now we've experienced some of the lows. And Andrew, that's Pokemon, man.
That is Pokemon. I feel like the way that the Intellion decks can be built sometimes, greedy. They can be a little bit greedy. They feel invincible when you have the whole board set up and
Yes.
your hand selecting all of your one-ofs out of the deck and just fetching whatever you need out of the deck every turn. But when you don't have the board set up, you're kind of missing the old days back
Right.
when decks used to play 12 draw supporters.
Minimum.
Minimum.
+4 versus Seeker, right?
Yes, you're like, man, I would give anything to N out of this hand. Yeah, so they sure are some crazy times. Talking to Mike about the list, so he's like, yeah, it's a wild time that we're in right now in the Pokemon TCG where decks are looking like this, but certainly inspiring to see. And I'm excited to get Josh back here to talk about his route to the finals. That was the first time we got to see Josh's deck on stream, and it was on stream for all of 15 minutes. So I'm looking forward to talking to him a little bit and hearing about his tournament run. We'll be right back with Josh in just a moment.
I am here with the Full Grip Games 3.5K finalist, at least, Josh Frank. Congratulations on winning top 4 and moving on to the finals. How's it feel?
It feels good. I feel terrible for Mike. He didn't get to really play the game.
Unfortunate, yeah. That's that's Pokemon for you, is what Andrew and I were saying. Sometimes your deck just runs really hot all through Swiss. You make it, you have a grindy game in top 8 maybe, and then top 4, the gas just runs out, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So we haven't seen an Ice Rider yet.
Okay.
We've seen plenty of Palkia VSTAR throughout the day today, which you have in your deck.
Yep.
But it's very focused on Ice Rider. So I just wanted to kind of hear your thoughts on why you went with that water attacker as opposed to a more dedicated Palkia deck, which is what was much more popular at this tournament.
Sure. So originally for this tournament, Alex and I were testing Rapid Strike Urshifu.
Okay.
And it was not consistently beating Palkia. And so we were just very sad because Palkia is really, really good.
Yeah.
And we sort of realized that Ice Rider takes a really, really easy knockout into Palkia. Because it hits the 250 and then with the belt it's 280. Obviously you play the Inteleon to get the belt pretty easily. And then the 1/1 Palkia we put in there because being able to accelerate energy and then play boss's orders is just really, really strong.
Definitely.
But yeah, that's why the 1/1 is we both, after today, Alex went 5-3 and I started 0-1-1 and then 1 out.
Nice.
And both of us were like, yeah, I think 2/2 Palkia moving forward is probably a better call.
So that Star Portal is just such a key part to the deck, right? It sounds like just you really need to get those extra energies because that's where Ice Rider has struggled in the past as a deck previous to this set. It's been a solid attacker, but you just run out of energy acceleration ways, it feels like. And is that what Palkia has been solving for you guys?
Yeah, Palkia has been great. I've played against a lot of Blissey Miltank today.
Oh gosh.
And being able to kill the Blissey and then Melanie to active, attach to active, retreat, and then Star Portal with a Sword and Shield Inteleon.
Okay, yeah.
To one-shot the Miltank has been absolutely insane against one prize decks. I also played against Lightning Box and Dark Box and
some weird stuff. And yeah.
The Palkia was, because for all intents and purposes, those matchups should be bad.
Mm-hmm.
But being able to Star Portal to Sword and Shield Inteleon and a Drizzle so that the next turn then you can chain Sword and Shield Inteleons to attack has been insane.
So do you ever find yourself attacking with Palkia in this deck, or is it pretty much just support in this deck?
I've attacked with it a couple times today. In the single prize matchup, it's all right. Just to soak damage with Ice Rider and then retreat and then hit with Palkia. Just trying to soak damage with big attackers.
So we just gotten word Grant and Nolan are headed into game 3. So that's you got 2 options of what you could be playing here in the finals. Grant playing the Mew VMAX and Nolan playing the Regi Gigas. How are you feeling about those 2 decks? Do you feel comfortable with one over the other? Is there one you would rather play?
I would prefer to play neither of those decks, but
you got to play one of them.
Yeah, I know absolutely nothing about Regi Gigas. My friends were showing me the cards on TCG Player, just trying to show me what all of them did, and I would rather play Mew because the Radiant Hawlucha that came out lets you hit that 310 threshold a little bit easier. But that I don't think that I can beat the Regi Gigas deck at all, really.
So, yeah, I mean, Regi Gigas is pretty good into VMAX Pokemon, which you're obviously very reliant on.
Right.
But it's Pokemon, anything can happen, and obviously Grant and Nolan are going to a game 3, so we don't even know who is going to be winning that one just quite yet. What about the rest of the field? Did you feel pretty good against all the various Palkia decks? Because that was one of the most popular decks, it felt like, in the tournament today was Palkia VSTAR.
Yeah, the whole reason we played the deck is because we thought it had a good Palkia VSTAR matchup. Round 1 I hit JW Kreewall, and we ended up tying because I played badly. I think Palkia is a pretty good matchup for us, and you know Ice Rider can kind of one-shot anything in the format now because of the Radiant Hawlucha.
Yeah.
And along with, it's so much easier to make the Leon plays now as well because of the Palkia VSTAR, just not needing to Melanie to necessarily hit those pieces. So I don't think that there's any like VMAX deck that I don't feel comfortable playing into.
Okay, well that's great to hear. Awesome to see a deck that's one of my favorite things about new sets is when there's an old archetype that gets new life breathed into it, something that gets revived that previously was a little bit struggling, and I think Ice Rider fits that kind of perfectly. It's been one of those cards ever since Chilling Reign when it came out that players have revisited every single set. It's been okay here and there. Right. Now it could be the time for it to be a top-tier deck. So congratulations, Josh, making it to the finals. We're looking forward to seeing how this one is going to play out. Grant and Nolan are going to their Game 3, and as soon as they're done, we're going to get this finals underway. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon with the finals here at Full Grip Games.
Let's get some hype going.
Let's go.
We have been out here all day.
Long day.
And over 140 players have battled their hearts out. And we have 2 final competitors left playing a, $900 money match?
That's right.
Yes, because second place is good for $600. First place, $1,500. Here at the Full Grip Games 3.5K standard event, part of our 6K Astral Radiance celebration weekend here at the shop. We have got Grant Manley, a multiple-time regional finalist.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, Grant, definitely the bridesmaid, never the bride, unfortunately, when it comes to regionals.
In another finals situation against Josh Fink, who we just saw with his Ice Rider deck taking down multiple-time Full Grip Games top 8 and also a Gym Leader Challenge champion, Mike Gibbs, to make his appearance here in the finals. We have got Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX featuring Palkia VSTAR against Grant's Mew VMAX.
You know it. You love it. It is what it is. Mew VMAX here in the finals. I think maybe to no one's surprise, and these players are getting underway. Yeah. Let's get to the table. And Grant is going to kick things off the way every Mew VMAX wants to kick things off. Battle VIP Pass. Search your deck for 2 basic Pokemon and put them directly onto your bench. What else is there to say about Mew that has not been said? One of the most consistent decks in the format, one of the strongest and most powerful decks in the format, and it is definitely the deck that everyone loves to hate. It's got the biggest target on its back almost always, but honestly, coming into this event, we're probably at an all-time low here at this tournament of people playing things like the Galarian Moltres, right, to counter the Mew VMAX, where there's not that much Path to the Peak. People who are playing Path are only playing like 1 copy in their Palkia decks, which isn't always enough to slow the Mew VMAX down enough.
Right. I've said it before on stream. If you take the pressure off Mew VMAX for even a second, it will rear its ugly head. You have to throw the whole book at Mew VMAX if you want to take it down. And unfortunately, in top 4, we had our Regigigas player prize both Regigigas in Game 3.
It was heartbreaking to watch.
So tough, unable to do anything. Nolan just having such a tough time. You could see him just shaking his head, his mannerisms in Game 3. Like, why did it have to go off the rails here? We're so close.
Only 2 copies of that important card. Had that Hisuian heavy ball. He had a key turn where he Zinnia's resolved, drew 6 cards off the top, really digging for that heavy ball, and just didn't get there. Did not find the way to get Regigigas out of the prize cards, and Grant was able to just push too far ahead after that.
Yeah, so Mew, it's a consistent deck. It does what it does. I think that with all eyes on Palkia VSTAR, this was definitely the tournament to bring Mew out and just show that it is still a monster of a deck. It is nearly uncounterable. Even the dark decks have a very tough time beating Mew. We've seen Mew beat Hisuian Samurott VSTAR decks today. We've seen Mew beat Turbo Darkrai decks today. Mew has beaten everything to get here, but still has to take down Josh's Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX deck featuring the new Radiant Lucha and the new Origin Form Palkia VSTAR to take this win. And
And
I think that Josh has got some fight in him for sure. This is a very strong deck.
Absolutely. And that Radiant Hawlucha is a huge card in this matchup. Its ability allows you to do 30 more damage to your opponent's active Pokemon VMAX. And that lets you just get to those key numbers. Mew VMAX has 310 hit points. With a Choice Belt, Leon, all of those pieces, you can really get in there and try to get these one-hit KOs. Grant flips for a Cramomatic, and that is a Tails.
It looks like Josh is playing 2 copies of Path to the Peak, so has some ability to turn Grant's abilities off, which is good. Grant's list is not playing the Trekking Shoes or anything like that. It's a pretty, I don't want to say vanilla, but it is a pretty standard Mew VMAX list, even for the Brilliant Stars formats. I don't think that there is a single card from Astral Radiance in it. Grant is just going forth with what he knows, and he's playing it really well.
Absolutely. He's been playing super clean today. I've watched several of his matches. Always knows what he's doing. Makes very few, if any, mistakes. It seems like he always plays to the optimal lines and is able to pull out wins because he's, doing what he's meant to do and playing to the low percentage chances if he ever finds himself behind. And those low percentage chances come through.
Yeah, he's got a really great mind for the Pokemon TCG. It's just one of those players where you are watching routes unfold in front of you that maybe you didn't see, right? I would say that when you're watching the Pokemon TCG, it's much easier to see routes when you're watching from a bird's eye view. You're watching both sides. You have, kind of this God's eye view of the game. You could see everything happening, and the routes kind of appear much easier when you can see everything happening at once. Grant makes you feel like he, too, can see everything happening at once.
His third eye.
Yes, right there at the table, actually.
And this is so interesting the way that this just played out. Grant played Escape Rope, and Josh, as opposed to feeding the one prize Sobble, sent up an Ice Rider. So to Grant, that signals, hey, I'm really relying on this Sobble to get out of whatever hand I have. And so Grant plays Boss's orders to target that down.
Yes, and this is one of the ways that Mew can just feast on the Inteleon decks. That is a double Ice Rider pass situation.
Yeah, Josh's hand is not good. He's chilling with a Roxanne, but it might be a little while before he can even use it. It's going to be hard for Grant to reach for a KO this turn. He definitely could do it.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the ways the Mew is able to take advantage of these Inteleon decks. If you could just chase down the Sobbles early, sometimes a Sobble can be prized or whatever, or just they have a tough time getting multiple out, and it feels like Mew has almost infinite access to Boss's Orders and Gusting. So being able to be aggressive and shut down the Inteleon engine before it really flexes out and gets established is one of the best things that Grant can do as the Mew player in this game. Fusion Strike system to draw some more cards. Got a couple of basic energies, the only 2 in the list in that hand, as well as an Ultra Ball and a Power Tablet, Choice Belts. So it's got some buffs. I don't think we're going to be seeing a one-hit KO on this thing, but does it really matter?
Yeah, Grant chose not to play for the one-hit KO, which I actually really like. Just go for the 2-hit knockout. Yeah. Your opponent has a 1-card hand, and that 1 card is an unplayable card. So there's no reason to overextend yourself and really dig after the 1-hit knockout. The way he would have had to do it would have been an Alessa Sparkle onto the bench and attach for turn to a non-double turbo and then find 4 damage modifiers. If he could have done that, it would have been enough for a 1-hit knockout, or alternatively, the active Mew could have gotten a knockout, or you could get a knockout with a double turbo energy if you play the Choice Belt and all 4 Power Tablets. It takes a lot, so Grant realizes this, doesn't even think about going for it. He's going to be fine taking the slow route and just hitting pretty hard.
Bro, the Genesect.
It's a metal type.
Oh, yeah.
He already attached for turn, though. Attached to the Mew. But yeah, that can get in there.
Oh, and he's got basic energy in the hand.
That's true.
So what we're saying is that Genesect is good to 1-hit KO the next Ice Rider.
Yeah.
Yeah, no sweat. So that is what's going to occur. Josh is on a 2-turn clock. We've got a level ball, could go get a Sobble, but I mean, if I'm Grant at this point, it's like, bro, what do I got to chase that Sobble down for? We just go knockout game.
Grant might think that this last card in Josh's hand is a Drizzile because of the way Josh played that initial turn.
Right.
And then Josh evolved both Ice Riders because he was being so protective of that Sobble.
Sure.
So Grant's call might be that this card is literally
either Evolution Incense, I guess it could be, or Drizzile. It wouldn't be Level Ball because Josh would have played it. But Grant was going to boss.
This.
Yeah,
yep,
yeah.
One hit KO it. Yep, take it. Because here's the deal. You take the Ice Rider guaranteed, and the reason you do that is because you want to take this one hit KO with the Genesect while you have it powered up and are able to do it. So even if Josh does the worst, right, which is like boss's orders or something, but it can't happen. Now that you've removed the energy Ice Rider, you're saying, okay, you cannot boss's orders and accelerate 2 energy to the Ice Rider at the same time. You've got the sitting duck Ice Rider over there on the bench. The last card in hand was a Roxanne.
Right. Had the Roxanne. Perfect response for this exact situation. Is going to get 6 cards and leave Grant with just 2. And if Josh can find a path to the peak, that could stick Grant in an awkward spot. Obviously, Grant is still very far ahead. Let's see, is there a path?
There's a Drizzile.
Oh, yes, that Sobble was in play last turn. That's right. So Drizzile can get the path to the peak. But if that's what Josh goes for, he actually won't be able to attach an energy this turn. And so I think is going to have to go for the bucket to just get an attachment somewhere.
Yeesh, this is tough.
Yeah, it's not great.
No, this is real rough. But Josh just got to see if he can find a way out. This is the finals. It is like I said, nearly $1,000 money match with second place getting $600 and first place getting $1,500. There is quite a discrepancy between first and second. That first place spot is definitely loaded, and there is a lot on the line in this match. Josh going for the Palkia V and a Sobble. Quick ball, level ball played at the same time.
Yep.
And scoop up nets.
Looks like we're seeing a keep calling here.
I think that makes sense, right? See if we can't just get a little something else going without necessarily losing the game, but with no sort of path to the peak down or anything like that. Grant should be free to just draw out the rest of his deck.
All Grant needs is a boss's orders. If he finds boss, he can bring up this Ice Rider that's heavily damaged, retreat into the Mew VMAX, and use Cross Fusion Strike to copy Techno Blast and take a one-hit knockout. He's got 2 Genesects. He can burn a bunch of cards, it looks like. Let's see if he can find the boss. Cramomatic.
So it's a 50-50.
So you're telling me there's a chance. Let's see. Could just go with the Rotom Phone first, because if he just finds boss, the game is over. Doesn't hit it, though.
Does not.
And then now you can play the Cramomatic, see if you hit it, and then, well, I guess you don't get to shuffle the deck, do you? So it's a little awkward. So what's the best card to put on top? Fusion Strike Energy or Switch, potentially? Cards he's looking at?
Yeah. I feel like there's almost no way to lose his Grant right now.
Right. It's very low chance. Yeah.
All he has to do is not lose. Usually, when Grant is like playing these lines, he's thinking like, all right, how is it possible for me to lose?
Yeah.
And then how do I win? Right. So he's not just thinking of like, how do I chase the win? He's like, what are my opponent's possible win conditions? And he's kind of computing those all at the same time. So
that's game.
That's game, right? So even though he essentially has a 50% shot at game, he's still computing and taking that time to be like, all right, is there any way that I can actually throw here before he goes ahead and shoots his 50% shot?
That was a 11-minute game number 1 going in favor of Grant Manley with the Mew VMAX. Josh just really didn't get much going. Got the couple Ice Riders down, but only one Sobble, which eventually got KO'd by Grant. Chased after that pretty quickly. And he just didn't get rolling. Not a great game from Josh. Kind of like what we saw from Josh's opponent in top 4, Mike Gibbs, right? Just had kind of a non-game in game 1 and 2 because his deck just kind of sputtered out on him.
And that's something that Mew usually doesn't do. I would say usually. I've seen it brick. But usually the promise of Mew is that it is the speediest, most aggressive deck in the format. It never bricks, it never dead draws. It is the turn 1 dream of 210 plus damage turn 1 every single time. And now, with Josh probably choosing to go first, Grant has that solid out to play for going second on the first turn. Can go for the turn 1 knockout. If Josh opens one of those Pokemon V, Grant could be taking a 2-prize lead on turn 1 with a turn 1 Melodious Echo. But we got to see what these opening hands look like.
Yeah, Josh will be most likely going first, like we mentioned. So he's going to be looking for an Ice Rider and probably an energy card to get down. And is also going to hopefully get down a few different basic Pokemon. So that way, if Grant plays just an Escape Rope, you're not forced to send up your only Pokemon with an energy or your only 2 prize Pokemon to just let Grant take a quick 2 prizes. Grant still is playing Echoing Horn in this list, kind of a card players have pulled in and out of their decks. And that can be a great way for Grant to just try to chase 2 prize KOs turn after turn. We'll see what happens.
Let's take a look, see if Josh's hand is any better than it was during game 1. See a Sobble start. That is good. And it's looking like maybe just a double Sobble start. I don't know that I saw any outs to a Pokemon V in the hands. Take another look. Melanie's and a couple of evolutions. So
no. This hand is not good at all. Once again, Andrew, there's a Melanie as the only supporter card, but Melanie only attaches energy to Pokemon V. It cannot attach energy to Sobble. And so even if Josh was to like attach Retreat, he's going to have to top deck a Pokemon V in order to even play out that supporter next turn.
Yeah. This is exactly what Grant wants to see. Like, oh, yes, I get to really have my way with this game and set up exactly how I want to. I can go for the turn 1 attack, limit Josh to a, just 1 Sobble to Drizzile out of. Like, there's no Pokemon V. I can set up quickly if Josh does bench a Pokemon V next turn. I can gust it up. I can basically do whatever I want.
There's a lack of Battle VIP Pass in Grant's opening hand, and that's always awkward as Mew when you don't open with that 4 of card in your hand or Cramomatic to go get it, because you have to thin your hand down as much as possible, and you're usually only going to be drawing 1 or 2 off of your first Genesect.
Here we go. Oh, that is...
Oh, never mind.
A beautiful looking board.
Rose Tower for 3.
That is fantastic. Grant drawing incredibly hot right now. There is Battle VIP Pass.
And has Cramomatic as well to potentially flip for the Alessa Sparkle.
Here's the deal. Love Mew or hate Mew, Grant is not like a Mew head or a Mew player or whatever. Actually, he's actually begrudgingly playing Mew. And it is a pleasure to watch Grant play it, actually. As someone, he has not even gone to a single one of these regionals with Mew yet, and is still playing the deck incredibly well.
Yeah.
And is also just very satisfying to watch Grant play because of the speed with which he plays through his game actions. Mew is a deck that can often be a chore to watch played because of the amount of shuffling, the amount of searching, the amount of game actions that you can do per turn. And Grant actually makes them kind of enjoyable to watch because of how he's not messing around, man. It's he's not really overthinking things. He knows the routes he's going for, and as soon as he starts going for the game action, he does them quickly and precisely, and he knows exactly what he's doing. We've got the turn 1 Alessa Sparkle, Ultra Ball, and the deck searches are all happening very quickly, which is nice because Mew is a deck that can access the deck sometimes a dozen times a turn. So, so you really want somebody who is adept at searching and shuffling to be piloting the deck if you're going to watch it, because if they're kind of laboring over the deck, it's a chore to watch.
Yeah, Grant definitely is not a huge fan of Mew. He likes it just fine, understands the power level of the deck, but Grant isn't a person who's motivated by whatever deck is his favorite. He will play whatever deck he thinks has the highest chance to win the tournament.
Yes.
And for this event, it seems like it was Mew. Even though it's not his favorite deck to play, he recognized the power of it.
And this is a boss path and pass, and Grant has got the switch in his head.
Josh will at least keep calling so he can get a couple Sobbles down, but at this point, is it just delaying the inevitable? Wait, are there even any Sobbles in the deck?
Oh my god.
Did he prize his last 2 Sobbles? I think he prized 2 Sobbles.
Oh no.
And if Grant has a switch, the game is over.
And he does. He's just literally waiting to play the switch. It's right there. Yeah, there it is. He reveals it. And that is game. An 8-minute final, or 18-minute finals. 2 games down. Grant Manley is your Full Grip Games Astral Radiance standard champion. Mew VMAX taking it down.
Some people like to call Mew VMAX a high roll deck. Well, Grant definitely high rolled in the finals.
Well,
his opponent very, very low rolled, like a 0
in top 4 and in the finals. We saw a couple of really mean, low rolls. It happened to Josh's opponent in top 4. Josh set up, brilliantly. Actually.
Amazing, yeah,
amazing. And then we saw, I think, the ugly side of Intellian decks, and I can tell you, from playing some Intellian decks at regionals over the course, that happens. Actually, sometimes it happens multiple rounds in a row.
Yeah.
I think I was just checking Twitter and I saw maybe Xander Pero tweets, I just flew 10 hours to go Sobble Pass. Like, yep.
Big sad.
Yes, that is the nature of the game right now. These Intellian engines can be very, very hit and miss. But you know what's not? Mew VMAX.
It's just all hits.
Yeah, it's all hits all the
Very
time.
few miss. And
Yes.
Grant showed the consistency of that deck and why it is so powerful. And maybe why players should start respecting it a little bit more, because coming into this event, it felt like Mew's respect was pretty low.
Yeah, people were not. I mean, that's the thing. It's the release weekend event. People are hyped about the new cards.
Right.
People are hyped to counter the new cards, right? It's like, okay, how do we beat Palkia? Palkia is the hype card. There were a couple of Palkia decks in top 8. I mean, even this deck in the finals, the Ice Rider deck, featured a Palkia VSTAR. Palkia VSTAR was definitely a card that was on players' radar. But I think the pressure got taken off Mew just a little bit here.
Yeah.
And Grant was able to capitalize on that.
Well, very well played by Grant. Congratulations, of course, as well to Josh. Very unfortunate to see the run end like that in such a disappointing fashion, but he played very well throughout the entire weekend and should feel very proud of a second-place finish. But who should be maybe a little bit prouder is Grant Manley, and I'm looking forward to hearing how that guy's feeling after winning, $1,500 here for first place.
I'm sure he's stoked.
I know he is stoked.
Yeah, I'm sure he's loving it. That's more money than he's won in any regionals so far this year. Isn't it? I mean, that's $1,500.
Yeah,
It's
that's
like,
right. Yep,
you're
yep,
only
yep.
getting that much money at a regionals if you
top 4. That's right.
top
yep.
4. So, I mean, that's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. So, let's get Grant back here for an interview and see how he's feeling. Here is your full grip Astral Radiance 3.5K champion, Grant Manley. How's it feel, Grant?
Oh, it's good. I'm tired. It's a lot of Pokemon, but
It's a lot of Pokemon.
had ran pretty hot today with Mew, so that's pretty cool.
Gotta
pretty good
say,
deck.
it was a pleasure watching you play Mew.
Thank
Mew
you.
is a deck where you can access the deck maybe dozen times a turn, and your game actions are very quick and concise. You know how to search your deck, you know how to shuffle your cards, and you weren't wasting any time. So it was fantastic. Usually that's the worst part about watching Mew is their turns can take 5 minutes.
Right.
Yeah, so you were hustling, and I think everybody here appreciates it.
Okay, good. Yeah, there's like a lot of sequencing micro decisions every time you have a hand, so it's it's pretty funny sometimes.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
So you ready for tomorrow's Gym Leader Challenge? You've played in one of our Gym Leader Challenge events before, maybe two?
Two.
Yes. Was it control both times?
Control, always will be control.
Okay,
Until,
so yes, we're running it back.
Until Hex Maniac is banned, which probably won't happen, but
No, yeah.
it's going to be good in some form or fashion.
All right, so going in, called shot. Today you take the dub with Mew VMAX. Tomorrow, run and control. You're going to prove that it's broken in Gym Leader Challenge.
No need for a Rangaroo. It's still fine.
Yo, how many games are you farming tomorrow, Grant?
I'm pretty confident in the deck, but of course anything can happen. In Pokemon, especially DLC, everything's one card copy. So
Singletons.
anything can happen, but I am confident that it is the best deck. So I'm excited.
Good stuff. Well,
Yeah.
I really look forward to watching you play tomorrow. It's been a pleasure watching you play today. Congratulations. We've got a case of Dragon Shields here and a Dragon Shield XL as well. Some cool Dragon Shield coasters from one of our sponsors, Dragon Shield. So
Awesome.
big thanks to Dragon Shield for providing those.
Thank you to Dragon Shield. Also, check out twitch.tv/TrickRoar. I stream PTCGO. You can catch me building the sauce like Mew.
Yes, definitely check out Grant on stream if you have not already, and drop him a follow at TrickRoar.
Appreciate it.
TRIC Roar.
Absolutely.
Yes, he is a legendary streamer and definitely one of the best players in the game. You can learn a lot from watching Grant play the Pokemon trading card game online.
Thank you so much.
Yes, great stuff. Pleasure having you, Grant. Gonna be right back here with Chip to send us off. Thank you guys so much for being here. And that's it. Day 1 of the Astral Radiance 6K here at Full Grip Games is a wrap. Mew VMAX coming out on top. Chip, are you ready for tomorrow?
Can't wait, man. What an exciting day of Pokemon action we had, and it is not over. The weekend is just beginning. Gym Leader Challenge will be the tournament tomorrow. You definitely want to be sure to come back in here tomorrow morning. You're not going to want to miss it. Really excited to see how some of the new cards from Astral Radiance mix up the GLC meta.
Yeah, there's a lot of really neat cards that we're going to get to see. I heard Mike Gibbs out there in the hall talking about Cricketune with the ability that makes your grass-type Pokemon have 40 more hit points. Obviously, Hisuian Heavy Ball, the Hisuian Basculin. There's a lot of really cool cards that I can't wait to see in action on the tabletops tomorrow. We should see some excellent Gym Leader Challenge games. If you want to read up on the rules for Gym Leader Challenge format, head on over to gymleaderchallenge.com. It's kind of like Magic the Gathering's Commander formats, and is obviously one of my favorite ways to play Pokemon cards because it's a great time. So I can't wait for tomorrow's event. Hopefully we'll get to see all of you guys there. Huge thanks to our sponsors for today, Full Grip Games for hosting the tournament and putting up $5,000 cash for the weekend. Metafy for throwing in another $1,000 into the prize pool. It's a great coaching service where you can learn how to play the Pokemon trading card game at that next level. A lot of top players are coaching on Metafy right now. I've seen them advertising on Twitter. So yes, lots of that going on over at metafy.gg. And then of course, Dragon Shield providing each of those cases for the winners and a box of Dragon Shields for every stream match. So huge thanks to our sponsors and thank you for watching today. Y'all have a good one. We'll be back tomorrow with some more Pokemon TCG action.